عباس انت الوسيلة. Ali is the first, Ali is the last. How could they put you for? حبك ملك كل الفلك. حيدر علي مولاه يا أسد الله ولي الله. حيدر علي مولاه يا الساكن بوجداني يا أغلى من كل غالي. يا الساكن بوجداني يا أغلى من كل غالي. أشهد أن عليا ولي الله. مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى.
Three letters, three times. Three letters, it's your name. Three letters not on the tongue. The heart itself beats your name. Because the tongue cannot hold the legend that you became. Your courage extinguishes even the hellfire's flame. Even the hellfire's flame. Both heaven and hell, both heaven and hell named you as the divider. Master Ali, Master Ali, O source of all honor. Master Ali, Master Ali, O miracle and wonder. Master Ali, Master Ali, O source of all honor. I couldn't find none like you in your two eyes, seven skies. Even the sun follows you with no Ali, no sunrise. I don't say you have courage, I say for you courage cries. I say for you courage cries. When courage is scared, when courage is scared, it calls out for its leader. Master Ali, Master Ali, O source of all honor. Master Ali, Master Ali, O miracle and wonder. Master Ali, Master Ali, O source of all honor. Allah made thee Dhul Fiqar and placed it into your palm. Alone you raised Khaybar's door, and Muhammad raised your arm. Even if they put you forth, Ali is my first Imam. Ali is my first Imam. My first and my last, my first and my last. And I cannot be prouder. Master Ali, Master Ali, O source of all honor. Master Ali, Master Ali, O miracle and wonder. Master Ali, Master Ali, O source of all honor. It is a part of my blood to call Ali when I fall. But Ali, I am confused. What do I say when I call? Ali is the father of dust. Oh, he's the father of all. Oh, he's the father of all. I see even gold, I see even gold. Wanted you as its father. Master Ali, Master Ali, O source of all honor. Master Ali, Master Ali, O miracle and wonder. Master Ali, Master Ali, O source of all honor. Munkar and Nakir. From birth I have been ready. Ask me who is your Imam, I'll say it 10 times proudly. And like I cried in my life, I'll cry, help me, oh Ali. I'll cry, help me, oh Ali. Help me, oh Ali. Help me, oh Ali. I'll cry till the hereafter. Master, oh Ali. Master, oh Ali. Oh, source of all honor. Master, oh Ali. Master, oh Ali. Oh, miracle and wonder. Master, oh Ali. Master, oh Ali. Oh, source of all honor.
أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي، مولى علي مولى علي. أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي، مولى علي مولى علي يا علي، مولى علي مولى علي. On the love of your light, when I was raised, I was born in your name. Dear, my heart for you was saved from my father Ali and my mother Ali, from my father Ali and my mother Ali.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most beneficent. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Brothers and sisters, respected panelists, distinguished moderators, thank you all for attending the second annual Imam Ali Conference, where we pay tribute to human values in the name of Amir al-Mu'mineen, the Commander of the Faithful. My name is Tariq Turfi, and I am an attorney from Dearborn Heights, Michigan, working with the law offices of Hamoud and Dakhlallah. I thank Allah for blessing me with this opportunity to preside as the Master of Ceremonies for this amazing event. In collaboration with Ummah, the Universal Muslim Association of America, and Ahlul Bayt TV, His Eminence Sayyid Jawad Qazwini has spearheaded this conference, and thanks to his guidance and leadership, we stand before you today with an impressive and outstanding lineup of panelists, topics, and presentations. Additionally, this conference has been blessed to collaborate with 110 organizations from all around the world. The lineup is truly one to behold, and I am thrilled to present to you such a diverse group of individuals who will share many great perspectives. We have a full day of entertainment, fun, and education ahead of us. So please, do not forget to share and repost the conference links with your friends and family as we hope to spread the message of Imam Ali Conference to as many as possible. As a reminder, please share all screenshots, video clips, and your conference experience by using hashtag ImamAli2022. For every tag with this hashtag, you will receive an entry into our raffle to win a trip to the Ziyarah in Iraq. For further information, please visit conferenceimamali.com and at Imam Ali Conference on Instagram. To bless our event, we will begin with the recitation of the Holy Quran by Qari Farid al-Najafi. Thank you to our partner, Development Worldwide, a creative fabrication studio from Long Island, New York, specializing in consulting, logistics, and design. Please welcome Qari Farid al-Najafi with a loud salawat. Brother Farid?
Followers that call themselves وكواعب أترابا وكأسا دهاقا لا يسمعون فيها لغوا ولا كذابا جزاء من ربك عطاء حسابا رب السماوات والأرض وما بينهما الرحمن لا يملكون منه خطابا رب السماوات والأرض وما بينهما الرحمن لا يملكون منه خطابا يوم يقوم الروح والملائكة صفا يوم يقوم الروح والملائكة صفا لا يتكلمون إلا من أذن له الرحمن
يتكلمون إلا من أذن له الرحمن وقال صوابا ذلك اليوم الحق فمن شاء اتخذ إلى ربه مآبا إنا أنذرناكم عذابا قريبا يوم ينظر المرء ما قدمت يداه ويقول الكافر يا ليتني كنت ترابا ويقول الكافر يا ليتني كنت ترابا الله أكبر بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إذا جاء نصر الله والفتح إذا جاء نصر الله والفتح ورأيت الناس يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا ورأيت الناس يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا فسبح بحمد ربك واستغفره إنه كان توابا صدق الله العلي العظيم.
MashaAllah. Thank you, Qari Farid, for that wonderful recitation. May Allah bless you. Let's build some conference momentum with the use of hashtag Imam Ali 2022 across all of your social media platforms. And now, serving as the official initiation address of the 2022 Imam Ali Conference, I am delighted to present to you Grand Ayatollah Sayyid Muhammad Jawad Alawi Burajardi, our esteemed Marja from the holy city of Qom, who is the grandson of the late Honorable Ayatollah Sayyid Hussein Burajardi, who was the supreme leader of the Shia community in his time. We are grateful for His Eminence to humbly accept our invitation to this conference. Thank you to the Imam Hussein Center IHIC for making this presentation possible. Based in Sydney, Australia, the IHIC carries the torch of our faith and shares the teachings of our beloved.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. وجود مقدس امیر المؤمنین علی ابن ابی طالب یک وجود بسیار با برکتی است که همه فضائل انسانی رو در خودش جمع کرده و اینکه ما از زبان پیامبر بزرگ اسلام داریم یا علی انت میزان الاعمال. این یک مدال افتخاری است که از ناحیه رسول اکرم به سینه علی ابن ابی طالب زده شده که همه انسان‌ها با او سنجش میشن، چون در زندگی خودش منشأ برکات فراوان بود و همه صفات کمال و فضائل رو در خودش جمع کرده بود. زندگی او فراز و نشیب‌ها داشت و او در همه این فراز و نشیب‌ها اون چه معیار و ضابطه برای فضیلت اخلاقی و کمال اخلاقی و کمال انسانی است برای ما بیان کرده. اگر هم از زبان او صادر نشده، در عمل خودش اینها رو به ما نشان داده. ولذا ما و شما عزیزانی که در شهرهای دور از ما نشستید و به عنوان شیعه سایه این علی ابن ابی طالب بر سر شماست، ما یه مسئولیت بزرگی بر عهده داریم. ما شیعه جغرافیایی هستیم. وقتی مذاهب رو در مناطق مختلف به حساب میارن، این قسمت شیعه است، این قسمت شیعه نیست. اما ما غیر از شیعه جغرافیایی باید واجد این جهت باشیم که نشانی از این علی ابن ابی طالب در زندگی خودمون داشته باشیم. هر کجای عالم نشستیم تفاوت نمی‌کنه. هر اعتقادی داریم، حتی اگر اعتقاد به دین و مذهب هم نداریم، خود علی ابن ابی طالب یک وجود قابل بررسی است. جرجرداق مسلمان نبود، مسیحی بود، اما علی ابن ابی طالب رو وقتی شروع میکنه به بیان و شخصیت او رو میخواد معرفی بکنه، او دیروز دید که اعلامیه جهانی حقوق بشر در واقع این از فکر علی ابن ابی طالب قبلا این منشأ گرفته در نهج البلاغه او و امروز هم به عنوان سند در سازمان ملل به ثبت رسیده. او متوجه شد که اونچه که فلاسفه یونان در مقام کمال انسانی که تصویر می کردند، اونچه که اونها می گفتند در وجود علی ابن ابی طالب به نحو اولا و احق وجود داره و لذا یک جلد از کتابش رو مقایسه‌ای بین علی ابن ابی طالب و سقراط قرار داده. ما یک مسئولیت بزرگ داریم و اون این که ما باید بویی از علی ابن ابی طالب در وجود ما باشه، ولو اعتقاد به اسلام هم نداریم، چون اخلاق و فضائل اخلاقی جهانی است، به مذهب خاصی اختصاص نداره. اگر هم ما در اعتقاداتمون خللی هست منافات نداره. این فضائل اخلاقی که علی ابن ابی طالب داشته ما مرور کنیم به عنوان کسانی که سایه او بر سر ماست، به عنوان شیعه در دنیا حالا مطرح هستیم ولو به صورت جغرافیایی نشانی از او داشته باشیم. ما برخورد با افکار مختلف، افکار دیگران، کسانی که مثل ما فکر نمی کنن، حتی کسانی که دشمن با ما هستند و مقابل ما هستند، ما ببینیم سلوک علی ابن ابی طالب با افراد دشمن چجور بوده. علی ابن ابی طالب اینقدر عقاید دیگران رو و وجود دیگران رو با هر عقیده‌ای که داشتن تحمل می‌کرد که اون کسانی که در دوران خلافت او باش بیعت نکردن و او رو به رسمیت نشناختن. تنها خلیفه ای بود که با اینها کاری نداشت، اینها رو تحت تعقیب قرار نداد. کسانی مثل خوارج که او رو کافر می‌دانستند، اصلا میگفتند تو از دین خارج شدی. علنی حتی وقتی که خطبه جمعه میخواند در جلو مردم به او دشنام میدادن، حاضر نشد اینها رو دستگیری کنه، تحمل میکرد اینها رو. خب ما اگر میخوایم نشان از علی ابن ابی طالب داشته باشیم، چرا دیگران رو با عقاید دیگر و عقاید غیر از عقاید خودمون نتوانیم تحمل بکنیم؟ کسانی هستند، مسلمانند، شیعه هستند، اما به جمیع احکام پابند نیستند. اگر جوان طرز خاصی زندگی میکنه، اگر زن هست، دختر هست، این حجاب کامل نداره یا مسئله‌ای داره، این معناش این نیست که این از دین خارج شده یا برای ما وجود او غیر قابل تحمل باشه. ما باید رفتارمون رو با همه انسانها، با هر عقیده‌ای، با هر عملی، با هر روشی که هست، ما رفتارمون رو باید تعریف کنیم و این تعریف کردن رفتار رو از علی ابن ابی طالب باید بیاموزیم. او شخصیتی بود که به ما یاد داد ما یکدیگر رو تحمل کنیم. ما در مذهب خودی و غیر خودی ایجاد نکنیم، همه باید بیان. امام صادق همون جور که با کسانی مثل محمد ابن مسلم و زراره از اصحاب خاصش می نشست، با ابن ابل اوجا هم می نشست، با اینکه ماتریالیست بود. خود محمد ابن مسلم و زراره اینا کسانی بودن از آل اعین که اینا قبلا عقیده شیعه نداشتن، در محضر امام باقر تمایل پیدا کردن، با اینها می نشست، با اینها جلیس بود. ما باید بتوانیم با افراد مسیحی، او کلیسا میره، او هم به خدایی معتقده، او هم فضائل اخلاقی رو براش ارزش قائله، ما اشتراک با اونها داریم. یهودی باشه، مسیحی باشه، نه بودایی باشه، هندو باشه، اونها هم دنبال ارزش‌های خاصی هستن که از نظر خودشون محترمه. ما باید همه افراد رو در کنار خودمون تحمل کنیم. بله، اشکالی نداره ما اونچه که خودمون داریم عرضه کنیم، ما علی ابن ابی طالب رو به اونها معرفی کنیم، این بسیار خوبه، اما اونها رو نفیشون نکنیم. ما وظیفه داریم اون چیزی که خودمون داریم اگر اونها سوال کردن عرضه کنیم بهشون، اما این عرضه به معنای نفی اونها نباشه. ما این مسئولیت رو در مجامع خودمون داریم، در محافل خودمون داریم و این مطلب رو ما توجه داشته باشیم که این مسئولیت رو خود آشنایی با علی ابن ابی طالب به گردن ما میاندازه. ما وظیفه داریم وقتی سرمایه‌ای مثل علی ابن ابی طالب داریم از این سرمایه بهره برداری کنیم و بهره برداری از این سرمایه به این است که اولا درست او رو بشناسیم و صحیح او رو معرفی کنیم. این علی ابن ابی طالب در حقوق انسانها چه میگه؟ نسبت به برخورد با مخالفین چه میگه؟ علی ابن ابی طالب دورانی داشته خانه نشین بوده، کنارش زده بودن، دورانی داشته در اوج حکومت بوده. این رو بدانیم که این علی ابن ابی طالب در همه این مراحل چه مسیری رو طی کرده و ما اگر میخوایم شناخت نسبت به مکتب پیدا بکنیم، شما به من نگاه نکنید، به علی ابن ابی طالب نگاه کنید. اگر من راه و روش من با علی ابن ابی طالب و مکتب او تطبیق داشت، تطابق داشت، شما من رو به هر حال مطالبم رو بشنوید. اما اگر تطبیق نکرد، من با اینکه روحانی هستم، با اینکه به نام دین حرف میزنم، شما گفته من رو به رسمیت نشناسید. شما به اون نگاه کنید و به اون چه که من نقل میکنم که تطبیق میکنه با گفته های او. ما برای شناخت هر مکتبی باید منابع اصیل اون مکتب رو ما توجه کنیم و در نظر داشته باشیم، نه کسانی که مدعی مکتب هستند. سراغ افراد مدعی نریم، و بدانیم ما برای انسان ارزش قائلیم. در اجتماعات خودمون وقتی تشکیل میدیم برای انسان ارزش قائل باشیم. هر انسانی با هر عقیده رو پذیرا باشیم، بپذیریم، احترام بگذاریم. روابطی که ما با افراد داریم ولو افراد مخالف عقیده ما بر اساس احترام باشه. و ما عرض کردم ما بیشتر از عرضه وظیفه ای نداریم، ما عرضه بکنیم در مجالسمون و بعد خود ما در کنار هم، اختلافات بین ما فاصله نیندازه، ما خودی و غیر خودی نکنیم در کارهامون. همه خودی هستن، همه را از خودمون بدانیم. این وظیفه رو ما داریم که در رفتار با همه افراد و همه انسانها به این گونه نگاه کنیم. من تشکر خودم رو از عزیزانی که این مجمع مبارک رو برپا کردند، چه عزیزانی که سخنرانی دارن و کلامی در اینجا دارن و چه همه عزیزان شرکت کننده و چه همه عزیزانی که از طریق فضای مجازی با این برنامه ها مرتبط میشن، از همه اونها کمال تشکر رو دارم و از اعزه خودم حضرات آقایان قزوینی که بزرگوارانی هستند که در اونجا این پرچم رو بر دوش میکشند و این مسئولیت بسیار سنگین و عظیم را به عهده گرفته اند، کمال تشکر و قدردانی را داشته باشم. و السلام علیکم و رحمت الله و برکاته.
Subhanallah. Thank you, Sayyidina. Those words coming from the highest caliber of leadership in our community will surely pave the way for reform throughout the world. Thank you, Sayyidina, for such beautiful words commencing this event. We pray that Allah prolongs your life, allowing us to benefit from your leadership for many, many years to come. Now off to our first panel, Islamic Law and the Future. During this discussion, our panelists will discuss Islamic law and its continued evolution in accordance to the changes of our time. How does the future of Islamic law project in this rapidly changing world? Sayyid Mahdi Qazwini and Dr. Hawra Milani will serve as our panelists answering these critical questions. Brother Reza Nakumanesh will moderate this panel. Avina Tech utilizes the latest technology to build interfaces and tools that are efficient and reliable. Based in Vancouver, Canada, Avina Tech has the skills and expertise to cater to web-based necessities. Please welcome Sayyid Mahdi, Sister Hawra, and Brother Reza. Brother Reza, take it away.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين اللهم صل على محمد وأهل بيته الطيبين الطاهرين السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Welcome to this panel entitled Islamic Law and the Future. My name is Reza Nakumanesh and I serve as the Executive Director of the Islamic Cultural Center of Fresno and the Vice President of the Shia Muslim Council of Southern California. I'm honored to be taking part in this Imam Ali conference again this year. I would like to thank all of those who made this happen, and specifically Sayyid Jawad Qazwini for all of his hard work. It is truly a service to the world that these amazing panels and presentations come to you as our community celebrates the life and the legacy of the one honored to be birthed in the Holy Kaaba, the first one to stand in defense of Rasulullah, and the first one to lie down in defense of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Amir al-Mu'mineen, our Imam Ali ibn Abi Talib alayhi salam. In our panel, we will be diving into a discussion around the role of Islamic jurisprudence, fuqaha, in taking what we know and applying it to current trends, phenomena, and science. Earlier years of Shia formation, as early as Sheikh Tusi, we saw our ulama had a negative view of ijtihad, mostly as it was related to analogy or opinion. But as scholarship continued and ijtihad found new light in later scholars such as Muhaqqiq al-Hilli and others, we found not only the validity, but the necessity for our Islamic scholars to derive rulings for the believers to respond to our modern understandings. In today's world, more than ever before, the rapid advancements in science and technology necessitate a scholarly relationship between religious jurisprudence and experts in scientific advancements. And that is what we have the pleasure of in this panel today. I am pleased to open this conversation by introducing two esteemed scholars. First of all, I would like to welcome Sayyida Hawra Milani. Sister Hawra is a PhD candidate in cybersecurity and works in the social impact team at Meta, formerly Facebook. She speaks on issues related to women in tech and is passionate about ensuring Muslim women are represented in the global tech community. A mother of two, Sister Hawra currently resides in London, UK. And next, I am pleased to welcome Sayyid Mahdi Qazwini, a native of Southern California. He has studied the traditional sciences at the Islamic Seminary in Qhrome and graduate Islamic studies at the Claremont Colleges in Claremont, California, where he and I are co-alumni. He currently serves as an educator for a number of nonprofit and business organizations here in the United States. And to you both, I say, Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Sayyid Mahdi, in your opening remarks, can you begin by offering us a minor glimpse into the world of Shia interpretation of law of ijtihad?
Absolutely. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And thank you for a great question. Ijtihad, really in its essence or its contextual meaning, refers to the ability to extract and deduce Islamic laws from their sources. This can be either by way of deduction, induction, or in some schools of Islamic law, analogy, what we refer to as qiyas. And the term itself comes from the idea of exertion, jihad. Specifically in this context, though, intellectual exertion, meaning that to understand and interpret the law, you have to exhaust all of your intellectual resources in order to arrive at a conclusion and a proper understanding around a particular issue. So there's a few components to how this could, how this plays out and, how ijtihad becomes effective. Number one, the mujtahid, the person who undergoes the process of ijtihad or intellectual exertion, obviously, number one, has to have a comprehensive understanding of the Quran, a comprehensive understanding of the hadith. Those are the two main sources of Islamic law that we use, of language, etymology, linguistics, hermeneutics. But also, another component is for them to have sound judgment and good moral character. Because it's one thing to have the knowledge, but it's something completely, entirely different to do the right thing with that knowledge. And I think this is an area where Islamic law and the ethical applications of technology and medicine intersect. So why is it relevant for the future of Islamic law? Because as new technologies and realities rapidly emerge and change, it becomes increasingly important for jurists and experts to provide sound legal judgments to help navigate unfamiliar territory. A number of examples in the past have been Muslim scholars who commented on, the permissibility of insurance, organ donation, cosmetic surgery, genetic engineering. And it's similar to how a judge in today's world would understand common law by studying old law, but also understanding contextual law, contextual, common, modern law, that is. So that's a little bit of a glimpse into ijtihad and why it's important for the future of Islamic law.
Thank you, Sayyid Mahdi, for that perfect introduction into our session. Sayyida Hawra, you have a particular expertise in the field of tech and artificial intelligence, something super exciting. Can you begin today with some hopes that you have particularly around ijtihad regarding technology and its ethical consequences?
Assalamu alaikum, and thank you, Hajj Rida. Brilliant question. Thank you, Sayyid Mahdi, for starting it with such brilliant insights. We're at the stage right now where artificial intelligence is being integrated into every aspect of our lives, and that's something we know. So whether it's subtle things like digital voice assistants, Face ID, recommended and customized search results when it comes to Amazon, Google, any search engine you're using, to the bigger ones like self-driving cars and robotic medical surgeries. Now, this leaves us not only wondering what the moral and ethical obligations are for us as humans, but even more so as Muslims. So examples of this are when it comes to life support machines, right? Or a robot has to decide whether to pull the plug. Or a self-driving car that's about to collide and has to decide whether to save the driver and kill the pedestrians who are innocent, or whose responsibility is that? And so there are many more issues that fall within the topics of automation, liability, and responsible AI. And from what the Honorable Sayyid Mahdi has just shared, there are specific ways in which the Islamic laws are derived, but we sometimes feel like my personal view is that we're playing a catch-up game when it comes to raw laws and rulings that tend to come after the technology has become widespread. We have these questions such as, is buying cryptocurrency halal? Can I pay khums with cryptocurrency? Can I pay sadaqah with cryptocurrency? And many things related. We hear the phrases Web3, NFTs, decentralization, blockchain, and there's so much already going on in the tech world. And so my hopes really are to do with, can we mitigate these issues or at least explore them by bringing together the disciplines and bridging the gap that highly qualified and experienced professionals in tech are working very closely together with our ulama and our mujtahideen to ensure that there's an Islamic perspective and ruling right from the start, as opposed to waiting for these technologies to become widespread and then trying to find a ruling for that. So those are my hopes and wishes.
I hope they're the hopes and wishes of our entire community, inshallah. Thank you, Sister Hawra. Sayyid Mahdi, with respect to those hopes that were laid out by a scholar in technology, can you share for us a time when our ulama engaged scientists or other experts in their fields to address new inventions or realities?
Absolutely. I mean, this is really the beauty of ijtihad. I believe late 80s or early 90s, a group of mu'mineen in the United States had traveled overseas and had met one of the top jurists. And the issue that came up was the issue of the direction of the qibla. Now, we all know, most of us here in the United States, the vast majority, we pray towards the northeast. Now, the angle is a little bit different depending on what city you're in. But basically, a group of believers had sat with this cleric, and they had laid out a map, and they had drawn a line between one of the cities, I believe it was New York, all the way to Mecca. And on a flat map, obviously it's not northeast, it's southeast. And so the scholar, based on this conversation, had issued a ruling that you need to pray, if you're in the United States, towards the southeast. Well, what ended up happening is that a group of experts later traveled again and explained the concept of spherical geometry, how because our Earth obviously is not flat, I mean, most of us believe that it's not flat, that because it is shaped the way that it is, the shortest distance between the two lines is not a direct line on a flat map, but rather it goes northeast and then comes back down southeast. That's what it looks like on a map. If you've traveled from, for instance, Los Angeles to Dubai or Los Angeles to Istanbul, if you've observed the flight map, you notice that you fly above, you go northeast over the North Pole and then back down. And that's because of spherical geometry. That's really the shortest distance between the two. Now, here's what's really impressive is that the scholar retracted his earlier statement based on his conversation with geographical experts. And that really requires a lot of humility to be able to retract your own statement based on what the experts are telling you is true. So these conversations need to happen, because with the introduction of science and tech and AI and these rapid developments, I'm sure we're going to have a number of situations where people want to figure out what to do, and they want the response from the scholars. However, they want to feel confident that those scholars are basing their judgments off of sound opinions. So that's, I mean, that's one example, and there's a number of other examples that we can draw from.
That's an awesome example, and we appreciate it. To note that 700 or 800 years before Galileo, it was Muslim scientists who understood that the world was a sphere and traveled the world to tell other leaders this reality. And being that we're on a panel about Islamic law in the future with a scientist, I don't think any of us are flat earthers, but I could be wrong. Sister Haura, can you share with us some of the challenges you face as a scientist who is a believer and a practitioner and wishes to bring those two fields of science, religion, and technology into a closer discussion and cooperation?
Thank you so much, Hajrullah. That's a brilliant example, Sayyid Mehdi. Thank you for sharing that story. It's very, very interesting, and one that, you know, exemplifies the need to have that bridge that gap between those who are, you know, technologically advanced and the ulama and mujtahideen, so that they have a strong input and work together. So regarding your question, Hajrullah, there are two main issues or challenges that I find here. One, that as a community, as a Muslim community, I feel like this tech space has still not heard our voice. So working here, I've been in the tech community for all my life. I feel like the space that still doesn't have enough representation of diverse voices. And we need more people to specialize in this field, since it's related to nearly every other issue and aspect in our lives. So for example, who trains this AI? You know, who is feeding? The AI isn't going to teach itself, right? Later on it does. But in the first instance, who controls these machine learning, you know, who puts the data sets out? Who trains it? Who creates these machine learning models? You know, who's feeding it the original information? We have, you know, stories where, for example, Google, you know, and you can read these online. Google trained an AI model, and it identified a Black person as a gorilla, and that was a big shock, and it was a big issue that they had to deal with. Or for example, I think it's Microsoft who created an AI model to help them with recruitment, and they realized that it was being biased and you know, disregarding females, and so that obviously that wasn't helpful, because they trained it to have a better representation through their recruitment services. And so we look at these, you know, at which point will the Muslim representation show up? At which point will our voices be heard? And so one of my biggest issues and challenges is actually telling people, listen, there are opportunities, many, you know, a vast amount of opportunities for people to come into the tech world. So why not check it out? Why not try it? And the second one, as you know, as a visibly Muslim educator / researcher, I feel like it is my responsibility to not only share scientifically based and fact-based evidence to youth, or to those who I'm sharing this knowledge with, but also Islamically fact-based. And so having these conversations and strengthening the relationship between the religious scholars and the tech specialists, or even, I don't know, creating a consortium or creating some kind of relationship or conference such as this one, where we have these conversations quite often and we're syncing and collaborating all the time, I think it would be a brilliant way to go forward and really mitigate these challenges and issues.
Thank you, Sayyida Haura. Thank you both tremendously for offering us this little glimpse into a vast world of possibility for our ummah. We as believers, we and practitioners, we sit on the sidelines praying exactly what Sayyida Hawra just mentioned, that the gap between the two sciences, the religious and physical, is closed, and our ulama work together to engage those who are most knowledgeable in their respective fields. I think it would change our world. This discussion between Sayyida Hawra and Sayyid Mahdi was an awesome window into those hopes. And also, maybe our faith depends on it. As we know, if religion or religious dictates are irrelevant and those deriving them are aloof from our reality, it's inevitable that our books will become nothing but collectors of dust that benefit no one. And that's a sad thought and reality that we have to avert. On a very small scale, and we can apply this understanding to our world and science as we celebrate the legacy of Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam. We can remember that he prophetically directed his followers by saying that you must not raise your children in the same manner with which your fathers raised you, for they have been born into a different era than yours. The world advances, and we must strive to understand not only the world, but what our faith teaches us regarding those advancements. As we have a few minutes left, I would like to ask each of you, first Sister and Sayyida Hawra, with some closing remarks, followed by Sayyid Mahdi.
Thank you, Hajj Rada. I have a very small message to all the people who currently feel like we have to choose tech and science over religion, or disregard Islamic rulings because they don't fit the narrative that we're hoping for. I would say make your ideas heard and seen. Share your perspective. Don't expect it to be someone else's problem when you are able to provide very valuable insights and ideas. You know, we have 12 and 13-year-olds who can tell you all about the latest tech, things that I don't have any knowledge or idea about because of how immersed they are and how interested they are and how much how much time they have to spend reading and learning, and the amount of information and data they consume online. So I would say, a message to all our community members, especially the youth: make your voices heard and share those insights because they are valuable. Don't keep them to yourself and then say nobody, people are disregarding my thoughts and ideas. That's my message and my hope, inshallah.
Inshallah. Thank you. Sayyid Mahdi.
I want to thank Dr. Hawra for really bringing this up because I echo her remarks, and the invitation, and I'd reinforce that, the invitation to have Muslims come and work into tech. In fact, she's offered me a job at Facebook before. I gotta say that on the record, which I was very thankful for. But just as a final response, I would say that as we move into the future, hopefully there is more conversation between what one scholar referred to as, he said we have ulama al-nusus, who are text scholars, the ones who spend their life studying the Quran and the Hadith and the textual sciences, and then there are another set of scholars, context scholars, ulama al-waqa'. These are the scholars of the experts in the fields of medicine and technology and AI and all of that good stuff. And there's no such thing as over communicating. We learned that in the business world today. You look at the top leaders in the business world; they're constantly they're over communicating. They're constantly reinforcing their message. They're constantly saying the same thing because you can't say the right thing too many times. So there needs to be continuous collaboration. A lot of the frustration that I get from young people sometimes is that the ulama, they're just not listening. Maybe there's a lot of red tape. Maybe there are a lot of barriers in communication. And the thing that I feel our community wants the most, I don't feel that they need an immediate answer for everything. As long as we maintain conversation and we, as the scholarly class of people, we maintain communication and we stay curious. I think when we stay curious, we give people hope in the stability of our intellectual future. So it's not really about what you know. There's a saying that says, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And if we remain curious and open to conversation and open to collaboration, that will show people that our scholars really care about our intellectual future and about our deen. And so my hope is that we continue to have these conversations and stay curious, because there's a lot to learn with the world that's coming ahead.
Inshallah. So thank you, Sayyid Mehdi. One more revelation before we go. Sister Hawra offered you a job at Facebook. Is there some sort of relationship that we should know about?
Yeah, she's my maternal aunt, and I love her to death.
This is on the record. Like, he's my favorite nephew, so there you go.
And the rest of the nephews had to hear that. Sayyida Hawra, Sayyid Mehdi, thank you so much for all of your brilliance that you shared with us today. We want to thank Sayyid Jawad Qazwini again for putting together this conference, Ummah, Ahlul Bayt TV, and all the sponsors. And we hope that you enjoy the rest of this beautiful conference. Inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
In the United States, I find the intricacies of Islamic law so fascinating. What an informative discussion. As a reminder, keep generating your social media posts with hashtag Imam Ali 2022. Each tag will gain you an entry to our Ziyara raffle, where we cannot wait to present this amazing prize. Our next panel will be moderated by Sister Batul Abdi and panelists Sheikh Muhammad Al-Hilli and Sister Layla Naji will discuss childhood trauma. This topic will take a deep look at the effects of trauma to our youth and how we can approach solutions to this reality. Rise Online has generously partnered with the 2022 Imam Ali Conference. Rise Online is a community-based school educating students in the United States and Canada under the guidance of Maulana Nabi Raza Abidi. I now present to you Sister Batul Abdi, Sheikh Muhammad Al-Hilli, and Sister Layla Naji. Sister Batul.
Books such as Arbaeen the Walk to being an executive director of Noor Islamic Education, which is a UK-based charitable organization. Sister Layla Naji is an expert in mental wellness and has a master's degree in psychology with a focus on marriage and family therapy. She is a professor at the University of Laverne, has a counseling and life coaching business, and is also a certified positive discipline parent educator. Our topic for this panel will be exploring childhood trauma. So Sister Layla, if you could start us off, could you define childhood trauma for us and how it can be caused? Also, how does childhood trauma manifest itself into our everyday lives?
Assalamu alaikum, Sister Batul and Sheikh Muhammad, and thank you very much for that introduction. So childhood trauma is something that really is very common and can happen to anybody and has happened to most of us. Generally, when we hear the word trauma, we think of some catastrophic event, abuse, war, something like that, and those are definitely things that lead to childhood trauma, but also other things such as emotional abuse, bullying, racism can all be things that lead to childhood trauma. Grief, losing a loved one, going through a medical condition, all of these things can lead to childhood trauma, which is one of the reasons why I say, to a certain extent, we have all experienced it in some way. Now, the interesting thing that a lot of people don't know about childhood trauma is that it affects us biologically as well as psychologically. So the effects of the trauma, the emotions, the fear, the insecurities that we feel at the time, they get stored in our body physically as well as in our memory psychologically. So our body physically holds onto those feelings and our memory holds onto it as well. And what happens is that any future events, any of our senses that get triggered and reminded of these childhood traumas will then take us back to how we were feeling at that time. For example, many of you might be familiar with the flight or fight response that your body goes into when you feel threatened or scared in some way. And what happens is when you've experienced trauma, it may be a year later, maybe 5 years later, but you will still continue to be in that state of fight or flight because your body has not learned to regulate its emotions. And even though the trauma may be gone, the threat or whatever it is that might be fearful is no longer present. Your body has now trained itself to be in this permanent state of fight or flight because it's anticipating being under attack. It's anticipating being hurt in some way. And so what that does is it leads to difficulty in all of our relationships. It's very difficult to form friendships or romantic partnerships or even friendships with colleagues in the workplace or fellow students if you're in academics, because we constantly have this sense of mistrust and this feeling that something is going to go wrong or that we can't trust the environment or the people around us. So one of the main things is not being able to regulate your emotions. Now, surprisingly, another thing that people don't know is that there are many physical and medical side effects of childhood trauma. It's been linked with many autoimmune and chronic illnesses. It's been linked with the development of things like diabetes, cancer, and heart disease, and obviously more mental health conditions such as post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, anxiety, obsessive compulsive disorder. And so I think we really minimize the idea of childhood trauma because we think just because it may have happened in childhood, just because it may have happened 10, 20, 30 years ago, sometimes we're not aware that something that can happen 10, 20, 30 years later will take that person right back to that child that they were when they experienced the trauma. And it's very much to do with the senses. If you think sometimes you will be somewhere and you'll smell something or you'll hear a sound and it will take you back to a certain time in your life, that's what trauma can do. You can smell something, touch something, hear something, see someone, and it will immediately trigger those painful and traumatic memories. So it's really something that's ongoing, that has both mental side effects and physical side effects. And it's very important, and I'm very glad that we're having this discussion about it.
Thank you so much for that beautiful answer. Sheikh Al-Hili, how does the Quran guide us to help other traumatized children heal? And how does Imam Ali show us how to face childhood trauma through his own experiences?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. My warm greeting to the respected sisters and all my dear friends and sisters and brothers. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Now, of course, as Sister Layla just eloquently mentioned, I think one of the struggles of the human being is to come to terms with their life experience, especially from a childhood perspective. And I think most people will want to ask why. Why have I actually gone through this? And they start to blame things. They start to blame, for example, certain individuals or where they were and certain situations that they're in. And without a shadow of a doubt, without a proper way of reflecting on it, it will have detrimental impacts in their adulthood life, and even in their spiritual progression, even in their faith. It could really shake their faith and make them doubt a number of things. Now, when we study the biography of these holy individuals, the Holy Prophet, the Imams, peace and blessings be upon them, the Lady of Light, Fatima alayhi salam, we recognize that perhaps majority of them went through some form of childhood trauma, some events that really, you know, perhaps people can relate to, but the way that they dealt with it is certainly important and inspirational for many of us. You look at Karbala, for example, there were a number of children who were there. They witnessed quite horrific scenes. You know, you look at Imam al-Baqir alayhi salam, he was 3 years of age. He was there on the 10th of Muharram on the plains of Karbala. You look at the way the Prophet of Islam, peace be upon him, and his family, his childhood, having lost his own father before he was born, his mother, you know, passes away when he is 6, and so on. Specifically, as this is the conference of Imam Ali alayhi salam, it's interesting to look at this particular holy individual, because many people who love him often remember aspects to do with his life later on in adulthood. But I believe when you study the childhood of Imam Ali alayhi salam, you begin to appreciate what was so special about his adulthood and the excellence that he achieved in his adult life. And one of the things that Imam Ali actually went through was some traumatic experiences. Number one, when it came to him being so young, 13, 14, and having seen the Prophet being pelted constantly with stones and sticks, attacked wherever he went. For example, when they would pray behind the Prophet, they would have things thrown at them. Similarly, they were placed in these sanctions in an area known as Shu'ab Abi Talib, where food was being deprived from them, basic necessities they would not have at all. And Imam Ali alayhi salam is, as well, in his youthful or childhood years, lost his father as well, Abu Talib, who was the main defender of the Holy Prophet and the Muslims at that time. But what Imam Ali alayhi salam did, I think, and this requires much more discussion, but very, very briefly, he, number one, was given a lot of support by the Prophet, peace be upon him, and his family, and there was a deep connection between the Prophet and Imam Ali alayhi salam. So he had someone to turn to, he had someone to kind of rely on as well. So the Prophet would always be there for him. But at the same time, what the Prophet did as well was give him initiatives, was give him some kind of activities or things to himself lead, so that would keep him as well engaged, active, you know, wants to achieve things, constantly positive reinforcement. So for example, the arrangement of this famous declaration of the Prophet when he gathered his family members. Did you know that it was Imam Ali, who was 13 years of age, was given a responsibility to cook for 40 people, right? And to invite those 40 people. Imagine a 13-year-old cooking for 40 people. I know there are many 13, 14-year-olds today who will struggle in frying an egg. But when it came to Imam Ali, he was tremendously, you know, given that major responsibility. And therefore that helped him, you know, grow his personality, grow his particular position when it came to the Prophet of Islam. And the Prophet of Islam knew exactly how to nurture that personality, to give him self-esteem and self-confidence.
Thank you. That was beautiful. The final question for this panel will be, how can we heal ourselves from our childhood trauma? I would love to hear from both of you, but let's start with Sister Leila.
Thank you. I think, honestly, the first step is what we are doing here now, which is talking about and acknowledging the fact that childhood trauma exists. As many of us know, in many, many cultures, the standard practice is don't talk about it, don't mention it, you know, especially negative things, it's private, it's in the family. And the fact that we can all come together and acknowledge that this is something we all go through is really the first step. So as the Sheikh said, the Imam Ali alayhi salam had the support system of the Prophet. So it's very important that we have a support system. Now that can be family if they're open to it, it can be friends, it can be colleagues, and it can be mental health professionals, which are available in abundance and in many different forms, whomever you feel comfortable with. So I think the first thing is naming and acknowledging the fact that you have experienced a trauma, and knowing that you don't have to be defined by it. You can absolutely overcome it. And this is through spirituality, this is through mental health, this can be through medication, it can be through talk therapy, and there are many other alternative therapies. And because there is that physical and biological link, other things such as practicing meditation and yoga, which is obviously for us very close to prayer, are all things that can also help to release the effects of trauma from your body physically. But I think the first step and the most important step is for us to be vulnerable and open and honest and share about our experiences, obviously with people that you feel safe with, and having that hopeful outlook, knowing that, yes, this may be something that will come up and that you will struggle with, but you have many qualities and resilience to be able to overcome it, and many strategies and skills that you can learn from friends, family, therapists, and coaches in order to be able to deal when the effects of this trauma comes up.
Thank you. Sheikh Al-Hili, do you have any words?
Absolutely, and I'm sure as well with SSayyense, if we're given an extra hour, we would fill it with full of practical advice, I'm sure would benefit. But here's the thing, I think one of the most important things for us as believers is understanding the ethos and the background behind why certain things happen. I have a friend who sometimes when he's struck with a suffering or a traumatic experience, he feels saddened, but the moment he hears others are going through it, he feels a sense of ease or some kind of understanding of the background and why it happens. And I think when you look at the philosophy that the religion of Islam has presented and the need for us to display and exhibit submission, taslim, before God the Almighty, when we're later on in adult life and we reflect upon the realization that, for example, God will only make us go through that which we can bear because He's just. So sometimes people think, oh wow, a 7-year-old, 8-year-old, God forbid, is being physically abused. Or another form of, for example, childhood trauma is when people go from the Eastern countries to the Western countries and they see some practices which becomes very difficult, or Islamophobia, or young girls who have to wear hijab and then they're mocked and they're ridiculed, and many other examples, and later on it impacts them. So people ask the question, why is God making me go through this? And the more we unravel the secrets and understand the essence behind it, imagine this amazing story in the Quran of Moses alayhi salam with Khidr involves a childhood traumatic experience, because there's a 14-year-old boy who's pulled aside by Khidr alayhi salam, who's a prophet, and is killed. And so the other children witnessed this. Musa is outraged. Why? This 14-year-old hasn't necessarily done anything wrong. Is this just? Is this really something that can be acceptable? And I think if it was in the world of hadith, there would be many people who will say, no, I can't accept that. But the fact is, in the Quran, we now have to somehow try and understand the basis behind it. So the first thing I would say in dealing with this is to ask, is to investigate, is to speak to learned individuals, to read about the justice of God, about the fact that this world is full of hardships and trials, but the real successful individual utilizes them as a springboard to become better and to improve and to learn from the experiences that necessarily they have actually gone through. The other thing that I think what we have to somehow keep in our minds is, in addition to learning the understanding of acceptance and letting go, because the Quran says, the friends of Allah are the ones who are not saddened about the past or fearful about the future. They live the now, right? So many people carry this baggage, they carry these experiences, understandably, because it's a traumatic experience, and when they see others going through it, it may remind them of what they have actually gone through. But the Islamic recommendation in this particular regard, in addition to what was mentioned about getting support and understanding why certain things happen, is to appreciate that these things happen in life in order for us to be able to progress. They're a springboard for our excellence. And the other thing I think what we have to do is to replace the bad habits with good ones, and to learn, for example, that these things that have happened to us in the past can inspire us to make sure that, for example, it doesn't happen to others. So sometimes people, in terms of, ask the question, what is the closest position a human being can get to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? And I think this is one of the most powerful things in the life of Imam Ali alayhi salam, really, and it's not focused on enough. But you can see his his relationship with Sayyidah Fatima, peace be upon her, who had also quite a difficult childhood in the sense of seeing everything that was happening around her, was this, in the idea that we channel all that we have in the process of serving others, acts of kindness, doing good deeds in society, making a positive difference. And what that does is, in addition to the physical healing that it helps us do, because then we're feeling, you know what, I'm making a difference. Yes, I went through something, for example, that was quite traumatic in my life, but today I'm making this past and I am actually doing something that will help others. And you'll feel amazing, because the Quran, the Hadith tells us that's the closest position that a human being gets to Allah, when they place happiness in the hearts of others. And the breeze that we feel happiness, that apparently comes from paradise. And final point I'd mention very, very quickly in this particular regard is the importance of, you know, society or community coming together in providing platforms for people who've gone through these experiences to be able to open up and to share in support of others. Society, unfortunately, and sometimes our communities are very judgmental. They're very quick to say, oh, why, and so on and so forth. And people are afraid to talk about their past experiences, but we need to be able to utilize what they've gone through in terms of helping others who may be suffering at the same time.
MashaAllah, thank you. Hearing how Imam Ali, also known as the father of orphans, faced his adversities can teach us patience, generosity, and courage. So thank you to both Sister Layla Naji and Sheikh Muhammad Al-Hilli for your insightful words and how you expanded on childhood trauma and how it can affect people and how we can learn to face it as well. It was a delight moderating this event. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Some of the most difficult conversations involve our youth and children. This panel truly put childhood trauma into perspective, and we all truly benefited from this discussion. As Sister Layla said, and it's so true, having a conversation and acknowledgement is truly the first step to eliminating stigma. Staying course with the younger generation, our next topic will be premarital dating. My dear brother, San Sharara, and sister, Hida Haidar, will discuss premarital dating, an important topic, especially in our ever-growing and socially connected world. Brother Hussein Sajjad Hussein from Ahlul Bayt TV will moderate this panel. And for my brothers and sisters looking for that special match, please visit our partner, MeetTheOne.org. MeetTheOne.org is committed to bringing professional single Muslims together with the intention of finding that perfect life partner. Speaking of partners, I gotta say, Brother Hussein Sharara, he was my tennis partner, but his performances recently might open me up to some new auditions. Hussein and Haira, I look forward to your discussion. Brother Hussein, please take it away.
We're good to start. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum to our global viewers and welcome back to this enlightening Imam Ali conference. I am delighted to moderate our next session, tackling the topic of premarital dating, with our esteemed panel, Sister Hira Haider and Brother Hussein Sharara. Assalamu alaikum to you both, and thank you for joining us.
Walaikum assalam. Thank you for having me.
Walaikum salam, brother. Thank you for this opportunity.
Let me first begin by introducing Sister Hira, who is a Toronto-based journalist, motivational speaker, and a mental health advocate. Hira, can you briefly explain what premarital dating is, and is it wrong to engage in this practice as Muslims?
Premarital dating is definitely not permissible in Islam, as common as the practice is in today's day and age. And how I would personally define it is investing one's emotions into a relationship which does not come under the sanctity of a nikah, a permissible relationship between a man and a woman.
So tell me about, in terms of the current situation of the youth as you know it in Canada. Of course, you are a social media influencer. I'm sure you are aware of what happens among the youth in Canada. Can you share about this particular practice and what you know of it when it comes to premarital dating?
Like I had said before, that it has become a very, very common practice, and to the extent that it's been so normalized that regardless of however you seem to look as a Muslim, we know in today's day and age that Muslims can have a beard, they cannot have a beard. Some girls wear hijab, some girls don't. There's an assumption that girls who cover or wear hijab, they will never indulge in premarital dating. Or men who go to the mosque very regularly and are active members within the community, they're not going to engage in premarital dating. However, this is very wrong. It happens so often that every other individual that you come across, may they be in your mosque, may it be somebody who you are going to school or university with, they are engaging in premarital dating. And I think the media also plays a major role in this. As a journalist, personally, all the research that I've conducted, it all comes down to the fact that the media does influence an individual's psychology. And because dating is so normalized and it's a part of the Western culture, that when you keep absorbing those media messages, you yourself as an individual, despite growing up in a Muslim household, believe that, you know, this is something ordinary. This is something very natural.
Absolutely. And I love the point you brought up regarding the media applying pressure on youths today to engage in this practice. And I'll speak about that later on in our conversation. But before we get to that, Brother Hussein Sharara, I'd like to bring you into the conversation. You are a counselor who focuses primarily on marriage and pre-marriage counseling. In your opinion, Brother Hussein, I guess it is very common among the Muslim community especially that premarital dating occurs behind closed doors or in situations where most parents are unaware and uninvolved until the child is ready for marriage. What are your thoughts on this? And in your opinion, when should parents actually get involved in the relationship of their children?
Well, as a counselor, one of the things that I deal with a lot is heartbreak. And one of the most traumatic things an individual as a teenager, especially in their early 20s, is going through heartbreak. Their passions, their visions of the future just go away because their body just takes over the mind. And when somebody says, I no longer love you, how did we get to that state? It's usually because parents are not involved. I was recently at a restaurant and I'm an intuitive counselor. So I told my wife, I think our waitress went through a traumatic heartbreak. She says, don't ask her. So she came back and I said, look, I can't help myself. My background's in behavioral science. Did you just get out of a traumatic relationship? And I bet you didn't tell your dad. And there was a pause and then she just started to cry. And then I told her, okay, when we went about 20 minutes, we gave her some advice. And I said, if this man would have known that your dad was in the loop, would he have taken advantage of you? If you would have told him, you want to speak to me, you first have to speak to my parents. Why? My parents are protecting me. And we become so vulnerable, especially women, when a man says, we will later, we'll get to it. They're not, because if they're not willing to do it at the moment, then there's a chance that you're taking advantage. And why would we want to take advantage of our parents? So the common logic you should say is that individual is willing to speak to me behind my parents' back and behind their parents' back. And if I get in a relationship and one day I get married to them and nobody loves them better than their mother, then imagine one day what they're willing to do to what they're willing to do to me if they betrayed their mom by going behind their back. They'll go behind my back. Thus why we have a 50% divorce rate in Dearborn. And what's one of the biggest issues? Cheating. Going behind the spouse's back. Every week I'm hearing about it. Why? From a young age, like the sister said elegantly, society and the media has made this acceptable, that this is the way to find joy and love. But unfortunately, we think we need love outside of us to feel joy. We need some relationship outside of us to feel joy. You don't need it. You're already it. But if you are dependent on a relationship to feel joy, just like you're dependent on wealth to feel abundant, you will always get hurt by that thing. Well, Allah has created a system. You first love yourself. Learn the difference between egoic love and divine love. And then you will attract somebody. So the simplest way of doing it, write 3 characteristics you want to attract in somebody. And you know, Hajj Hassanin always talks about wisdom, positive character, compassion. And then look at it every day and say, I'm going to attract somebody that's like this. How? I'm going to be like this. I'm never going to go after my parent, go do something against my parents' will, because I don't want my husband and I don't want my kids to go behind my back. So therefore, I'm not going to go behind my parents' back. The key in premarital dating, in premarital getting to know somebody, is making sure your parents are in the loop, or else you will be taken advantage of most of the time.
I think the argument or the fear is that if parents are involved at a very young age, or at the beginning, but I'm saying, I think the fear is that parents will reject that relationship.
Yeah, but so you need to build that relationship with your parents. So when I do relationship tests with spouses, I do a lot of premarital counseling, and it saves 8 out of 10 marriages. Every scholar, every sheikh, I believe, before they marry somebody, they should do premarital counseling, do a relationship test. We just did one here in this retreat. How open are you? How do you resolve conflicts? You make sure you have the best relationship with your parents. What do? We have a bad relationship with my father, so I have resentment. So now I'm going to attract somebody. You're not going to see the flags because of that misplaced resentment. Try your best to fix those relationships before you jump onto another one. If your ship is sinking, why would you jump onto somebody else's ship and try to save it? Fix those relationships. Most people use that as an excuse to go to another relationship by keeping it a secret. Allah doesn't accept that. Allah says you have a problem, you don't run away from it. Figure out what are your parents' love languages, because they have a culture that said this is wrong. But Imam Ali alayhi salam says if you're raising your kids the same way you were raised, we're going to lose them. But so many youth are coming up with their own logic why they should go in a relationship. Try to fix that relationship before you jump into another one.
Speaking of parents and culture, let me get back to Hira. Hira, as I understand it, you are currently not married. Would you say that parents and cultural norms are making it difficult for individuals to get married? What are the challenges facing youths today when it comes to finding a suitable spouse?
This is a topic which I oftentimes speak about because, of course, being in the loophole of where my parents are looking for a right match and having friends who are going through the same thing, sometimes I feel like especially as a woman, I cannot speak on a man's behalf, but as a woman, I feel like if my friends and I were to sit together and collect our specific anecdotes of stories from our matchmaking culture, we could write a book. It is quite unfortunate that Muslims, and let's narrow it down, the followers of the Ahlul Bayt alayhi salam, there is a lot of lying, there is a lot of deceit which occurs within our matchmaking culture. I mean, the profile system that's there that rotates, there are lies which are written, which you find out after a girl and a guy are way into talking, after their parents have said, okay, yes, we believe that this match is right, it's clicking, the families are clicking, let the guy and girl have a conversation on their own. And then everything unravels. And then either the guy or the girl, they come up and they go like, whoa, this is not what we had expected. This is not the image that was portrayed to us. So when such incidents happen, very naturally, youngsters, they are very disheartened that, is this the sanctity of marriage? Is this how things are supposed to be? Premarital dating seems a whole lot easier. And unfortunately, I have seen a lot of cases where in university, very mature couples, Islamic individuals who are following Islam, they find an interest in an individual, and despite having a strained relationship with their parents, they muster up the courage, they go up to their parents, they talk about them, and the parents just shut them down. No. But why? Because I said so. How can you expect youth then to even, consider marriage according to what their parents are choosing for them? I'm not saying it's wrong. Sometimes the best of marriages are arranged, but sometimes parents put that pressure on the youth that, it's either what we say or you don't get married at all. And that's where heartbreak arises as well. That two individuals who want to get married and indulge in a halal relationship, they're being shut down for no reasons whatsoever. Also, another thing for premarital dating, I feel like even before a guy and a girl get the chance to meet, the profiles which are rotating, they're just being collected. Albums and albums of specifically girls are being collected. And it's not even reaching the good guys. The good guys have no idea what their mothers are up to. It's terribly, terribly sad. I'm not saying all women are like that. There are some great women out there who are doing excellent work for matchmaking, but majority of the time, this is the case. This is another reason why a lot of men...
Sorry to cut you off here. Let me just read out a stat, right? And I would love to get Brother Hussein's intake on this.
Go ahead.
According to a recent study that was taken by Statistic Brain, a very reputable organization, they found out that 53.25% of marriages worldwide are arranged. And among them, the divorce rate is only 6.3%. This is significantly lower than the divorce rate in America, which is 40%, where conventional dating is prominent and encouraged. So, Hussein, I would like to get your thoughts on this, based on what Hira is saying, and based on what this stat is saying, and also based on your real-life scenarios that you come across on a day-to-day basis. Is this proof enough that our youths can take comfort in allowing their elders or matchmaker to arrange their marriage?
The whole notion that if marriages work out, if it's arranged or not, for me, it's the basis of love. So what is love? Like when you meet somebody, what is the moment that you fell in love with them? You won't be able to tell that person. You don't know. But you know it's a string of moments where that person was consistent and truthful in giving and forgiving. When they felt bad, you felt bad for them. And when they were happy for them. So I don't care if it's arranged or not arranged. If both partners have those characteristics, then Allah will put love in their hearts. But you can never, if anybody says, you want to marry, yeah, I'm in love, and they just met him. Well, when did you, 2 weeks ago, I know he's the one. So you don't even know anything about the person. And then then you see the egoic side of him that you didn't see before, because when you got married, nobody taught you how to deal with that. What true love is, they thought it was always the butterfly feelings. So as long as it has that notion of taqwa, God consciousness, I don't care if it's arranged or not arranged. If it's arranged and both parents say you guys might be a good fit, there has to be some level of obviously knowing each other, because Islamically there's rules to that as well. And for me, it's all on the parents. If the parents are strict, like the sister was saying, so parents, if you want your kids to be in healthy relationships, do a relationship with your spouse. See what level you're at and say, what can I do to improve? And I promise you, if you improve that, your kids will see it and they'll subconsciously improve as well. So many parents want great things for their kids, but they themselves are in bad places in life. So that's why when we tell our kids to pray, but we're unhappy as parents, our kids are going to stop praying. If we wear a hijab and we're unhappy, our kids are going to take off hijab because they're looking at that and say, why would I want that? Mom, why would I want your advice? You're getting yelled at every day by dad. You wake up complaining to him. We need to take the responsibility of our actions, and then your kids will change. You change your personality. We want our kids to change, and then we'll feel happy. We call that abuse.
So let me just get back to Hira's predicament here. So Hira's predicament is that matchmakers aren't being truthful, they're not being honest. At the same time, premarital dating is haram, it's incorrect in Islam. So Hira, in your opinion, what should one do? Where should one turn to?
Primarily, if you feel like you are building an interest in an individual, you know how they always say that be very mindful of where you're investing your energy, regardless of whether it's your family, it's your friends. The same goes for a relationship. If you feel like a friendship is turning into a relationship, you need to be mindful of the kind of energy you are investing. So first of all, you need to question the concept of love. Even before you love your parents or you love yourself or your family or your friends, you have to love Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You have to love the Ahlul Bayt alayhi salam. When you love someone, you want to become like them. It's a struggle. We are all battling with our conscience and we're all on our own spiritual journeys. So it's very difficult that with regards to the concept of love, when you are trying to follow the path of faith, you do stumble. But you should always consider the fact that if I'm investing my energy in a human being, emotional energy, am I pleasing the human being and completely disregarding my creator? Because human beings can deceive you. Human beings can hurt you. They can turn their back on you. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will not do that. So if you do have this thought in your mind that, yes, I am interested in someone, I do want to get married to them, but my actions, are they going against what my God wants? If that's the case, then I've noticed this majority of the time, relationships are strained. Even if the couple ends up getting married, there are a lot of issues which are prevalent. So at the end of the day, whenever you begin a relationship, whenever you are investing in it, be mindful of the commandments that your God has set to you to follow, that Allah has said to you to follow.
So let's ask Brother Hussein. Of course, he deals with this on a day-to-day basis. Brother Hussein, in the interest of time, we have under 2 minutes left. What would you say are the do's and don'ts when it comes to premarital dating?
For me, before I say that real quick, exactly what she said, just to emphasize that point. You don't attract what you want, you attract what you are. So if you want something, you make sure you are those and write them down. And then in regards to, go to a mosque, we get people married probably once a month, either through our book clubs or at WISE or at the events that we're holding out. Go to those places. Don't go to negative places expecting positive results. And you asked, what was the question?
Do's and don'ts of premarital dating. Of course, it's inevitable.
Do not do things behind your parents' back. Win their hearts, earn their trust. Figure out a way. If it's not your mom or dad, that person needs to know. As soon as that lady at the restaurant, I said, go tell your dad everything. A month later, comes back. She wanted to try to hug me. She said, oh my God, I built a relationship with my dad. He was so understanding. I thought he was going to judge me. Most of our thoughts of what we think our parents are going to think are wrong. And we end up getting manipulated by some guy. And then you're in my office crying because you got ghosted. Or you got manipulated to send a picture that he served. And now you want to commit suicide. Anticipate problems when you start something. Make sure the people who love you the most are there to protect you. Don't go behind their parents' back. It ends up with broken hearts and broken promises. And that person will never come back and won't even lose sleep over you. Be very careful.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Brother Hussein Sharara and Sister Hira Haider, for joining us at the Imam Ali Conference 2022. It's been a pleasure to moderate this panel. May Allah keep you safe and healthy, inshallah, and I wish you the best in your careers.
Thank you.
And thank you very much to all our dear viewers for watching the channel. And of course, please do stay tuned for the Imam Ali Conference as we continue to the next panel. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam. Thank you.
أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي مولى علي.
They asked me about the one who was born in the Kaaba, the one who was named Haidar, the first man to believe in Rasulullah, who slept in the bed of the messenger, the Harun to Ahmed's Musa, the wielder of Dhul Fiqar, the mountain of Uhud, and the conqueror of Badr, the conqueror of Khaybar, who made Fatima's heart flutter, who stood on Ahmed's shoulders to break the idols of idolaters. The Mawla after the Mawla, the one struck in his prayer, who'd offer his killer water, who declared he was successful and splits heaven and hellfire. I replied, Is there anything left to ask? Is there anything left to ask about the one who with just one hand
Al-Qounter is a humanitarian project for hundreds of widows and orphan children in Iraq. For just £30 per month, an orphan will be provided with a monthly allowance of food, clothing, education, as well as other basic necessities. Donate now. Together, we can make them smile again.
IT Business Solutions, Axia Computer Systems. Our services range from networking security, web design and support, hardware procurement, software development, internet services, design and planning. Contact us today on 01923 333 111 or visit our website. Axia, your local IT business solutions.
It's here, the world's best Islamic board game, Quest for Jannah. Travel the world and visit the great mosques. Collect deeds on your journey. Learn Islam in a fun and educational game. Quest for Jannah is fun for the whole family. Take a mystery card, answer a question, hone your trading skills. It's a game of luck, a game of learning. Quest for Jannah teaches and entertains. Quest for Jannah, the world's best Islamic board game.
Ask the millions that yearn his dome of the secret of this warrior. Ask the battle within his heart, the nafs that was never superior. Ask the two prongs of Dhul Fiqar, of the oneness of its master. Ask his lover of heaven, for they know the sweetness of the hereafter. Ask with an open heart, and let your heart be filled with him. Then you may ask your heart of this wealth of love deep within. Ask Ali of Ali, because Ali is still living. Ask Muhammad of...
Thank you for that informative discussion. As our holy prophet, peace be upon him, has taught us, marriage constitutes half of your religion. To my single brothers and sisters in the audience, there is no time better than now. Speaking of now, I'd like to congratulate my brother Muhammad, who recently began the marriage process. Also, let's use this opportunity to share Imam Ali 2022, hashtag Imam Ali 2022, with our social media friends. The raffle at the end of our conference is a remarkable trip to the ziyarah. I am gaining my entries right now. Moving into a technological subject, our next panel is moderated by Brother Ali Abbas Herji and features a discussion on artificial intelligence with panelists Mahdi Rida and Ashur Jafri. For this topic, Brothers Mahdi and Ashur will discuss the security of our digital future. For those wanting to know more about NFTs, cryptocurrency, and much, much more, this is the topic for you. The Az-Zahra Islamic School in New Jersey has partnered with the Imam Ali Conference. Through their generosity, the Az-Zahra School has truly brought together the teachings of our faith with strong, knowledgeable instruction. Now off to Ali, Mahdi, and Ashur. Take it away, gentlemen.
It was the summer of 2014 when I was sitting with my then CEO, Dr. Darren Graham, a well-known mathematician both in Canada and New Zealand. And while we were having coffee together, he said something to me about AI. He said, Ali, people will fear AI simply because a day will come when a computer looks at you and says, dear human, not only can I do what you do, I can do it better. Let's talk about that fear for a moment. My name is Ali Hirji. I'm a PhD candidate, and I'm also working at a variety of academic institutions in Canada in both AI and cybersecurity. And my guests today are two individuals who are going to help us look on the other side of fear. Ever heard of the line, everything that we hope for, everything that we aspire to is on that other side of fear. Let's look beyond the fear with AI, and let's look at how we can secure our digital futures as a community with AI. As you heard in the session before me, Sister Milani, I believe, had said, AI is the new electricity. Let's talk about what else can we power in our communities with this new electricity beyond all fear. I'm first going to ask Asher Jaffrey to introduce himself. This individual, I've spent many a time with him at many conferences, often is very silent, but I'll tell you one thing, that silence is very loud, and you're about to hear it. Asher, welcome, and please introduce yourself, and why is this session important to you?
Thank you very much, Ali, for a fantastic introduction. My name is Asher Jaffrey. I'm a public servant within a Canadian municipality, working hand in hand to define what the next generation of public service means, not only for Canada, but creating mutual partnerships above and beyond the borders that we work in. AI has tremendous potential where, as a community, but looking at the last couple of years and where we are moving forward, a new pioneer, it is absolutely vital to use AI in a nutshell and disrupt that continuum of re-looking at where we are coming from and where we need to go as a community. There is vital potential of recognizing the force that this particular domain has, ensure that it has a sense of longevity for our community now and for generations to come after us. And with that, I'll say that now is the time, and I'm very happy and fortunate that we're having this conversation, and I'm joined by such amazing individuals like yourself and Mehdi.
When people ask you when is the time, the answer is always the time is now. So thank you so much for that, Asher. Looking forward to the discussion. My next panelist is someone who has grown through a variety of companies, a variety of startups, and led a number of tech startups through a lot of successful paths. He's seen the pain, but as they say, growing is painful. Mehdi, welcome, and continuously growing in this conference as well. Thank you for all of your support in making this conference happen as well. Mehdi, please introduce yourself and tell our audience, why is this subject particularly important to you?
Thank you, Ali. Salam, everyone. My name is Mehdi Reza from cold Toronto, Canada. I'm the founder of CyberX. We are involved in cybersecurity recruitment, training, gamification, building community, creating content. One of our business models is putting cybersecurity events. We host events with partners like IBM, Microsoft, Deloitte, PwC, et cetera, et cetera. Now, here's an interesting fact. We have had the honor to host this year's Imam Ali conference. So first of all, I do want to thank all those involved, especially Hussein from Ehbet TV, who brought this opportunity to us. I also want to thank SSayyense for trusting us to really put on the production of this event named after the commander of the believers. Lastly, I want to thank both of you, Asher and Ali, for being a part of this important topic.
Thank you very much, Mehdi. And you know what, in extension of the thanks, I'll also do a shout out to the team behind the scenes running the production. I might miss a few names, but two individuals that really stand out to me, Alvina for putting us all together, but also Jordan and Adi. A reminder that Imam Ali is beyond race, religion, and creed, and caste, and every other social construct that you can think of. So thank you very much, Mehdi. Mehdi, you said a word there around content, and I do believe content is king and queen. At one of your conferences, I believe it was Central One, that said, let's not just dump data, let's dump context. Data is the fuel of AI. Mehdi, I want to start with you. From a data perspective, within our Shia communities, what kind of data do we have for us to work with from an AI perspective?
Great question. So let's take a step back. First of all, we are living in the information age. Mankind has lived through various ages. Just like I just said right now, the most valuable commodity in the world is no longer oil, it's data. Now, everyone uses the internet, whether it's social, education, business, et cetera, et cetera. And for the viewers, I just wanted to take a very quick second here and explain AI. So AI is a collection of technologies that excel at extracting insights and patterns from the large sets of data. So let me give you an example. Google has a collection of large sets of data. Today, I went on Google Trends and I typed up the word Imam Ali. Now you can see how many times it was searched, which country, what keywords, et cetera, et cetera. And by the way, on a side note, Ali and Usher, when I did the search this morning about Imam Ali, guess which place in the world searched the most about Imam Ali?
North America.
Balochistan, surprisingly. Guess what city? Guess what city?
Now this is a geography class that I'm not ready for, Matt. You're putting me on the spot.
Quetta. So, you know, if you run a search, and again, this is all data, right? Collection of large sets of data all being put together. And an interesting thing, the search that they were looking for were quotations of Amir al-Mu'mineen. So this is just a simple tool to explore and give you a glimpse on how AI is used. Now, we as a community, as the lovers of Amir al-Mu'mineen, have to work together to start parsing publications such as writing, literature, online, video, text, audio, majlises, latmiyat, go on and on and on and on. Now, this technology exists, and we have AI to really secure our digital future. And Ali, I'm going to say one more thing before I pass this on. The greatest treasure we have is Imam Ali. His hadiths, his battles, his du'as, his words exist in data on the internet. We need to take these precious pieces, bring them to a central repository to give the future generation access to the most valuable thing in the world right now, which is data. And to end it off, we have the best data in the world, and that is the name of Ali.
Very interesting that you ended on that note. I see a comment on YouTube, one of the different places where you can watch this conference, where somebody says AI just needs L in the middle to become perfect. So good play. We'll put that on a t-shirt at the end of the conference. Usher, let's work a little bit for the next 2 minutes with data. You take a very cultural look at AI as well. And you've been talking a lot about, while growing up, let's say in the Middle East, in Pakistan, and even in Canada, of the libraries within the Imam Bargas, within the mosque, that contain audio cassettes of majalises. For example, a good one you can take is Rashid Turabi, a well-known orator who's been studied by Michael Nijawan and numerous other scholars across North America. From your perspective, what do you think we should be doing with some of these pieces that even, for example, predate partition?
That's a fantastic question. And I think there's ample opportunity to really look at what we need to do to sustain and cultivate our culture when it comes to preserving knowledge that's stored in textbooks sitting in library shelves across the world, and especially in the centers that we have here. Again, every time you go to a center, you have the option of buying a particular book. But I go back to Mehdi's point there about the Google Trends and a person searching quotations from Imam Ali, leveraging Google. Now, imagine all the text that is sitting in the shelves, gathering dust, pressed clean every now and then, leveraging OCR, optical character recognition, making sure that those books, the newest version as well as the old, are published online in a central catalog, and provides a validity of, hey, this is a score that the text that you're getting is authentic, is referenced against certain other text references. And as soon as that model picks up, hey, these texts are coming from an authentic source, and a person looking at that can sit with a level of comfort saying, not only I know this source is accurate, I can back up my factual statements by referring to the source, and it's all contained within the context of a digital era without taking a step into another building, making sure that we are far away from the time and eras where people would just go burn books down, because these books are now digital. They are in that capacity and they become immortal. So there is tons and tons of opportunity to take not only text, but the digital aspects of recorded conversation, majlises, sermons, supplications that have been again recited by well-known, absolutely phenomenal individuals like Rashid Turabi himself, and have them available to the next generation of individuals. Apply natural learning and translate that from, let's say, a native language from Urdu to English, Farsi, English, Arabic, English. Those things are available. We just need to tap on those resources and making them available to the next generation.
I think you're absolutely right, and making such data available to the corpus of academia would be extremely important. You know, one thing that you mentioned during our pre-session chat was the possibility of taking, for example, some of the recitations and understanding the way in which language has evolved. Many of you have seen words like guru make it into the English language. Other words slowly make it as well. And how does that transition happen? Looking and using at AI and NLP, for example, could allow us not only to contribute within our own communities, but also contribute to language as we understand it. So Usher, thank you for that. Usher, there's something that you mentioned there about let's try something new. And Mahdi, nobody knows anything about trying anything new and innovating and being creative like you. There's no creativity or innovation without failure. One of the things that you've done in the recent past is you've made knowledge in AI more accessible. Can you tell us a little bit about those tabletop exercises you've started rolling out? And why do you think things like that could be used, for example, in our Islamic schools, in our madrasas, or with our seniors? Mahdi?
Yes, great question. One of the challenges that I think we all face as parents is how do we get our children involved in education? And we know we have some great resources out there that are amazing. However, one of the things that we do here at CyberX is we build out cybersecurity games. So we gamify the education. So it's no longer where you're teaching, you're actually learning. There are ways that we can incorporate tools such as Unreal Engine and tools, for example, that we've built out and other organizations have built out where we can teach children and adults through gamification. And what we're doing is really, we're taking a little bit of AI, we're taking a little bit of data, we're smashing it together, we're getting the information that we need, we're parsing it together, and we're able to now efficiently and effectively educate based on the skill level. So I'll take a quick example. For example, let's say if you were to take the story of Amir al-Mu'mineen and his birth, there's a way that it's taught right now, which is you can turn on YouTube, you can read a book, you can et cetera, and those are all great, and those are all very important. We know our youths are into gaming. How do you bring that into education? And there's ways and methodologies to do that, and this is something that we're definitely exploring.
Very important. Our imams have always reminded us to teach us to learn. And I think that's what's happened, is that as a result of doing lots of learning, lots of teaching, you yourself, I know you're very humble, you didn't mention, but you yourself have started teaching at Senegal College, if I'm not mistaken. And I think that's an important reminder as well. The more we involve ourselves with these technologies, the more we can also get involved in mainstream academia and start to share some of our knowledge. Usher, let's stay on this aspect because, we've spoken a little bit about AI. I see one question that's come in about, one was about how do we secure data, but before that, there was a question on, has there ever been, or is anybody looking at building a Shia setup in the metaverse? I think right now, that question is something that we can come to, but Usher, I believe that blockchain would be an interesting discussion for us, perhaps for the next conference. Blockchain is mathematical proof that something happened, and we can certainly bring up that discussion. But for now, there is nobody that I know of that is building within the metaverse. That is a bit of a different discussion. Usher, I want to come back to you on security. You being in enterprise security, you've also been looking at how could we within our communities use some good cybersecurity, AI practices, forecasting and prediction in very difficult political times, in times of Islamophobia, for example. How could we use security and AI to, let's say, boost the perimeter around our mosques, around the imam bargas? Usher, your perspective, please.
I think that's a fantastic question, building on Mehdi's conversation. Again, looking at how we preserve this cultural context and leverage the technology that we have on our hands. Every single center that we know has some sort of a digital footprint, whether that's a public website, their closed circuit television system. There is a lens of physical security, but you can only amplify that with leveraging digital tools and technology, especially AI. It does not, and I question personally that why have not centers taken on this opportunity of tying in their tabletop exercises from the corporate realm onto the center? Why have not we explored how will a center react, proactively respond to a cyber threat? Someone defacing their website, someone hacking their CCTV footage, the residents' information that's there. Again, we call it a CRM system, but again, for the sake of this conversation, we're going from customers to moment relationship management systems. It's a repository of information, whether that's very personal, historical generation coming to the same center, and God forbid if that information is tainted, lost, stolen, huge financial, reputational impact to the organization. So I think the conversation is now, the fact that we're talking about this is taking on this opportunity, leveraging some of the aspects that Mehdi presents, gamification, but bringing in that to the mindset of community leaders that are now passing the baton on to the next generation. Understand that concern and the threat landscape is very real, but the tools are there to amplify and kind of take on this lead. Again, we're the believers of Amir al-Mu'mineen, so that faith allows us to take on these tools and defend our integrity, whether that's the physical realm as well as the digital realm.
Absolutely. And I think one of the biggest mistakes we've made as a community in the world of security is thinking that we're too small of a target. But if anything we've learned over the last couple of years, it is we are a very precious target on a variety of elements. So thank you, Usher, for that. Gentlemen, we have about 3.5 minutes to go before closing statements. And Mehdi, there's a question that's come in. And the question is, Mehdi, have you seen any AI bots, for example, that can help you answer a question related to fiqh? Anything that you've seen online? Nothing at all, eh, Mehdi?
From what I've seen nothing. One of the things that I know we've been talking about is how we can incorporate AI when it comes to learning disabilities. And I know, Usher, we talked about this a couple of times now, and how do we incorporate that? We know that the technology exists. How do we incorporate it? How do we give it machine learning so it understands when the use of the word haydar or words that are more used in our culture that a sign language interpreter may have some difficulty with? How do we bring those things in? And Usher, I know you wanted to quickly touch on this as well.
Absolutely. I think that's a fascinating point, because one of the things that I personally observe is the centers here within the GTA have a tendency for the first 10 days, because that's where the majority of the volume of folks come in. They have the ASL interpreter there, bringing the mics down in different language contexts to people that have their different disabilities and challenges. That is where the opportunity comes in, because we train again, that's natural language processing, to take culture appropriate words such as, again, there's tons of content within the Masaib as well as the Fazail that can be converted to assist person, again, that's breaking down to ASL. But then the conversation goes further. People that have learning disabilities amplify that learning with artificial intelligence, but at the same time, people that have visual disabilities, bringing it down to some audible reference that takes a real-time translation off a speaker into the person in the visual language, and making sure that they can benefit like any other native speaker sitting in the majlis.
Amir al-Mu'mineen says knowledge is the root of all good, and clearly with your knowledge you're putting it to very good effect. Gentlemen, I'm going to give you 30 seconds each to make a closing comment, and in that closing comment I'm going to ask you to throw in a quote, a saying, or something with which you would like to leave our audience with. Mehdi, we'll start with you. 30 seconds.
Wow, that's putting me on the clock. Ali, so I'm going to tell you something that I'm very interested to hear your response on, since you're a connoisseur of literature. So for me, I guess the quote would be, and it's, I don't know if it's a quote or a line, or probably there's no word to describe it. Assalamu alayka ya Abu Abdullah. And to me, I feel that this quote or this line or this magnificent word is an answer to everything. It brings that which is far and near. It blows letters into the soul that gives calm and serenity, and it is just the flag of guidance for the universe. So that is what I'm going to close with.
Every drop that falls for Abu Abdullah is an ocean, and each drop is important to us. So I would agree with you, and thank you for sharing that quote, because I think for our audience it tells you no matter how little of a knowledge base you might have in AI and security, there's always something in it that you can do. Mehdi also had founded a very important hashtag called #WeAreCyber, and it brings people together, because whether you're a security professional or an AI professional like Usher, and maybe an amateur like myself, or you're somebody who's in the field of religion, for example, you have something to offer to the space of cyber and AI. Imam Hussain took whatever you could give on that day. That's a very important quote, Mehdi. Usher, final 30 seconds to you, my friend. You got to beat that from Mehdi. Pressure's on.
Thank you very much. Again, I cannot possibly top that up, but I'll say this. This is a quote that is embedded on my workstation, and it literally pays homage and sentiment to this particular conversation. It is a quote by Imam Ali alayhi salam, where he said, "Listen and ponder, observe and recognize, and extract lessons from historical account." Now, everything that we do from an AI security perspective combines that together, because digital allows us to hit all three portions and ensures that we have longevity moving forward as a community.
Absolutely. And I would say that if, as Mehdi likes, if I was a betting guy, I would say Usher won that prize on the final piece. But you know what? No competition there. Well played to both of you. But thank you, number one, on a weekend, for taking your time, for being good sports, and within 20 minutes really mobilizing a very interesting conversation. Now, I was thinking about how should we conclude, and I saw a question that came in where an individual said on YouTube, I find the internet to be a very destructive space. And you know what? I actually would agree with you from an AI perspective. Indulge me for my 2 rupees in my closing 30 seconds. I'll tell you one thing, that many folks who work in the space of AI have probably heard of a term called singularity. And suddenly everyone seems to think that AI is all-knowing, which is a very dangerous path. Many academics, for that matter, I would know, tend to think of themselves as being very omnipotent. But in the words of my mentor, who I always choke up when I remember him, because I used to sit on my father's lap listening to his majalises, Allāmah Talib Johri, 1997, Nishtar Pak, Shab-e Ashur, if I'm not mistaken, in front of the Karachi government, the Pakistani government that was oppressing Shias at the time, he said something very powerful. He said, "What are you so in awe of your shaking wooden chairs? The only chair that matters is wasi'a kursiyuhu samawati wal arz." The chair that is above the throne right there, where, in my humble opinion, we saw and found Ali and nobody else. I thank you all for taking the time for joining us. And I remind you of what Imam Ali said, where knowledge needs action. Let's all take action to secure our digital futures. Take care, everybody, and enjoy the next session. Mehdi, Asher, you guys were pros. It was enjoyable having you.
Likewise. Thank you very much.
Mehdi and Usher, thank you for that great conversation. I truly learned a ton about this growing field. Our technological reality is constantly evolving. Also, you heard from Brother Mehdi Reza that he is the founder of CyberX. We owe many thanks to the long hours and hard work put in by team members Jordan, Fatima, Adi, and Mehdi, as the entire CyberX crew was integral in bringing this conference to you today. Thank you very much, CyberX. For our next segment, Brother Ali Culture will conduct a poetry session, sharing with us an exciting oration. Ali Culture is an amazing and talented artist, and I cannot wait to hear what he has in store for us. Al Isra is one of the first hijab shops to open in Canada. It provides a unique variety of hijab essentials and other great products. Thank you to Al Isra for your generous support of the Imam Ali Conference. Take it away, Ali.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ali Culture. I'm an artist in Northern Virginia, and I was honored to get the opportunity to do a track for the Imam Ali Conference this year. I'm extremely humbled and grateful for the opportunity, and I really reflected on which direction to go and how to represent for the topic that is so meaningful and has so many different ways that you could approach the idea. And the ultimate path that I found was one of the titles that Imam Ali Islam had, which was he was the father of orphans. And it's talked about often what he did for orphans throughout the city of Kufa, and in general. I wanted to kind of shed light on a modern day aspect of how many orphans are still in the world, and what he stood for, what he represented, how it's still so relevant for today. The song's titled No Role Model. That's what the song is titled. But it's actually a salute to Imam Ali, because it's a tribute to the father of orphans. And the first line of the song is no role model in the flesh, so we had to choose. Buried out in Najaf is the only father that we ever knew. Just to represent that at the end of the day, you know, what he stood for, what, you know, his life entailed, and everything that, you know, we've been taught and been blessed to read about, still helps to this day anyone that is under that umbrella to have a role model. So I'm very grateful for that, and I want to say thank you to XJR Studios for giving us a studio to record at. I want to say thank you to Takeoff Music Group for the production on the song. It was definitely a very different direction that we took. We were very selective on what we put and what we didn't put. I can understand that there are varying opinions on instrumentation, but we really did our best to do everything in very good taste and not be excessive on anything, and try to make sure that the lyrics in the song are what shine the most. And I think it's important to understand the principles of religion and use the culture to reinforce it, to strengthen it, not necessarily deviate from it. But I think understanding the culture makes things a lot more relatable to the youth, very frankly. And at the end of the day, you know, that is, they are the ones that represent what's next in line. I want to say thank you to everyone that's a part of the Imam Ali conference, because I can't even think of something that's more beautiful, that sheds light on everything that is going on today with all of us in the Western society and everything that we deal with in modern day circumstances. I appreciate Jawad Ghazwini for reaching out and talking to me about being a part of this effort. I'm humbled by the opportunity, and I'm grateful for it.
Counseled his enemies, the peak of eloquence, the champion at Badr, Uhud, Khandaq and Hunayn, who fed the poor at night, the father of the youth of paradise, the one who was begged to lead, the dot under the bar, the Naba al-Adil, the one and only born inside the Kaaba.
No role model in the flesh, so we had to choose. Buried out in Najaf, only father that we ever knew. We expressed deepest levels on our gratitude. All alone in this world, but we had you. Need it till I make it home. Ya Ali Madad. Say it cause it give me hope. Ya Ali Madad. Speak it and I know I'm blessed. Ya Ali Madad. Say it with your chest. Ya Ali Madad. Need it till I make it home. Ya Ali Madad. Say it cause it give me hope. Ya Ali Madad. Speak it and I know I'm blessed. Ya Ali Madad. Say it with your chest. Ya Ali Madad. Every action has reactions, baby, consequences. When in doubt, ask your heart, that's your consciousness. Be among those who say good and do good. Viewing good fellas, glorifying opulence. Hood fellas and the soundtrack's ominous. New world, how you questioning the obvious? Males turning females, the man's got you derailed. 10 toes down, never walking on eggshells. Real 12er, lover of the alphabet. Put that next to my name on the database. No father figure round on the interstate. Had us putting sins marinated on the dinner plate. Open book, forgiveness needed for my flaws. Occupying idle time with some salawats. Bless Rasulullah and his family. Once you understand, blessings come naturally. No role model in the flesh, so we had to choose. Buried out in Najaf, only father that we ever knew. We expressed deepest levels on our gratitude. All alone in this world, but we had you. Need it till I make it home. Ya Ali Madad. Say it cause it give me hope. Ya Ali Madad. Speak it and I know I'm blessed. Ya Ali Madad. Say it with your chest. Ya Ali Madad.
Need it till I make it home. Yeah, I leave my dud. Say it cause it give me hope. Yeah, I leave my dud. Speak it and I know I'm blessed. Yeah, I leave my dud. Say it with your chest. Yeah, I leave my dud. Yeah, as a youth, young and had an attitude. I'm with my brothers and we travel different avenues. Trying to make it back to drum, I'm feeling overdue. All this money making dunya, chasing revenue. Anxiety, depression, saying, yeah, I leave my dud. Yeah, chasing the dunya, but we finding no love here. Heartbreak, dope sick, never found comfort. Chasing the high that's highly illustrious. Yeah, boss, intercede with the reaper Orby. Keeping evil eyes away when they're speaking Orby. See my Zulfikar chain, be my heater Orby. Giving something before you leave, that's a mandatory. And the days looking real, not a fire drill. Feeling like an orphan in Kufa with a bowl of milk. All together, standing with the angels. We salute the commander of the faithful. No role model in the flesh, so we had to choose. Buried out in Najaf, only father that we ever knew. We express deepest levels on our gratitude. All alone in this world, but we had you. Need it till I make it home. Yeah, I leave my dud. Yeah, say it cause it give me hope. Yeah, I leave my dud. Yeah, speak it and I know I'm blessed. Yeah, I leave my dud. Say it with your chest. Yeah, I leave my dud. Need it till I make it home. Yeah, I leave my dud. Say it cause it give me hope. Yeah, I leave my dud. Speak it and I know I'm blessed. Yeah, I leave my dud. Say it with your chest. Yeah, I leave my dud.
If that's not enough, turn to chapter 2, verse 207, or maybe 781.
Wow, what an act to follow. Thank you, Ali, for sharing with us that great track. You truly are an artistic master. Be sure to check out Ali Culture on Instagram and other social media. And speaking of social media, here's another reminder that hashtag Imam Ali 2022 will gain you entry into the raffle at the end of this conference. Let's keep up the momentum and don't forget to share all of the conference links to your friends and family. I now call to order our next panel presented by moderator Brother Muhammad Ali Naqvi. Today, 2 Michigan judges will preside over the topic of Imam Ali and universal justice. I am excited that the Honorable Judges Charlene Elder of the Wayne County Circuit Court and David D. Turfy of the 20th District Court will share their wisdom on the very crucial and critical topic of justice. Justice is very much the heart and soul of human values. As you might guess, this panel is near and dear to me, not only because I'm an attorney, but because Judge David is my father. And here's a little secret. If you pay attention close enough, you'll see some sunny beaches in the background. My dad is participating in the Imam Ali conference from the beautiful beaches of Mexico. This panel is brought to you by the Vintage Bell Cultural Center and their new community center on Prospect Road in Dearborn, Michigan. The Vintage Bell Cultural Center serves as a historic community organization offering many social, religious, and community programs for people of all faiths. And as they say in the courtrooms, all rise. The Honorables Charlene Elder and David Turfy are now in session. Muhammad Ali.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Muhammad Ali Naqvi. This is the panel on Imam Ali alayhi salam and universal justice. I'd like to thank the organizers of the Imam Ali conference for inviting me and the other panelists here today, who I'll introduce shortly, for this auspicious conference and this important panel. Again, my name is Muhammad Ali Naqvi. I'm the board chairman of the American Muslim Bar Association. We have a lot of activities, including professional advancement of our legal profession, as well as providing community resources, legal resources as needed, as well as advocacy and policy initiatives for the advancement and betterment of the American Muslim community and beyond. For those people who are interested in our organization, ambalegal.org, ambalegal.org. With that, I'd like to introduce our panelists. Judge Charlene Elder was appointed by Governor Jennifer Granholm in December 2005 to serve as a judge for the Wayne County Third Circuit Court. She currently sits in the Family Division of the court, handling a variety of domestic relations cases involving divorce, child custody, and personal protection matters. Charlene is one of the 3 judges who helped initiate the Domestic Violence Prevention Court, designed to offer a wide range of services to victims of domestic violence who obtain personal protection orders against their perpetrators. Elder is the first Arab American female judge on the Third Circuit Court. She's also the first female Arab American and Muslim judge in the country. Welcome, Judge Elder.
Thank you very much. Wa alaikum assalam, Brother Ali. Thank you for inviting me here today. I truly appreciate it. I'm gonna let you get through your introductions first.
Great, thank you. During his 16-year career in practice, Judge Turfy litigated many matters through trial, including matters before the Michigan Court of Appeals and the Michigan Supreme Court. He also practiced before the United States District Court for the Eastern District of Michigan. In 1998, he was appointed to serve as the City of Dearborn Heights Zoning Board Commissioner. In 2006, Judge Turfy campaigned to fill a vacant judicial seat on Michigan's 20th District Court. He won this election, becoming one of the first Muslim American judges in the history of the United States of America, next to Judge Charlene Elder of the Wayne County Circuit Court. He has held this position since 2006. Welcome, Judge Turfy.
Wa alaikum assalam, Brother Muhammad. Thank you very much for that kind introduction. I'm honored and humbled to be included in this panel with my respected colleague, Haji Judge Elder, and you, Brother Muhammad. I also would like to thank Sayyid Jawad Kazwini as well for extending the invite to me. Sayyid Jawad and his team do an outstanding job putting this Imam Ali conference together, and this year is no exception. He's doing an amazing job. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, very important space, inshallah. Looking forward to a fruitful conversation. I'd like to start with actually recounting some of the wonderful points included in Imam Ali's letter to Malik al-Ashtar, the governor he had assigned to Egypt, which has been seen as a model of good governance for any society and even referred to by the United Nations. Interestingly, he starts off his letter with this quote, and I thought maybe we could discuss this a little bit. He says, "Be it known to you, O Malik, that I am sending you as governor to a country which in the past has experienced both just and unjust rule. Men will scrutinize your actions with a searching eye, even as you used to scrutinize the actions of those before you, and speak of you even as you did speak of them." So I wanted to start the conversation with a discussion on how important do you think the perception of justice is to justice itself? And I thought this would be an interesting thing to discuss, especially in your position as judges, where you're really, focused on making sure you come to just outcomes in your cases. But then, does the perception of justice also play into that at all? Or what do you think the role of that is, as Imam Ali sort of, implies here?
Absolutely. I don't know which one of us you want to start first, but
Judge Elder, you can start, please.
I absolutely think the perception of justice plays a role in justice. And it's interesting, if people don't think they're going to get a fair shake, and if they come to court not thinking they're going to get a fair shake, it takes a lot of undoing to convince them that they are. I know we see different kinds of people that come before us, me and Haj Turfy, But the people that come before me sometimes come with a preconceived notion that the men feel that the women are always going to get custody. Women feel that I'm going to prejudge them based on what they do for a living or what they don't do for a living if they're a stay-at-home mom. And so I think that definitely those preconceived notions come into play.
Presumption is everything, really, and it goes along with presentation as well. Because a lot of these people that come before the court, they watch TV, reality TV, and all this TV shows, and they think, well, that's the way it's going to be in court, and that's not how it is a lot of times. And we always have to remember that everybody wants to have their day in court, and they want to be heard, and we have to let them be heard. Because if we cut them off at some point or some juncture, they're going to leave the court thinking, boy, justice is not served. And I give you a little example. When I'm in the Haji's in the domestic court, so she doesn't have sentencing issues as far as criminal cases. But in my case, I will sentence somebody, and I really don't like this, but sometimes you have to. I will sentence somebody to 90 days in jail and smile, and he will leave there thinking, boy, this is a great judge. He should have gave me a year in jail. I will sentence somebody for 1 day and be mean about it and not smile, and he'll leave there thinking, boy, this judge is terrible. So the presumption is very, very important. But I've learned a long time ago that you gotta give people their day in court. And just because people come to court, they're not bad people. And we're all human, we all make mistakes, and look around pointing my thumb right at myself. And I recognize that. So when the people come to court, a lot of times they just want to be heard. And we give them that avenue, and the Haji is amazing at it. And alhamdulillah, in the district court, that's what we do, we engage. We are the people's court. And so we have to engage with the people. And so hopefully, inshallah, we do a good job of it. So they leave there thinking, okay, you know what, justice was served.
Yeah, no, great points. I think a lot of people in American society are often scared of the law or scared of courts. And I think, we in the legal profession think, this is the way you resolve disputes that can't be resolved by people by themselves, right? And, long time ago, people used to resolve these disputes by fighting and physical violence and other things that are not good. So really the rule of law, right, is an advancement in civilization, right?
Yes.
It's difficult to communicate that to people, but yeah, I agree, making sure that people recognize the law and the courts as a tool.
And it's how you talk to them as well too. Because a lot of times, in Haji's court and my court, when you come to court, people are they're not happy, because they're coming to court. Well, you've got to make them realize, hey, listen, you have an opportunity here. We're here to help you. We're not here just to punish you. We're here to help you to try to resolve whatever conflict that you have. And so when they realize that with the court, and things open up in their eyes, and they realize that, and they say, okay, you know what? I can resolve this thing. The court and Imam Ali, and I tell you, and I got this hanging on my wall at the office. Imam Ali was asked about a question: define your perfect jurist. And he gave a beautiful universal response. He said, the perfect jurist is the person who does not let one lose hope from the mercy of the court, does not make one despondent of the court's kindness, does not make one safe from the court's punishment. It's beautiful, and it's universal. And alhamdulillah, that's the judicial philosophy I try to follow, because it's beautiful. And alhamdulillah, we try to do the best we can as judges. Because we are judges, and we're judging people, right? But who are we as humans to judge people? The big guy is the one that is the ultimate judge. And so alhamdulillah, I just ask God to forgive me every single day for passing judgment on people. But but that's what we're elected to do, and that is our job. But alhamdulillah, we try the best to do that.
You have a big responsibility, and I'm sure, mashallah, you do an excellent job. Before Judge Elder, you respond, I have a quote that's actually kind of a perfect segue to where the conversation's going. Again, from the same letter to Malik al-Ashdar. Some indeed do commit mistakes, but forgive them even as you would like God to forgive you. Bear in mind that you are placed over them, even as I am placed over you. And then there is God, even above him, who has given you the position of a governor in order that you may look after those under you, and to be sufficient unto them. And you will be judged by what you do for them. So how important is mercy in ensuring a good and functioning society? And how do you decide that mercy is due in a ruling or a sentence and when it is not? And Judge Turfy has already sort of talked about this a lot. I'll let Judge Elder respond first.
So for me, a lot of the people that come before me, it's kind of a process. If they're in the court system because they have kids, sometimes they will be before me until that child turns 18 years old. So some of these people I have known literally for the last 14 to 15 years. And if I think that when you hear a statement like that, that kind of lends itself to us being compassionate as judges. Yes, everybody does make mistakes, and yes, there are violations of the laws that we have to hold you accountable for. But we also have to recognize that people are human, they make mistakes, and you have to give them an opportunity to correct themselves. So I see it every day. Like some of my litigants will say, well, you never got over the fact that I got a drunk driving back in whatever, and now you don't want me to drive with my kids. No, not at all. You know, from my end, I just want to see you go through the programs and do the things that you need to do to make yourself a better person and a better parent so that I can trust that you can drive again with your kids. And whatever you have been prescribed through the district courts to do, I'm going to make sure that you do those things. And once you've completed those things, I'm not going to sit and pass judgment on you anymore. If your district court judge has decided that you can drive again, I'm going to let you drive with your kids. I may make you attend a couple extra programs, but I think you have to show compassion for the people that come before you. You have to recognize that they are human. People do fall off. I tell a lot of my parents who have drug addictions or alcohol addictions that this is probably not going to be the first time you fall off in the next 10 years that you're with me. But we're going to get you through it, and we're going to figure out a way to make sure that you don't lose your kids. Because if you're not compassionate in that respect, you're only hurting the kids in turn. So I think that showing compassion for others, you know, being fair to the extent that the law allows us to be fair is very important.
Yeah, well said, Haji, because our job is to be fair but firm at the same time. We have to rehabilitate offenders and so they can mainstream back into society. And like the Haji said, we are human. We do make mistakes, but that's okay. You know, we may have these hurdles in front of us, but we have to sort of nudge them and push them and put them on some type of a program where they will mainstream. And most people, the recidivism is very, very minimal in our court because right. Alhamdulillah, we do have programs for them, and they understand it, and basically they're just asking the court to help, because unfortunately society hasn't helped them, their friends haven't helped them, and I'll tell you, and I get this a lot. I have a young man or young lady in front of me, and they said, well, you know what, I was with my friends and my friends did this to me and this and that. I says, well, turn around. I says, where are your friends now? They're not there for you. So were they really friends? No. So and a lot of times, sometimes the parents have a hard time dealing with them, so especially the children. But alhamdulillah, we do have programs that can help help them and nudge them and push them along on the right path, and that's why the court system is good in that respect. So
that's wonderful. Yeah, I think the the social programs being connected to the court system is so important, and hopefully that's a trend that spreads across the country that happens. Another the last quote I have, I think, is another good segue from what we're talking about. Regarding the poor, Imam Ali alayhi salam says, "For God's sake, safeguard their rights. for on you rests the responsibility of protecting their interests. Assign for their uplift a portion of the state Baitul Mal, wherever they may be, whether close at hand or far away from you. The rights of the two should be equal in your eye. Do not let any preoccupation slip them from your mind, for no excuse whatsoever for the disregard of their rights will be acceptable to God. Do not treat their interests as of less importance than your own, and never keep them outside the purview of your important considerations, and mark the persons who look down upon them and of whose conditions they keep you in ignorance. So especially in a society that we live in, seems to be, sort of more material, very highly capitalist, and often the needs of the people of less means are overlooked. So how do you think we in the legal profession and followers of Imam Ali alayhi salam more broadly can bring greater awareness to the rights and needs of the poor in our society?
That's a very beautiful saying by Imam Ali, because in this society everyone says, well, if you get a really good lawyer, you're going to get off the hook, or if you have a good lawyer, then they're going to get child custody in the Haji's case. I never really believed in that. We have in the system here, especially in the state of Michigan, every defendant has a right to court-appointed counsel. Okay, now I know it's when I says court-appointed and you're not getting the best counsel, but believe me, lawyers are lawyers. They take an oath to uphold the law and to do what's best in the interest of their client. So every person, no matter what, has representation here in the state of Michigan. Okay, and probably throughout the whole land. So in that sense, somebody is not going in blind in court. And in my court, I can tell you that everyone gets a lawyer that needs a lawyer. And I know a lot of time with the rubber band principle, I stretch, but I can't break. But judges know that, hey, he needs a lawyer, she needs a lawyer, and then we quickly appoint them a lawyer, and we stop them from saying something that can be used against them. And I know, Haji, we're up against the time, but
oh, it's okay. I just say quickly that in the family court, unlike in the criminal court, you're not entitled to an attorney. So a lot of times we have people appear without counsel, and that can be real difficult. And where you get the other side who has money and they appear with counsel, and the other parent has no counsel. So it's really just a fine line of making sure everybody gets to be heard and everybody gets their day in court, and their fancy lawyer doesn't make no disrespect to the fancy lawyers, but doesn't interfere with their opportunity to prevail in their case.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, thank you so much. I think we're up on time, and even though it was short, but I feel it was fruitful, and inshallah it was fruitful for the audience members as well. Thank you so much again.
Well, thank you, Brother Muhammad. Thank you, Haji.
Thank you. Thank you both.
You're welcome.
Likewise.
Judge Charlene, Judge David, that was a truly remarkable discussion. We learned a great deal from your panel. While Judge Turfi is the judge of his courtroom, my mom, Haji Faye, is the judge and the jury in our house. All right, that was my attempt at comedy. I hope that got a little chuckle. But now it's time to turn it over to a true comedic legend. Preacher Moss is a stand-up comedian and writer who has kept us filled with laughter at last year's conference. I'm going to need to find a chair somewhere to sit back and enjoy Preacher Moss's performance. The 2022 Imam Ali Conference is made possible by many partners and organizations collaborating in the name of Imam Ali and human values. We are blessed to receive your support from such many generous individuals and organizations. Preacher Moss, the mic is yours.
Dallas, got a room full of people ready to laugh. There's always one Muslim in the front just holding it in. He was like this for 45 minutes. It becomes a personal thing. Like, now I gotta make this guy laugh. He's not laughing. Brothers and sisters, I finally got this guy to laugh. You know what it felt like? You know what? It felt like if I didn't make him laugh, or I did, he was gonna break his wudu. He starts laughing. It sounds like a car trying to pop the clutch. He couldn't even make it laugh. It was like this. I was like, you know, maybe some people don't need to laugh. And I also want to give a shout out to all my brothers and sisters. I want to give a shout out, of course, to my main man, Ma'am Kazwini. You guys don't know what a beautiful guy this is. The first time I met this man was in Boca Raton, Florida. I booked my flight. It was the wrong airport. They had to pick me up and drive me 60 miles to Boca Raton. And he was so serious. He was like the Shia Godfather. He was like, yes. Yes. Now, the funniest part, right? We had a protest. We had people protesting the conference that he was doing. And he was like, be gentle with the protesters. This is how beautiful it is. Be gentle with the protesters. I had to go peek and see who was protesting this beautiful man. The protesters, brothers and sisters, there were some folks, they were elderly folks. The average age was like 119 years old, trying to protest. Go home. Yeah, here's the funny part. We were so worried about them protesting. The imam was like, please take them water. I'm like, what kind of protesters that you're going to feed the protesters? But he did it. So let me keep this moving also, brothers and sisters. I also want to give a thanks to my daughter. You know, my daughter is one of those young ladies, beautiful lady, cover, she's into Dean, but I get this feeling every once in a while that she's a lot smarter than I think she is. Let me tell you what happened. We're in a car, we're driving, and this is what happened. I look in the rearview mirror, I see the lights. It's a police officer behind me. Now, I tell my daughter, relax, daddy knows the routine. I'm telling her, hey, listen, relax, this is what you do. Make sure you have on your seatbelt. Don't say anything. This is adults talking. Relax. Policeman comes up to my window. He taps on the window. Bang, bang, bang. I look up. He's like, roll it down. I'm like, yeah, can I help you? He goes, license and registration. I give it to him, and he looks at me. He goes, do you know why I pulled you over? And I said, because I'm a good-looking black man that's Muslim? He said, yes, but not that. He goes, the reason I pulled you over because you were speeding. And I'm like, what? He goes, you were speeding. I'm like, no, I wasn't. He said, well, if you weren't speeding, then you were, catch this one, you were texting and driving. I said, dude, I was not texting and driving. He goes, you were texting and driving. Huge argument breaks out. Yes, you were. No, I wasn't. Yes, you were. No, I wasn't. Yes, you were. Finally, he goes, yes, you were. My daughter, alhamdulillah, jumps in the middle of the argument. She goes, Mr. Officer, you are wrong. And I was like, yeah, girl, get him. She goes, my daddy was not texting and driving. I was like, yes. She goes, he was reading his emails. But I mean, that's the thing that makes it interesting. You know, that's why I love this religion, because I didn't start out Muslim, brothers and sisters. I didn't start out Muslim. I became Muslim. And some people say I got kicked out of Christianity, but that's the thing I want everybody to know. And I'm going to tell you guys, there's not a lot of differences sometimes in religion. Like, what I like about this conference is we are not going to have a fundraiser during my set. Alhamdulillah. I can see and feel in your presence throughout this crowd, brothers and sisters. Some of you have been to some very traumatic fundraisers. And let me tell you, there is a fine line between a fundraiser and a hostage situation. I've attended both. I went to one fundraiser, and let me tell you, every religion has a fundraiser. Before I was Muslim, I was Christian. And they had a fundraiser that would come on every Sunday. She wasn't a fundraiser. She was the treasurer of the church. Her name was Miss Lucinda Bell Jones, and she was 78 years old. And the reason why she was up there, and she was 78 years old, was you couldn't get mad at her. Every Sunday, she would come and tell the church how much money they didn't have. Every Sunday, it looked like this. She would walk out, she'd be like, good morning, church. Good morning, babies. How you doing? My name is Miss Lucinda Bell Jones. I have been the treasurer here at Allāh Patmos Church for over 45 years. The church has been here for 30. Praise Jesus. Now, you know we've been trying to build a nursery on this school for the babies since 1952. And praise Jesus, we are very close to raising the amount of money. Let me tell you how we were blessed. We had a bake sale to raise money, and whatever Lord, whatever Jesus give you, whatever God give you, be happy, babies. We had a bake sale. We sold cookies. We sold cupcakes. We sold ho-hos. We sold donuts and hot chocolate. And praise the Lord, we raised a whole $89.14. Praise Jesus. And you just were proud of it. You were happy for it. Now, the Muslim fundraiser is different. I don't know where we get our fundraisers from, but they're good. They are good. In fact, one guy was fundraising. It wasn't even an actual fundraiser. He was trying to raise money for a parking lot after Juma. And he was talking about the parking lot like he was a real person. I walked in, he was like, brothers, we have to have love for the parking lot on which we park. We have to soothe the parking lot. It needs asphalt. It's upkeeping. It goes to the fact of the matter that even the asphalt wants to have swag. And I'm like, oh, that is amazing. And the funny part was, I got so excited. He was asking for money. This is what happened. True story. I reached in the wrong pocket to give him some money. I was going to give him two $20 bills out of my left pocket, not thinking, getting emotionally caught up. I reached in my right pocket, pulled out two $100 bills, put it in a basket, and I was panicked. I was like, oh, snap, because I needed that money. And so it was funny. I'm watching the basket go around, and I walk up, and I'm trying to be real cool, low-key with the imam. I'm like, hey, man, wow, you gave a powerful, powerful appeal for the parking lot. Man, Allah bless you. But look at here. I was so excited and caught up in the whole thing. I meant to give you $40, messing around and gave you $200. He looked at me with a straight face. He goes, MashaAllah. I was like, brother, I'm new to this religion, but I don't know what Arabic is for. I need $160 and change, but we need to work it out. And that's the other thing too, brothers and sisters. I don't know who came up with the whole process of becoming, and I'm going to say this, I hope nobody gets upset. It's a wonder that I actually made it this far to be Muslim. Let me tell you why. Because back in the day, before there was smartphones and computers and apps and all that stuff, back in the day, brothers, is you wanted to be a Muslim, doggone it, you had to work hard to get the information. You know, that's why I was respecting the Nation of Islam, because they were always in the community giving out information. But you had to work hard to get the information. In fact, you know, we say we are the religion of peace. When I was coming up in this religion, I thought we were the religion of pamphlets. We would give a pamphlet for everything. Brother, got a toothache? Here's a pamphlet. Brother, you want to make Umrah? Here's a pamphlet. Hey, brother, you diet? Here's a pamphlet. And the brothers would always give you pamphlets. The funny part was there was never an order to the pamphlet in terms of your experience with Islam. The pamphlets would be mismatched. One brother gave me a pamphlet. He gave me two pamphlets, and I was worried. The first pamphlet was marriage, and the second pamphlet was this janazah. I was like, oh my gosh, brother, are you trying to tell me something? But I'm gonna hear you this, and I'll share this. When I became Muslim, I will always remember it because you don't get to do it twice. I remember it because there I was about to become Muslim, and it was an accident. Y'all know this story. You know, I'm in the basketball. I'm on a basketball court. A black man in a bow tie walks up to me from the Nation of Islam, and he says something that changes my life. And I'm going to tell everybody in the audience, if you want people to leave you alone, if you want to spook people, learn how to talk like the Nation of Islam brothers from 1950. They scared all of America and never went to jail. And I figured out the secret, brothers and sisters. The secret is whatever they say, you got to say it twice. Whatever they say, you got to say it twice. And this brother walked up to me, and this is what he said, changed my life. He looked at me, he goes, oh, black man, my brother, yes, young soldier, you guys are laughing. I'm gonna tell you this, it works. That's how I got my wife. I didn't even need a wali. I walked right up to that woman. I said, oh, my sister, I'm gonna marry you. We're gonna have babies. Yes. But the fact of the matter is, there I am, and I wind up taking my shahada. Now, here's the thing that I believe is one of the most unique things about us. I don't know who came up with the whole thing about taking your shahada in front of the people, but it is genius. It is strategic genius. Let me set it up for you as a person about to take their shahada. Here's the deal. You're standing in front of the masjid, in front of a bunch of people you don't know. And here's the deal. Everybody in that masjid, that masala, everybody knows what's about to happen except you. You're the last one. And I'm sitting there with the imam, and he's telling me what I need to say, and I'm nervous I have to say it in Arabic, but he says, you can say it in English, and I'll help you in Arabic. I'm like, thank God. I appreciate that. And I'm sitting there, and I go through the English, I go through the Arabic. I think I'm done, brothers and sisters. This brother, out of nowhere, after I take my shahada, just jumped up, and this is what he yells. He yells, Takbir! And 500 people like, Allahu Akbar, Takbir, Allahu Akbar, Takbir, Allahu Akbar. And I'm sitting there knowing nothing, going, yo, that is amazing. In fact, I'm thinking, that's going to happen every time I walk in the masjid. Assalamu alaikum, brother, Takbir. But it didn't happen that way. And I'm sitting there after this thing happened, I'm saying to myself, that is amazing. And I'm like, yo, if I stick in this religion long enough, maybe long enough, one day, I'm going to get to be the takbir guy. And there I was for 2 years plotting on how to be the takbir guy. I'm going to Juma, and I'm going to Juma after Juma after Juma. And one day I said, today I'm going to get my takbir in. I don't care what the imam says. I'm going to get my takbir in. I don't care if somebody falls down the steps. I'm getting my takbir in. And the imam said something that I thought was a remotely, mildly inspirational. And I jumped up and I said, takbir. And nobody said anything. And I was like, I can't believe you're going to let me just hang out like that and not say nothing. But nobody said anything. But that's the beauty of it. And I had a friend, and you're a young Muslim, you're impressionable. I had a friend, I thought he was a sheikh. His name was Abdullah Black. And I thought he was a sheikh because he had a long beard. And it was funny because we were walking around DC and he didn't know anything about Islam. He had taken his shahada like 3 weeks before me. I'm like, hey, you hear that? That's your Don. He's like, is that what that is? And we were walking down the street. We go into the masjid. Everybody saw the beard. They were hypnotized. And they're like, brother, lead the prayer, lead the prayer. I was like, dude, I haven't seen you pray in 3 weeks. He's like, preach, shut up. These people love me. And we're sitting up there. And all I want to say, brothers and sisters, as we close, that was the longest Asr prayer I have ever been a part of. It's 50 people behind my friend Abdullah Black. We're sitting behind him. That Asr prayer had to be 27 minutes. We're just sitting there. He's looking behind like, he didn't even salam out. He just turned around. He was like, y'all good? Listen, brothers and sisters, enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you so much for being a part of my experience. I hope each and every one of you is blessed by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is your brother, Preacher Moss. Much love. And if we do it again, we do it again. See you next year. This is your brother. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Preacher Moss, you always know how to hit those comedic strides. I can listen to you for hours at end. But I will tell you, next time you get pulled over, give me a call. I'll give you the Imam Ali conference discount. I wish your session lasted all day. I really do. But what won't last all day is our raffle to the Ziyarah Iraq. As we head to our final panel discussions, keep on sharing hashtag Imam Ali 2020 to gain entry into our raffle. Let's keep this momentum going forward. Our next topic is creating and supporting new leaders. Here, Dr. Hassanein Walji and Haji Najah Bazzi will discuss the next generation of leaders with moderator Sayyid Muhammad Sadiq Qazwini. Dr. Hassanein and Haji Najah have remarkable leadership qualities and we can all learn from their example. As a quick aside, I have to make a shameless plug for Hajj Najah's culinary prowess. In addition to being a world-class humanitarian, Hajj Najah is one of the most creative minds in the kitchen. I am honored to present to you two of our greatest community leaders. Established in 1997, the Lady Fatima Charitable Trust is an inclusive and innovative organization that empowers mothers and their communities to improve physical and mental health. They provide access to education and create sustainable income. We thank the Lady Fatima Charitable Trust for their participation in the Imam Ali Conference. I now call upon Sayyid Muhammad Sadiq, Dr. Hassanein, and my dear aunt, Hajj Najah Bazzi.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters, and welcome to the panel on creating and supporting new leaders. My name is Muhammad Sadiq Al-Qazwini, and I'm honored to moderate this discussion. Today, I'm joined by two esteemed guests, Hajja Najah Bazzi and Dr. Hasnain Walji. Hajja Najah Bazzi is an internationally esteemed healthcare consultant, humanitarian, interfaith leader, professor, and 2019 CNN Top Hero. Bazzi earned her nursing degree and specialized over the past 3 decades in critical care and transcultural nursing. She is the founder and CEO of Zaman International, and as an interfaith leader, she has educated thousands about Islamic practices and beliefs through books, documentaries, and talks before US and international audiences. Dr. Hassanein Walji is an educator, speaker, historian, filmmaker, author, and scientist in the field of nutrition with 26 books to his credit. Hajj Hassanein's continued contributions from his active engagement on many boards ranging from the World Federation of Khoja Shia Communities, National Muslim Catholic Dialogue, the Interfaith Peace Ministry of Orange County, the Shura Council of Southern California, the Shia Muslim Council of Southern California, American Muslim Health Professionals, and ISEEK. Currently, he serves as Executive Director of United Global Initiative, an international NGO with a focus on women empowerment and children's health. Thank you so much both for joining us today, and we'll begin our discussion with the first question presented to you, Dr. Hasnain. Dr. Hasnain, given that more and more millennials are coming of age and entering the workforce, what challenges do you see in their leadership journey?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you for having me, and thank you organizers for this wonderful conference. Jumping straight into the question that you've asked. You know, it's interesting that corporate America is also asking the same question. So it's a well-placed question. So just a little bit of a recap. Born between 1981 and 1996, the millennials today comprise of almost 35 to 38% of the US workforce. They will make up 75% of the workforce by 2030. And globally, even earlier, that there'll be 75% of the global workforce by 2025. So that's a very important demographic for us to consider. You asked about challenges. Well, I always see challenges as well as opportunities. So let's talk about the challenges first. On the one hand, it's a mindset of the millennials, and on the other is a perception of those who are responsible for nurturing these young workforce and these young people. And that is the perception of the current leadership, the senior leadership, be it in the corporate world, be it in our Islamic organizations. So when the current leadership talks about the millennials, the conversation is often framed in the negative. Millennials complain too much, they're impatient, they're unfocused, they need constant praise. We've heard all this before. And this is such a cliche. We call them an entitlement generation. But in reality, you know, from the way that they were raised and the world which they inherited, I say that millennials have been dealt a very difficult hand. You know, the first issue was the parenting. They always heard from their parents how special they were. At school or on the field, they received recognition and reward for just showing up. They now show up at the workplace and realize that they aren't really that special. They find that the real world is different. And now they graduate school and they get a job. And they are thrust into the real world. And in an instant, they find out that they are not that special. Now their moms can't get them promotions, and that you get nothing that will be gained by coming in last. So this is a place where in an instant, their self-image is shattered, and you have an entire generation that's growing up with lower self-esteem than previous generations. In other words, as I said earlier, they have been dealt a really bad hand. The second is technology. They grew up on technology, they're addicted to their phones, they have unrestricted access to internet and social media. And I dare say that we all are, but that's another issue. Experts tell us that engagement with social media and our cell phones, in fact, releases a chemical called dopamine. And that's why when you get a text, it feels good. That's why we count those likes on Facebook. It's that dopamine. And just like any other addiction, it's becoming hardwired in our brains, and millennials more than most. So when seeing that as they grow older, many kids simply don't know how to form deep, meaningful relationships. Ask them and they will admit that many of their friendships are superficial. And worse, they don't have coping mechanisms to deal with that stress. The third is instant gratification. You know, theirs is a world of instant gratification. A generation that's growing up with lower self-esteem doesn't have coping mechanisms of stress. Now you add in a generation that's grown up in a world of instant gratification. You want something, you go to Amazon, you get it next day. And now, let's look at the flip side of the coin. They were taking this amazing group of young men and women who, as I said, have been dealt a bad hand, and we put them into an environment that they care more about numbers, corporate America in particular, than they do about humans in their charge. And now we're putting them in an environment that isn't helping them build confidence. I could go on with the challenges. Well, let's kind of look at the opportunities. Because to answer that question, it's a long preamble. But if I were to answer that in two phrases, I would say, what can you do? It would be unlock their potential in a phrase. See, among this generation, their defining characteristic are some skills that can make them as remarkably successful leaders if we were only to create the environment. The three traits: they're willing to speak out. When millennials are dissatisfied, they're more likely to speak out what's bothering them compared to older generations where we tend to fear rocking the boat. If change is to be effected, someone must have the courage to speak truth to power, and millennials are well suited for that task. And seasoned leaders can take this opportunity and train them as to how to communicate this criticism. Secondly, they're natural entrepreneurs. They like taking risks partly because of the economy they've had to navigate. COVID has added to all this. So they're less satisfied with the status quo than the previous generation. The previous generation would hold a job for 12, 15, 30 years in some cases. Here, 30 months is far too long for the millennials to hold a single job. So, but this drive can help organizations and our Islamic organizations find unexpected solutions to long-standing issues that we have. For that reason, they are a great fit for projects that need constant change. But we need to give them, the senior leadership who will be listening to this, we need to give them opportunities to make their own mistakes, just as we did. And finally, they're inclusive. They're much more comfortable working with people of other backgrounds, other ethnicities. They're less tribal. And they can help organizations become more inclusive by speaking up when they see an opportunity for change. So that really is the opportunity that if we allow them to be free of any fetters, that they may limit their outreach. There are many others. The bottom line is that the finest service we can give to other human beings is to make it safe for them to explore their own experiences. And that is what I mean by saying we need to help them to unlock their potential. And that really is what we as senior leaders, corporate or otherwise, need to do. Thank you, Mohammed.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hassanein, for that wonderful analysis and for ending on a positive and encouraging note. Dr. Hajj Najah, the second question is to you, and my question is, what are some of your recommendations for young leaders to maintain a balance of their personal life along with their leadership responsibilities?
Thank you, Sayyid Muhammad. Thank you so much. Dr. Hassanein, as always, it's wonderful to listen to you. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. And again, thank you to all the organizers for the Imam Ali conference. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So, I think we need to back up just a little bit and understand who is a leader and how is a leader formed. And that's a whole nother discussion, right? We can put ourselves in positions of quote unquote leadership, but as Dr. Hassanein said, that could be a project lead, right? Where I'm trying to get to is that if we are all leaders of our own nests, if we are leaders of our own homes and leaders of our own choices, as we continue to grow and we master that self-leadership role, we're able then to, as Stephen Covey says, we're able then to grow our circles of influence. If we're growing our circles of influence and we still find that, yes, we are very adaptive and agile in the leadership role, what happens is people then begin to come to you a lot. Demands start to come to you. People, because you are successful, want you to do, and can you do this? And can you do that? And can you do this? And so people who tend to fall into a leadership track, they have a lot of pressure on them to succeed, to perform, to execute, to influence. If you want to choose a life of leadership where it's almost innate and natural to you to do that and be that, then along with it comes what the unlocking of the equation is. How do you maintain it? How do you not lose yourself to the temptations of others needing you so much and people knocking on your door constantly because they know that you can do something? How do you do that? The formula that I always think of is, when we come to the day of judgment and we stand before our Lord, He's going to ask us about the things that He commanded us to do first. Do we have an answer? And to follow in the hierarchy of what God has taught us is what can make us successful. So that comes down to a very basic principle in Islam, and that's balance. And to be able to put God first in all decision making, in all of the ethical paradigms that we face, God first, family next,
And what I mean by that is that we are obligated, it's an obligation and a commandment to take care of your family. Third is everything else. There's actually, I've experienced this, and I say this with total humility. If we are willing to surrender our ego, willing to surrender ourself, willing to plug in to the energy that God has in this universe, He's the best scheduler of all. And He can create pathways of balance for us, but we have to plug into His plan. And so often leaders are busy plugging into their own plans. And that's a fatal flaw. And it's very easy to fall into that trap. It's very easy to fall into, oh, I think I'm so important, I'm the one who must do this. As opposed to the best of leaders are those who understand the balance in the equation, demonstrate it, and then mentor other people to be in leadership roles. So they're actually taking your skill sets and you're spreading them out. In the millennial world, and I'll end with this, they're very, very good at mentoring. They're very good at sharing knowledge. They don't feel possessive of knowledge, and they don't feel that it's all about me. In fact, the diversity and inclusion that Dr. Tashae'eyyeāt was speaking about earlier, it's almost a natural mindset. So to me, the millennial generation is very poised to do it well and to grow influence, but they have to be careful with balance, because it's really easy to get off track and off balance. And if you don't follow the pecking order, something's going to go foul. And that can really, it can hinder the person's ability to lead.
Thank you so much, Hajja, for that wonderful answer. Dr. Tashae'eyyeāt, I have a question for you that ties in a little bit to what Hajja Najah just mentioned. The question is, what are some of the key ingredients in nurturing the upcoming generations to be engaged in community leadership?
I think part of that question has been so eloquently answered by Hajja Najah in terms of seeking that balance. And truly, the millennials have that knack of being able to do that because they seek meaning. To come to the actual question, in my decades of interactions during many personal development, leadership development sessions, both corporate and community, there's a formula that I came up many years ago, which seems to have worked well when we facilitate. So now, whether you're a seasoned leader or you're mentoring the next generation or a budding leader, trying to scale those heights of effective leadership, I say think BEAM. B-E-A-M. Yes, BEAM. Now, what is BEAM? To unlock their potential as I began, I say think BEAM. BEAM is belief, energy, attention, and mindset. Belief is belief in ourselves, in our beliefs about others. As Hajja Najah said, it needs to be got passion that leads to a commitment to do whatever you do in a leadership position. A is the attention to what and how we pay attention.
مناجاة التائبين.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إلهي ألبستني الخطايا ثوب مذلتي، وجللني التباعد منك لباس مسكنتي، وأمات قلبي عظيم جنايتي، فأحيه بتوبة منك يا أملي وبغيتي، ويا سؤلي ومنيتي، فوعزتك ما أجد لذنوبي سواك غافرا، ولا أرى لكسري غيرك جابرا، وقد خضعت بالإنابة إليك، وعنوت بالاستكانة لديك، فإن طردتني من بابك فبمن ألوذ، وإن رددتني عن جنابك فبمن أعوذ، فوا أسفاه من خجلتي وافتضاحي، ووالهفاه من سوء عملي واجتراحي، أسألك يا غافر الذنب الكبير، ويا جابر العظم الكسير، أن تهب لي موبقات الجرائر، وتستر علي فاضحاتي.
To know more and to put ourselves outside our comfort zones. And therefore, when you say, I can help you with that, I can do that for you, you are taking a lead. You are becoming a leader. If you read Robin Sharma's A Leader with No Title, you'll understand where I'm going with this. So, while everybody is a leader, our aim is to become an even better leader. The best leader one can become in that context. And allow me to end this with the words of Amirul Mu'mineen Ali ibn Abi Talib alayhi salam, as to what he advised Malik Ashtar, because as we scale the heights of leadership, at whatever stage you may be, Imam said that should you be elated by power or feel in your mind the slightest symptoms of pride and arrogance, then look at the power and the majesty of the divine, governance of the universe, over which you have absolutely no control. It will restore the sense of balance to your wayward intelligence and give you the sense of calmness and affability. Such words for every leader, millennial, Gen Z, baby boomer, we can all take lessons from this. Thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hasnain, for that wonderful answer. Hajj Najah, I have the last question for you today. The question is, how do young leaders ensure that they themselves and their teams lead from a position of strength?
Thank you so much. Dr. Hasnain spoke a lot about unleashing potential. So this is one way that we can unleash potential. If you believe that God has created each of us with a unique capacity, if you believe that you have a purpose, and we believe that God creates with purpose, then there's a tool out there. It's a well-known tool. This isn't something that I've created. It's called Clifton Strengths Finder.
He whose name sleeps in my heart, and there it is. Etebāt, my eyes windows to the beauty of your name. 7 letters that I've loved formed to become my beloved. With my heartbeat, part of my blood you became. I searched for your beauty and found it within me. In me a tragedy, Hussein. With everything patient, with your love impatient. Daily I lament, daily I lament, Hussein. With or without intention, your love crowned my creation. In smiles and cries, it became my pride. If in sadness my tears pour, I sit weeping at your door until your hand comforts me. There I reside. My heart like an orphan's, at your touch it softens, and my love it becomes Hussein. With everything patient, with your love impatient. Daily I lament, daily I lament, Hussein. بأبي أنت وأمي يا ابن رسول الله. بأبي أنت وأمي يا أبا عبد الله. بأبي أنت وأمي يا أبا عبد الله. Daily I'd wake and recall how in the night you I'd call. With the sunrise and sunset your love I'd share. On one side a beloved, whilst I want to be loved by one never unloved, Hussein. With everything patient, with your love impatient. Daily I lament, daily I lament, Hussein. With everything patient, with your love impatient. Daily I lament, daily I lament, Hussein.
Nothing can be more heartbreaking when you've spent their lifetime caring for them, loving them, and giving all that you have for them. How do you continue to honor them? Remembering the special times. You don't have to stop caring for them just because they're not here anymore. You can honor them by giving in their name.
Ever thought of creating your own business? If so, we can help you get started. We're Mama Doe, an internationally recognized beauty supply distributor since 1992. We stock over 400 brands at incredibly low prices. We'll help you set up shop, including any technology you need, and help with stock choice, including insights based on geographic location. We're a true partner who will help you scale. Ordering is quick and easy too, with our Mama Doe app available on iOS, Android, and the web. Our integrated global logistics network means we can deliver worldwide. Partner with us today.
Introducing the Salam Center, a pioneering project bringing communities together, a sanctuary for all, regardless of race, color, or creed, a place to worship, socialize, stay healthy, and learn. The time has now come for an iconic and self-sufficient care. Will you join this special journey and inspire generations to come? Donate today at www.thesalamcenter.com.
What makes the Imam Ali Conference so renowned is the commitment to diversity and knowledge from different schools of thought. Passion for human values is shared by both Muslims and non-Muslims alike. Professor Dr. Craig Considine, a published author, is an example of our great diversity, and including together with Sister Zainab Al-Suwayj, this panel is moderated by Brother Aoun Abdi. They will discuss universal Islamic values. In our world, there are common values that we sometimes forget translates to all walk of life. I look forward to Dr. Considine and Sister Zainab's discussion. Thank you to Marketplace Capital, a private equity real estate firm based in Houston, Texas, for their continued generous support of the Imam Ali Conference. And now I present to you Dr. Craig Considine and Sister Zainab Suwayj.
Respected scholars, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you so much everyone for joining the Imam Ali Conference. And I want to say a special thank you to Sayyid Jawed Kaswini for putting together this and all the volunteers as well. On this panel, we are going to talk about universal Islamic values, and we are joined by two esteemed guests. Before we get into doing introductions about the guests, my name is Syed Onabas Abdi. I'm a software engineer, content creator, and host of the Book Talk Today podcast, where I sit down with authors on a weekly basis to talk about their books. And on today's panel, we are joined by two esteemed guests. The first one is Dr. Craig Considine. Dr. Considine is an award-winning professor and the best-selling author of The Humanity of Muhammad, peace be upon him, a Christian view. Dr. Considine is recognized as an authority in interfaith dialogue. He has written 7 books and multiple articles for the field of Christian-Muslim relations and Islamic studies. And our second panelist is Sister Zainab Al-Sawaj. Sister Zainab is the co-founder and executive director of the American Islamic Congress that works hard to foster tolerance, promote civil society and civil rights, and mobilize a moderate voice in the American Muslim community. Her writings have appeared in the Wall Street Journal and the Los Angeles Times, to name a few. Thank you both for joining us.
Thank you.
So before we get into talking about this big topic of universal Islamic values, I think it'd be great just to give an introduction into defining what universal Islamic values are. So Dr. Constantine, please give your definition.
Thank you, An. So I think we actually have to begin, of course, with the atmosphere in 610, when the revelations that Muhammad had received from above, like what was the condition that Muhammad was actually living in? He was living in really a broken world, a world that was hyper tribal, unfair, and unjust. And really, when I think big picture with universal Islamic values, it is actually kind of rooted in this ancient Hebrew saying of tikkun ulam, which means to heal a fractured world. Muhammad's revelations and receiving that and then letting this out, this is designed and destined to bring people together, not as part of a given tribe or a race or ethnicity. It's about our common human values, not seeing each other in necessarily these identity categories, but seeing each other as more, human qualities. A husband, a wife, a son, a daughter, a friend, a neighbor, a colleague. Muhammad was deeply engaged in healing these wounds that had risen through racism, through religious supremacy, and through tribalism. So he is coming and saying, hey, like this community that I'm forming here, it transcends all these categories. There's something bigger going on. We are a product of our creator. We're all human beings first and foremost. And I think this is a very profound message, and one that is actually more relevant than ever. Healing a fractured world, moving beyond seeing each other as this or that, but seeing each other as a human being. This is a beautiful message.
And I think at that period of time, it was a very revolutionary way of thinking, because at that time, obviously, there was multiple tribes fighting for power. So his revolution to try and find commonalities among people and different tribes was revolutionary at the time. Would you agree, Sister Sawaj?
Definitely. Thank you very much for having us this afternoon for this is a very important topic and subject. The value of or the universal Islamic values are actually not only for Muslims in our world. Actually, is a humanitarian value. This value is spread throughout humanity on many different levels at the same time throughout the time. Starting with sharing human dignity, freedom, compassion and love, and equality. These are the values that was the base of the message of our Prophet, peace be upon him, to spread to human beings all around the world. As Dr. Constantine had just mentioned, it was very conflicted period of time, a lot of things happening at that era. He came with a pure, strong message, and this message was not only for that era. This message actually kept going on and on and on and developed throughout history up until our time right now. So these values, whether it is faith values, universal humanitarian values, Quranic values, moral values, we all share it as a human beings, and we to help us move on in our life, despite all the differences, despite all the way of worshiping our gods, this is the best message that it's been spread at that time, and it's been going on with us now, also through other Abrahamic faiths that has been spreading this core value of not only Islamic but humanitarian value as well.
I think finding the commonalities between the different Abrahamic faiths is very important, definitely, to find those common grounds and to open up the dialogue and discuss what the similarities are between the two. I know both of you mentioned, obviously, how the Prophet, peace be upon him, was able to embody those universal Islamic values during his time. But how did Imam Ali alayhi salam embody those values during his time as well and during his life?
Well, I think what's remarkable about this kind of relationship between Ali and Prophet Muhammad, peace be with them both, is that they're really a reflection of each other. And Muhammad had great reverence for Ali because Muhammad understood that he understood, Ali did, these core teachings about what Islam is really about. It's about bringing people together. It's about community building. And it's not just community building for a certain group of people. It's community building for a diverse group of people that can come together around a core idea that is not linked to any idea of, religious supremacy, ethnic or racial supremacy. It's an idea of really, as I've mentioned in my previous work, a civic nation. Bringing people together, like in 622, for instance, the Constitution of Medina, Ali was right there with Muhammad when these negotiations were taking place with the Jews and the pagan tribes of Medina in 622. And Muhammad brings these groups, in Ali, again, right there, bringing people together to essentially say that what is going to unite us has little to do with any identity category that is dictated by our birth, but it's dictated by values. It's dictated by a constitution. It's dictated by things like freedom of worship, freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, the right to have a say in how you're governed. I mean, these are remarkable things to happen in 622. And I find it quite interesting as well that American values, the ideal of American values, all of these things I just mentioned, are really quite aligned with what we see in the Constitution of Medina. Muhammad, however, did it long before the founding fathers of this nation. But what we see here is a confluence of civilizations, which is focused primarily on community building amidst a diverse group of people. How can we bring people together? We do it through a communal bonding linked to principles outlined in our law. That's very, very powerful to me.
It's very powerful, and like we said previously, it's very revolutionary. It's something that perhaps we take for granted right now in the democracies that we live in. And yeah, Sister Swabar, please just talk about why you think that set the foundation for those types of democracies and political governance.
I think, Imam Ali alayhi salam have shown early on these signs of commitment. Commitment not only to the faith, but commitment to the values of the faith, which is considered the base of that faith. He, at an early age, he sacrificed his life that night when Prophet Muhammad was migrating to Medina, and he stayed in his place. Also, throughout that period of time when they were together, he actually showed these values on the ground, showed it on the field, showed it for his ummah around him, whether in Mecca or in Medina, as well as when the faith was spreading in the peninsula, as well as in other areas. Imam Ali was considered the anchor that hold all of these values together. Even after the Prophet, peace be upon him, passed, Imam Ali had that strong sense and connecting to that value, and he wanted the nation to be together, despite all the differences, despite who wants to be in power and who's not, on all of these conflicts that happened at that time. So that showed us that the values, the Islamic values, the faith values, the Quranic values, the moral values that we have, these are considered the essence. And he kept it, as well as he spread it and helped spreading it around to his nation at that time.
Yeah, and he did such a great job. Yeah, he did such a great job in spreading that and documenting that, obviously, through his vicegerents and those that followed him. I think that our greatest challenge in today's age is making sure that we uphold those values and we keep up and keep those universal Islamic values within our communities and within our families as well, from a ground level.
Definitely.
I think
right now with our young generation, the spread of social media, the lack of family time, and all of these, everyone is busy. So this essence considers the base of us as how do we want to develop our personalities, our kids' personality, how do we want to bond together, not only on a family level, but also on a community level, as well as on a universal level. When we have an interfaith or intrafaith, or we have to use these values to demolish all of these boundaries between us and others, and also to keep our community and our families and our values as individuals strong.
I add something too on. I'd say this with Ali, like we're talking about one of the first believers, and also taking an example like the Battle of the Trench, like someone who was so committed to the cause, so steadfast, that they're literally willing to risk it all, their own life. So we're talking about someone who is committed to a cause, not on a superficial level at all. This is like a deep love and understanding for a cause. I mean, that is such a powerful thing, and it's a just cause. It's not just some ordinary cause that is going to give supremacy to one group of people. It's a cause to implement a vision that is coming out of the Constitution of Medina, which is a multicultural, multiracial, multi-ethnic, multi-religious community. This is profound, I think.
And I guess the hardest thing for us and each one of us is to uphold those values to this day. And I think our greatest challenge, perhaps, from a community aspect is keeping up those values and transferring that. So I think it'd be great just to end by talking about your individual thoughts about how we actually uphold these universal Islamic values in today's world and into the future.
We have to start with our children, with the youth, with education. Because ultimately, to carry this baton on of this just worldly vision, you have to teach the next generation to do it. So we have to be very careful and considerate with how we teach leadership, to make leadership not something that is tribal. A true leader is someone who is able to unite people that are not like them. That's true leadership. That's bridge building. That's peace building. It's not easy to do, but we have to provide resources and a vision to the next generation to get this point across that it's common sense to work with the other, to work with people who are not like you, because the well-being of one group is going to be tied to the well-being of another group. It's not mutually independent. We are mutually dependent upon one another. So this makes sense to unite and to create a socially cohesive community.
Well, from my part, as we are running out of time, we actually have started doing this program among you. And several universities around the US. We have about 176 chapters in a project at universities for youth and a student there, teaching them about leadership, human and civil rights issues, core humanitarian values. That's which we are talking about in this session right now. And this program has been going on for almost 9 years.
Wow.
And we have thousands and thousands of students that they have just graduated, some of them, and some of them are still part of the leadership program on many different levels: social, political, economics, and religious, and so many. So we teach them these core values of our universal Islamic values, or a humanitarian values, as I like to call it, and to deliver it, to help them not only in their own personal lives, but also to keep our community and our youth safe, as well as educated, knowledgeable, and being able to fight all voices of hatred that we see around us. Hatred not only for Muslim and against Muslims, no, but for all human beings.
Yeah, mashallah, sister, that's a wonderful thing you're doing, and mashallah, may it long continue.
Yeah, Godspeed. God bless you in this mission. This is amazing work.
Thank you, thank you. Project Noor is one of the iconic programs that we are very proud of.
I'm familiar with it. Yes, yes,
yes, definitely. Anyway, thank you both so much for your insight onto this topic of universal Islamic values. Your insights on this topic are much appreciated, and I think there's a lot to think about in respect to the lives of the Prophet and what he spread with universal Islamic values, and how Imam Ali followed on from that tradition, and how we can all learn from it and use that in today's world as well. So thank you both again for your time, and thank you to the conference and for this panel. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi.
Peace be with you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Allah made thee Dhul-Fiqar and placed it into your palm. Alone you raised Khaybar's door.
It's here, the world's best Islamic board game, Quest for Jannah. Travel the world and visit the great mosques. Collect deeds on your journey. Learn Islam in a fun and educational game. Quest for Jannah is fun for the whole family. Take a mystery card, answer a question, hone your trading skills. It's a game of luck, a game of learning. Quest for Jannah teaches and entertains. Quest for Jannah, the world's best Islamic board game.
Millions of orphans live in conditions we can't begin to imagine. Poor health, inadequate housing, dangerous lifestyles, little or no education. You can help change their lives for the better. At Noor Orphans Fund, we help the most deprived families with the aim of giving them a better and brighter future. You can make a difference. You can make an orphan smile. Sponsor an orphan child today. Please visit www.noororphansfund.org for more information.
Nothing can be more heartbreaking when you've spent their lifetime caring for them, loving them, and giving all that you have for them. How do you continue to honor them? Remembering the special times. You don't have to stop caring for them just because they're not here anymore. You can honor them by giving in their name.
In 2021, the Muslim communities in Southeast Michigan took part in a historic election cycle where we saw many Muslim American candidates succeed in winning their races. We have two of those winners today. Mayor Bill Bazzi became the first Muslim American mayor in my hometown of Dearborn Heights. Mayor Abdullah Hamoud became the first Muslim American mayor in Dearborn with his historic election win. These two gentlemen continue to be trailblazers in the southeastern Michigan political community, and we are so excited that they have joined this conference. Moderated by former All-American Muslim TV star Suhaila Ayman, this star-studded panel will discuss local offices and the Muslim community. Thank you to Shop Amusha for your participation in the Imam Ali conference. Please check out Amusha on Etsy. I now call upon the esteemed mayors and Ms. Ayman.
Assalamu alaikum, my sisters and brothers. Thank you for joining us for our panel. Muslims have been a part of the fabric of this nation for generations. And post 9/11, we've witnessed a rise in Muslims creating their own spaces, increasing their political participation and civic engagement, with a wide range of Muslims running for offices and winning seats at the federal, state, and local levels. It's my pleasure to welcome my dearest friends, Mayor Bill Bazzi of Dearborn Heights, Michigan, and Mayor Abdullah Hamoud of Dearborn, Michigan, two suburbs of metropolitan Detroit and homes to the largest concentrated population of Arab Americans in the United States. Their historic campaigns have brought tremendous opportunity, further solidifying Muslims in civic spaces. Over the last 20 years, we've seen a seismic shift of the Muslim identity in the U.S., catapulting their level of engagement in politics and civil service exponentially in a post 9/11 society. Mayor Bazzi, you bring a global perspective and experience to your position as a leader and military veteran working closely with diverse communities in the United States and abroad. Dearborn Heights is richly diverse. How did you reach this diverse population? And what was your greatest obstacle that you had faced during your campaign? And what helped you to overcome it?
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Suhaila, and thank you for moderating this event. And so when I ran a few years ago for council, one of the things I actually wanted to be boots on the ground, wanted to talk to as many residents as possible. And when I was campaigning, I think I reached out most of the city I actually wore out two shoes, walking door to door, talking to people, taking notes, letting them know what I'm all about. And also I connected with a lot of residents. You know, being a veteran, there was a lot of veterans in the area, and a lot of them, even if they're not veterans, you know, they had veterans that within their family. So we got a chance to really talk. You know, I spent at least 6, sometimes 7 days a week on the ground talking to most of the residents from different cultures, different backgrounds. So what pretty much, I told them that I wanted to represent everybody in the city of Dearborn Heights, not just one group. I'm for the whole city, not for, one segment, one part of the city or not. As you know, a lot of people, they try to divide the city into two, the north and the south end, and that's the wrong thing to do. The city of Dearborn Heights is one city, not north or south. So I connected with them, and especially, so one of the toughest thing, for that we had is the last year, with campaigning, obviously, Mayor Abdullah Hamoud had probably the same thing. It was hard to campaign because, we're on the ground, especially for me. I was already the mayor from last year. I was appointed. So I had little time to campaign. So what I did everything that I was doing when I was on council, but now in a mayor's capacity, we're helping the residents, through the flooding and just being, walking door to door, making sure everybody's okay, and just seeing what we can do to help our residents. So that's one of the things that challenges is, with, like, say, campaigning is not being able to, connect with more people during a campaign. But obviously, people saw that I was on the ground, helping, and I wasn't campaigning, and, just helping the residents of Dearborn Heights.
And as a resident of Dearborn Heights, we were witness to that, and you've done an exceptional job. I know our community has gone through a great deal with the flooding and all of the things that have passed in this last year. And I know Abdullah has as well faced and done a lot of that work too. And I thank you both for it, because that's something that's very important. People need to see their leadership on the ground and working hand in hand with their community members. So thank you for the work that you are doing.
Thank you.
So as the Muslim identity in the West continues to evolve, with it comes tremendous opportunity for advancement. Muslims have won elections in states like Oklahoma, Texas, Delaware, Colorado, and Wisconsin, among many others. Times are changing and perspectives on Muslims are shifting across the nation. Though we anticipate elections to often be easy where there's large populations of Muslims, that isn't always necessarily the case. I'd like to ask Mayor Hamoud, you led a very strong campaign. You openly shared your faith and your culture, and even beginning some of your speeches with praise of God or traditional Salamu Alaikum. Given the history of Dearborn's racial and ethnic and religious diversity and makeup, and some of the biases that have happened over the last several generations here in the community, how was your message and your messaging received by the greater community in Dearborn? And what advice do you have for Muslims who are seeking office that don't want to compromise their faith or culture to pursue their political aspirations, often feeling that sometimes they may have to?
First of all, good afternoon. It's great to be here with all of you, and it's always great to see you, Suhaila.
Thank you.
To the first part of the question on was my messaging always welcomed, or what was the feedback from the broader community for my messaging? There are many points that I'll probably discuss here. One, in my first campaign in 2016, that was the year that Trump also ran for president. During that campaign cycle, I'll never forget, I tended to use the phrase "our community." I'm running for our community. I'm running to improve schools for our community, to create better jobs for our community. Although I was successful in that primary election, so one of my opponents asked for a meeting after the election. She sat me down, and this was a non-Arab, a middle-aged white woman, and she told me, she's like, "I just want you to know and to hear it from me directly. When you say our community, we don't think you're saying all of Dearborn. We think you're saying just Muslim and Arab," which really opened up my eyes that there was a point of privilege on even saying the phrase "our community." And so I shifted my messaging to say our Dearborn community moving forward. Now, over the years, I've been much more, purposeful about how I message, how I present myself. I don't shy away from saying my name with my ayn at the beginning and using whatever phrases it might be if I read a prayer or saying salam in Arabic. And the reason I do that is if you look to some other minority communities, that's actually how you begin to break down barriers, when you normalize the using of those phrases. When you are as proud of your religion and your ethnicity and your faith and your culture and your background, and you don't shy away from it. Because I think what tended to happen growing up in the post 9/11 era, we shied away from maybe doing things publicly so that we don't cast a stronger light onto us. And so I was hoping to accomplish that I am authentically Muslim Arab American. And this is how I speak, this is how I live. And I'm not going to shy away from it. And I think Dearborn certainly accepts of folks like me. And I think the election results prove it. That we here in the city, we vote for people based on the direction in which they lead, no matter the direction in which they pray. And I think that is a very powerful message. And to those who are thinking about running for office and you know, kind of grapple with your identity and if it would be welcoming or not. You know, when I first ran, members of the Muslim community approached me and said, no one with a name like Abdullah had ever won. Why not run as Abe? Abe Hamoud, trim down that beard. You're not going to look as Arab, as Muslim. You might have a little more success. And I shied away from them. And the reason I did was, I think Abdullah is as American as any other as a name. And I think that we have to run authentically as ourselves. If you are not successful as it pertains to the election results, you'll be successful in that you'll break down barriers for generations to come. And so, you know, that's the advice that I would offer.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I know that for a lot of young people watching you step into your position, and even during your campaign, it really provided young Muslim Americans that sense of pride, where here you have somebody running, not shortening his name, not shying away from his background and where he comes from. And I think that really has helped to motivate a lot of our younger generation to realize that they don't have to make any compromises, especially when you're seeing leadership across all of these states, like I was saying, in Oklahoma and Colorado, places where there may not be large populations of Muslims and Arabs. We're seeing that shift, and it's a beautiful thing. And I thank you for being so honest and forthcoming with your faith and your culture in front of the global population. Now, I have a question for both of you. You have both been involved in service work in your past, globally and locally. Would you say your commitment to assisting and supporting others had an impact on your decision to run for office? And how has that charitable work that you've done in the community helped you on your journey to your political aspirations? Bill, do you want to go first?
Sure. So, you know, from with my background, you know, I have served, 21 years in the U.S. Marines and worked overseas. And, some of the things that obviously as a young child, my mom always ingrained in us in doing community service. It wasn't at that time, and it wasn't by choice. It was, okay, this is what you're doing. And I remember back in the day when Access was just starting, and they had Mara Libnani Ettehād, they were helping, orphanages. So we were involved with that stuff as young age. I was very young at the time. So we were doing that stuff. It kind of, it resonated, it's like my mom, you see her, and all her lady friends, all the moms, they were involved in the community. So when I joined the service, I've done, multiple deployments overseas, and some of the stuff that I've done, we had helped different countries build their infrastructure. We trained their foreign governments with promoting democratic governance. We trained their military, and one of the best thing that I used to enjoy the most is when they give me on a humanitarian mission and help build infrastructure of like different areas. So I used to love that, being on the ground. This is a foreign country. We have no idea, anything about their culture, but yet, we're helping them. So it really, again, it resonated with me just to help, these countries or those people not from the United States. And I remember one of my last deployments in 2012. I got hurt on that deployment. And I remember I was in the hospital for a few days, and when I came to, I Skyped my wife, and I told her, because, I already knew some of the turmoil that was going on in my city here in Dearborn Heights at the time. So I told her, I said, if I come home alive on this deployment, I will be running for office, when I retire, which I did retire in 2016, ran for office in 2017 and won a seat on the council. But with that, we've been engaged with, I've been engaged with the community way back in the day, with different organizations. We've done a lot of different youth programs, some of the inner city youth, with, teaching them, like doing golf outings, and just mentoring, kids with the veterans organizations that I was involved with. So with that, it's, I really wanted to run at the time, so I can, do something on a higher scale, as the mayor of the city, so I can do something instead of just sitting on the sideline and just keep preaching. It's like, okay, somebody has to do this. With me, it's like, if you want to become part of the change, you have to be the change yourself. And that's one of the things. That's why I wanted to run, so I can do that, and I know Mayor Hamoud was also involved with a lot of things, with, I was, watching him doing side, work, with Dearborn. I was in Dearborn Heights, and sometimes we crossed paths. He was doing the food drives and, different initiatives with the city, with his city in Dearborn. And, Dearborn is also dear to me. I was raised in Dearborn as well. I went to school in Dearborn, but, so that's one of the things that motivated me, just to do things and to run for office.
Thank you for sharing that. I'm a part of that back in the old days, so I know exactly what you're talking about. And we're lucky to have now a younger generation of leaders coming up and taking the reins, so that those of us who've done the back in the olden days can take a break and let the younger generation lead. Mayor Bazzi, thank you. Mayor Hamoud, how has your service background helped you on this path?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And I don't know where I fall in terms of the young and olden days. I think I'm right in the middle. And obviously, Bill and I have crossed paths several times as well with you, Sahila. For me, service, was ingrained in my faith in many ways. Most folks know my family throughout the community from Sheikh Ahmed Hamoud, right? I mean, you always see the service of my uncle when I went to watch the khutbah every Friday. The service of my mother, who assisted dozens, if not hundreds of families with filing for applications for Social Security, nets or whatever it might be. And my father always taught me, Sheikh al-Mash'ad, there's no work that's embarrassing. And so there's nothing that I didn't get my hands into. But the impetus for running for office came, when I was at a point in my life when I had lost my older brother unexpectedly. And I received a packet in the mail, 50 pages. And it was 50 pages worth of people sharing their stories of how my brother had impacted their lives. And that's when I decided to follow in his footsteps. And see if I can be that broader change for the broader Dearborn community, like my brother was for me and countless others. And so in its own way, that campaign was a spiritual journey in itself, whether it was mourning and remembering the loss of my brother, because it was shortly after, but also in trying to find purpose and understanding of what had just happened. But I think service is ingrained. As Muslims, there are many values that are taught to us. Wanting for your neighbor what you want for yourself. Assisting to your neighbor first and foremost before you go out and assist others much broader. And so I think all those values that were taught to me by my mother, by my father, through the actions of my siblings, through the whole community at whole, when it came to running for office, it seemed like a natural fit, which is why when people say, can Muslims run for public office? I say we're groomed from an early age because the values instilled in us are the values of those of wanting to do good.
SubhanAllah, that truly is. And Allah yarham your brother. I know he is so proud of you, watching over you every step of the way. We hope, as time continues, we hope to see more Muslims in the West taking a vested interest in these types of positions and political spaces across the Muslim diaspora. Muslims continue to develop as a mainstream political force, mobilizing their communities and becoming a voting bloc that politicians are now acknowledging and knowing that we need to be addressed and communicated with. So we're continuing to move forward and to learn more, reaching out to local orgs and seeing how we can be more actively engaged. Please note to our viewers, you can always find research on the Muslim diaspora and their involvement in politics and civil service that are conducted by Muslims and allied groups that help to bridge that divide and help to open up those spaces and get people more actively involved. So I hope that you will take an opportunity from learning from Mayor Bill Bazzi and Mayor Abdullah Hamoud and seeing what ways that you can make change happen in the world. So we hope to see you in the near future and wish you all continued success. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for sharing this opportunity with us, and best of luck to you in your journey in politics.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you,
Assalamu
Mom.
alaikum,
Assalamu alaikum.
everybody.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Mayors Hamoud and Bazzi. We continue to wish you the best in office and thank you for your service. As a citizen of Dearborn Heights and someone who works in the city of Dearborn, I am truly excited for the future with these great leaders at the helm. We are moments away from our keynote address during day one of the Imam Ali conference. Again, we are truly sorry for any technical difficulties that have been experienced, as both of our servers simultaneously went down at the same time. We thank you all for your patience, and let's use this opportunity to come together, continue on sharing the links for the Imam Ali conference, and continue setting forth the hashtag Imam Ali 2022 to all of your friends and families. First, and second, let's thank the Lady Fatima Trust again for their generosity and commitment to the Imam Ali conference. We truly could not have accomplished today's successful conference without partners like the Lady Fatima Trust. Cardinal Vincent Nichols is a cardinal of the Roman Catholic Church and the Archbishop of Westminster. He is the president of the Catholic Bishops' Conference of the United Kingdom and Wales. He is truly a remarkable leader of the Catholic faith and a towering figure. He has held a plethora of high-ranking posts in the ministry, including, notably, the appointment to the College of Cardinals in 2014. As a very distinguished leader, Cardinal Nichols has received the Bailiff Grand Cross of the Sacred Military Constantinian Order of St. George. It is with great honor and humility that we welcome His Eminence, Cardinal Vincent Nichols. Sayyid Ali Abbas Radhawi, I'll pass the introduction along to you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله الطاهرين اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم. Before we begin this keynote address by His Eminence Cardinal Vincent Nichols, the Archbishop of Westminster, it's important for me to thank the organizers of this Imam Ali Islam conference, and in particular the 110 organizations who have dedicated their time and their resources to wanting to bring this together. I'd also like to extend my gratitude to Hujjat al-Islam SSayyense Qazwini for having extended an invitation to come in to host the Cardinal as he delivers his keynote address. Cardinal Vincent Nichols is the Archbishop of Westminster. But interestingly enough, he's also a cardinal, and he sits on the Council of Cardinals, which in effect appoint the Pope and at the same time are responsible for the Catholic communities across the world. Now, before I read out his biography, it's important to also iterate the fact that Cardinal Vincent Nichols has done a historic thing, and I guess that was to bring together 4 senior Muslim clerics, 2 Shi'i, 2 Sunni, in a private audience officially commissioned by the Pontifical Council a number of years ago, which was the first of its kind on an official basis on European soil. This then became the precursor, you could say, for the meeting that took place in Najaf, where the Pope and His Eminence, the Grand Ayatollah, Sayyid Ali Sistani, met. A meeting which I believe was historical, and really it was the first of its kind since the dialogue of Imam Rida alayhi salam over 1,200 years ago. But I won't go too much into it, and I'll let the Cardinal explain and emphasize his work and his relationship with the Muslim community. In regards to the biography of the Cardinal, Cardinal Vincent Nichols is the 11th Archbishop of Westminster. Born in Liverpool on the 8th of November 1945, Cardinal Vincent studied at the Venerable English College in Rome from 1963 to 1970, gaining licenses in philosophy and theology at the Gregorian University, and was ordained priest in Rome on the 21st of December 1969 for the Archdiocese of Liverpool. In January 1984, he was appointed General Secretary of the Bishops' Conference in England and Wales. He was appointed Auxiliary Bishop in Westminster on the 24th of January 1992. And in 2000, Bishop Nichols was appointed Archbishop of Birmingham. On the 21st of May 2009, he was installed as the 11th Archbishop of Westminster and was elected President of the Catholic Bishops' Conference of England and Wales by unanimous acclamation that year. From 2016 to 2021, Cardinal Nichols also took the role of the Vice President of the CCEE. On the 22nd of February 2014, he was created Cardinal Priest by Pope Francis, who tasked him with the leading work of the Church against trafficking and modern slavery. He is therefore the President of the Santa Marta Group, which gathers together Catholic bishops, police chiefs, and government officials from over 30 countries around the world in a partnership to work together in eradicating these scourges. On the 23rd of May 2018, along with Santa Marta Group, he received the UN Path of Peace Award for his work combating human trafficking and modern slavery. I guess this is very important in this modern day. And because of this relationship that we, as the Muslim community, in particular the Shi'i community, have with Cardinal Vincent, I believe that it is a first, at least in the Western world, of the Catholic faith and the Shi'i community working together on an official capacity in eradicating, you could say, slavery, forced slavery, human trafficking, and at the same time other topical, civic, and political, social problems that befall us in the United Kingdom and across Europe. With that, I'd like to welcome Cardinal Vincent Nichols to come and give his keynote address. Cardinal Nichols.
Hello, my name is Vincent Nichols. I'm the Cardinal Archbishop of Westminster, and I'm very privileged to have this opportunity of speaking to you all as you gather in this important conference. I do so at the invitation of Sayyid Ali Abbas Razawi, who has been such an important part in my experience of friendship and conversation and dialogue with the Islamic communities here in Great Britain. He, along with Maulana Ali Raza Rizvi, has been my two main Shia cooperators, and we've always been joined by two leaders from the Sunni community as well, Ibrahim Mogra from Leicester in England and Maulana Muhammad Saeed Raza from Birmingham. Now, I'd like to tell you a little bit about the story of our meetings and of our dialogue, and maybe indicate some steps that we can take together to take forward this crucially important dialogue with the families of the Islamic faith, preferably together. You know, one of the most important things that has helped us to have a focus and to carry this dialogue forward is our shared sense here in the United Kingdom of being minority religious groups. So one of the first things we did, for example, here in Archbishop's House in Westminster, was to invite Muhammad Ali Raza Rizvi and the Chief Rabbi and myself to speak about the experience of being a religious minority in Britain today. So that was Jewish, Shia Muslim and Catholic. And that helped us to talk together about how we relate to public authorities, how we see ourselves in a position to serve the wider society, and how we try and cooperate together on issues that are of mutual importance. And one of the important strands that emerged from this was a shared concern between the Catholic community and the Muslim community about education. You may or may not know, but for 300 years there was systematic obstacles placed in the way of civic participation and public life in the path of Catholics in this country. But slowly, from about 1850 in terms of laws, and a little earlier than that actually, we have regained our place. And one of the main planks for doing so has been the provision of education. Education in the first instance and always for our Catholic community, but being part of the state provision. And it was this pathway that we have tried to explore together with our colleagues, particularly in the Shia Muslim community and the Sunni community too. And we've done this in terms of how do we present ourselves to public authorities, how do we have a participation and an input into university level education, and of course the great Shia tradition of scholarship is very, very important here. I can't help thinking, you know, of the times in southern Spain when the great philosophers worked together, the Catholic and the Islamic philosophers worked together before some of those terrible divisions took place. So our participation in an effort for education, and then secondly, the importance of us trying to respond to some of the dramatic and deeply felt social needs that came as a result of the COVID pandemic, the close down of public life, the close down of so much economic life, and therefore the increase of isolation and need for very basic practical support. And so we've been able to look together at how our different communities respond to these needs and actually share a lot of the common motivation that drives us forward. Another big moment for us in this journey was a couple of years ago when I invited these 4 colleagues of mine to come to Rome to meet Pope Francis. Now clearly that was an important moment for all of us, but it was organised by the Pontifical Council for Interreligious Dialogue, and on a Wednesday morning, after the Holy Father had fulfilled his duties in the big public audience, he came to one of the reception rooms just nearby in Vatican City State and met and talked with and greeted each of my friends. And I know for all of us, that was a moment in which was affirmed our shared spiritual quest. That here was Pope Francis, so evidently a man of God, welcoming and opening his heart to 4 people from the 2 great Islamic traditions who equally are men of the Spirit and wish to see, honour, worship and serve the living God. And there was no doubt at all about the impact that that visit had on us 5 visitors, and I believe right around the Islamic world. And this kind of gave a symbolic underlining of the importance that these quiet, very personal dialogues that were taking place in Britain could have. And I'll never forget those moments, and I'm sure my 4 compatriots will remember them also too. Then of course there was another moment which became very, very important and hugely symbolic. And again, that was a little while ago now, was the visit of Pope Francis to Iraq and his historic visit with the Ayatollah Ali al-Sistani. Now that in itself was most remarkable, and I know from my Catholic colleagues in Iraq how important that was and how important the words were of the Ayatollah, that Christians were citizens in Iraq and were to be respected with their rights held in due regard. Those words were so important. But in this country, what made a very big impact was the fact that Mohammad Raza Rizvi and I were able to go on the media channels and comment together about the events that were taking place in Iraq and about the importance of this visit to the Ayatollah Ali al-Sistani. So with both those very powerful symbolic events, one in Rome and one in Najaf, this has really given impetus and a solidity to the work that we do in terms of our interreligious dialogue and cooperation. Now I'd like to end on a very much more personal note, and yet it's also very public. In my heart I have a deep devotion to the 2 great saints of Assisi, to St. Clare and to St. Francis of Assisi. And of course, one of the most remarkable events in the life of St. Francis occurred in 1219, when he made a visit to Egypt to meet with the great Ali Malik al-Kamil. Now, I don't know if you know, but in that second decade of the 13th century, Francis made many efforts to make this pilgrimage to the heart of Egypt, to the place of the battles of the Crusades. And it was only in 1219 that he actually managed to achieve that. And of course, there's no direct account of his meeting with the Sheikh, with Ali, with Al-Kamil. But stories abound. Some of them are a little far-fetched. But there's no doubt that he came away from that meeting deeply touched and having created, I believe, a friendship. And maybe that's the most important word, a friendship and a mutual understanding which was rooted in a simplicity of life, was rooted in a search for God, and was rooted in a response to the situations of any historical and social moment. For Francis, the Crusades were a great tragedy, and he stood out at a time in which division and violence was common spread. He stood out as a man of peace. Indeed, you know, some of the most remarkable speculation now is that when a few years later in 1224, Francis retreated to Mount Verna in prayer, where he received the stigmata. Some current Franciscan scholarship says that he made that pilgrimage into the desert to pray in total isolation in order to pray for the ending of the Crusades and for peace between our two great traditions. Indeed, at the end of that retreat, when he came down from Mount Vernon, he wrote what's called a cartula, and on it he wrote, "May the Lord bless thee and keep thee. May he show his face to thee and have mercy on thee. May he turn his countenance to thee and give thee peace." Currently, some Franciscan scholars suggest that that prayer was in fact addressed to God on behalf of Sheikh al-Malik al-Kamil. It's been generally taken as a blessing for Leo, who was going to be his successor in leading this little band of Franciscans. But the other suggestion appeals to me greatly, that out of that deep mystical experience of God, he came away with this deep passion for prayer for one another. So I hope your conference can draw a little encouragement from these few words of mine. I would think I would summon them up in order to grow together, in order to offer the peace in which we both believe and hold dear to our world. We need simplicity, we need a profound spirituality, we need scholarship together, and we need a responsiveness to the mighty needs of the world around us. And may God bless you all.
On behalf of the Imam Ali Conference and our partners today, we would like to extend our most sincere gratitude to His Eminence, Cardinal Vincent Nichols, for his beautiful words. In the spirit of Imam Ali and his commitment to justice and social reform, it is the brotherhood of interfaith practice that truly keeps our human nature thriving. In fact, I remember when I was young, Cardinal Adam Maida visited the Islamic Center of America in Dearborn, Michigan. We are truly grateful for Cardinal Nichols' participation in today's conference. And now, to wrap up day one of the Imam Ali Conference of Human Values, I call upon the world-renowned scholar, Sayyid Mahdi al-Mudarsi, the founder of Ahlul Bayt TV and a partner to the Imam Ali Conference, for for a brief message. Sayyidina.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. My dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Take a look around you. Remove all of the filters and see the world for what it is. What you'll find is pain and suffering. You'll see a pandemic that's ravaged the entire planet. You'll see seething vitriol taking over our social and political discourse. You'll see wealth inequity at unprecedented levels. What you'll see is that the US national debt has hit a staggering $30 trillion. And that's just one factor in considering the cost of the military superiority of the United States. The climate doomsday clock is at 20 seconds to midnight. The damage is almost irreversible according to many experts in the field. Poverty is suffocating over 1 billion people worldwide. 34 million of them in America. And don't even get me started on politics and conflict and war and death and carnage. Humanity is like a rat in a labyrinth. We head in different directions, completely bewildered and dumbfounded as we reach for solutions to our problems. But we keep hitting brick walls. And it seems that every time we think we fixed one problem, we've created 10 more instead. It's like putting out one fire only to ignite others in its place. We're playing whack-a-mole on a global scale, and we're losing. But even if we address all of the endemic issues, all of the systemic problems, we're still losing the moral battle as we continue to regress straight back into a mutated form of the Jahiliyyah without even realizing it. What we need to understand, my dear brothers and sisters, at this critical juncture in time, is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has confined the means of salvation to what He has delivered through the prophets and messengers. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has shown us the way. God, the creator of the universe, who knows us better than anybody, including ourselves. He has shown us the way by sending prophet after prophet, messenger after messenger, apostle after apostle. And by sending all of these messengers, He has given us the roadmap that we must use in order to salvage what's left of our humanity. He has shown us the way. And He has restricted, to the exclusion of all other solutions, He has restricted the means of salvation to these prophets. Look at the story of Nuh and his son. This is a story that we share with Christians and Jews and other faith traditions. Nuh sets out to create this ark. His son, who was a disbeliever, says to him that I have another solution in mind. What was his solution? He said, Sa'awi ila jabalin ya'simuni min al-ma. I have a mountain, and I figured it all out. I am going to climb this mountain, and it will save me from this flood. How bad could it be? A flood surely can't submerge an entire mountain. So I know what to do. I have my solutions. I don't need you to tell me how to live my life. I don't need God to dictate my lifestyle. I don't need prophets and messengers telling me what's right and what's wrong. Sound familiar? So he says to his father, I'm going to climb this mountain. What does Nuh say in response? He says, لا عاصم اليوم من أمر الله إلا من رحم. No one can be saved today from God's command. No one can find refuge other than the way that God has provided us, which is to board the ark. No one can be saved except those that He has bestowed His mercy upon, meaning those that follow the guidance of these prophets. وَحَالَ بَيْنَهُمَا الْمَوْجِ. It was at that point in the conversation that a wave came and separated between the two of them. فَكَانَ مِنَ الْمُغْرَقِينَ. And Noah's son was among those that drowned. So, our prophet, the seal of messengers, then comes along and says, مَثَلُ أَهْلِ بَيْتِي فِيكُمْ كَسَفِينَةِ نُوحٍ. The example, the similitude of my family, my progeny, among you is like the ark of Nuh. مَنْ رَكِبَهَا نَجَى وَمَنْ تَخَلَّفَ عَنْهَا غَرِقَ وَهَوَى. Whoever boards this ark will find salvation, and whoever fails to do so will surely drown. He or she will perish. No matter what you think, no matter what solutions you can concoct for yourself, unless you board this ark, you will drown. The ark of the family of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And the single most important among them was Amir al-Mu'mineen, alayhi salawatullah, wal-malaika wal-nas ajma'een, the commander of the faithful. Rasulullah left him for us to seek our salvation from. After all, the Holy Prophet said unequivocally, repeatedly, أَنَا مَدِينَةُ الْعِلْمِ وَعَلِيٌّ بَابُهَا. I am the city of knowledge. If you want knowledge, knowledge isn't just about halal and haram, although of course that is an integral and critical part of what knowledge is. Knowledge is a roadmap for life. Knowledge is how to navigate the rough seas of this life. Knowledge is how to save ourselves, to save humanity, to save the planet, to save whatever we have, the faculties that we've been endowed with. The Holy Prophet says, I am the city of knowledge. You want to know how to save yourselves, you want to know how to live as human beings, you want to be able to win these battles, then you have to come to me. But there is a way that you need to enter. There is only one gate to the city of knowledge. أنا مدينة العلم وعلي بابها فمن أراد المدينة والحكمة فليأتها من بابها. Ali is the gate to this city. So whoever wants the knowledge, whoever wants wisdom, whoever wants solutions to these endemic, systemic, debilitating problems must come through the gate of Ali ibn Abi Talib. Our problems are paradoxical in nature. Our problems won't be solved unless we enter the city of knowledge through the gate that's been prescribed, that's been appointed to us. Amir al-Mu'mineen himself says, whoever seeks a path other than that of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will surely perish. Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam, his son, he says in Dua Arafah, خسرت صفقة عبد لم تجعل له من حبك نصيبا عميت عين لا تراك عليها رقيبا. The contract that is between us and anybody other than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is a losing contract. It is going to be a source of regret and remorse. Brothers and sisters, the pandemic was a wake-up call for humanity to revert to God and to seek those solutions from Him. And yet, it was a missed opportunity. It was something that we could have utilized to our benefit, but we missed out. We looked straight into the abyss and said, no, we'll take care of our problems. We will seek refuge in a mountain. We will seek refuge in a vaccine. We will seek refuge in government bailouts. We will seek refuge in the United Nations. We will seek refuge in this or that. But at the end of the day, لا عاصم اليوم من أمر الله. No one can protect us from the afflictions that have come to us as a result of our own actions, other than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now, why do I say all of this? If the solution lies in following the example of Ali ibn Abi Talib, if Imam Ali is the only recourse for us to be salvaged, then we need to learn what Ali did, what Ali said, the positions that Ali took, and we need to follow his example. Number one, we need to learn from Ali ibn Abi Talib that God is the only person we need to please. That God is the only entity that we need to be concerned about, not other people. Our aim in life shouldn't be to make as many friends as possible. Our aim in life should not be to please and appease others. Our aim in life is to please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Ali had all the virtues and qualities required to be the most popular person in the entire universe. And yet, he could not care less about attracting people's respect and admiration. Ali did not seek popularity. He is the most popular person. The love and respect we have for Ali ibn Abi Talib is unparalleled. People from all walks of life, all faiths, all colors, all creeds. And it's precisely because Ali didn't want that. Ali didn't look for that. Ali ibn Abi Talib sought to please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and nobody else. That's number one. Number two, if there is one word that defines the character of Ali, it was justice and it was kindness. Justice tempered with kindness, not absolute justice. Absolute justice when it came to facing the oppressors, yes. But when it came to other people, it was about mercy. It was about kindness. It was about generosity. It was about philanthropy. It was about charity. It was about showing them the kind of mercy that would attract them to the truth, that would bring them closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The same justice and mercy that we need to implement in our lives. In our lives, as people who are married to our spouses, our marital lives should be defined by justice tempered with mercy, by knowing the rights and responsibilities, but also going above and beyond. That we shouldn't be self-centered. It's not about us. This life is about compromise. It's about sacrifice. It's about looking after other people. It's about showing mercy to other people, especially those who are closest to us. Our spouses, our parents, our relatives, our children, our siblings, right? The kind of justice and mercy we seek from Ali ibn Abi Talib and his example, that we should implement in our communities, that we should implement in our families, that we should implement in our tribes and the wider society, as well as the level of governments and nations and countries at large. May Allah bless you all. It is an honor and a privilege to have participated in this global conference. I hope and my prayer is that we use this opportunity and others like it to learn about Amirul Mu'mineen and to follow in his footsteps, to read Nahj al-Balagha, to read the works and sayings and sermons and letters of Ali ibn Abi Talib, and not just be content with having him as some kind of a symbol that represents us or someone that we're proud of, but we don't actually follow or try to emulate. I send my peace and blessings upon the organizers, as well as all of those who participated in this event and putting it all together. May Allah bless you all. We pray for the reappearance of our Master, the Savior, the true embodiment of Amirul Mu'mineen in this time and in this age, inshaAllah. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Sayyidina, for those warm remarks. The Sayyid's address was brought to you by Babylon. Babylon is a family-owned business in Scarborough and Windsor, Canada. They complete transparent transactions and help you conduct your business. Thank you, Babylon. The Imam Ali Conference owes a great deal of gratitude to our generous sponsors and supporters. We urge you to support our conference in any way that you can. Please visit conferenceimamali.com to find more details on how you can lend a helping hand to support this amazing project. Truly, any assistance, any support, any generosity that you bring to the Imam Ali Conference is welcomed and appreciated by all. Also, head on over to @ImamAliConference on Instagram to read and review the full rules and procedures for our Ziyarah trip giveaway. We cannot wait to raffle off this amazing prize tomorrow, and we want to make sure that everybody continues to use hashtag ImamAli2022 to gain entry into this amazing raffle. And that wraps up day one of the Imam Ali Conference, brothers and sisters. We learned, we laughed, and we grew. Day one was a complete success. But of course, what would it be in 2022 without a little technical difficulty? We strive, and we will assure you that day two will be very smooth, and we will be committed to minimizing and mitigating all technical issues. Thank you for remaining patient with us throughout day one. Nonetheless, our commitment to faith, justice, and humanity is strengthened with the knowledge that we obtain today. With the blessings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, day two will be just as fun, just as exciting, and just as informative. On behalf of our collaborators, our partners, and our supporters, I thank you all for tuning in to day one of this amazing conference. I look forward to joining you all again tomorrow for day two. As a reminder, we will begin Sunday's portion of the Imam Ali Conference at 1:00 p.m. Eastern Time. Please do not forget to share the Imam Ali Conference with your friends and your family, and spread the word with all that you know. With each additional guest that attends our conference, the universal messages of justice, humanity, and faith set forth by our beloved Imam reach new heights. Thank you for a wonderful day one, and we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow for day two of the Imam Ali Conference, live on Ahlul Bayt TV. Assalamu alaikum, and have a good evening.
Ever thought of creating your own business? If so, we can help you get started. We're Mama Doe, an internationally recognized beauty supply distributor since 1992. We stock over 400 brands at incredibly low prices. We'll help you set up shop, including any technology you need, and help with stock choice, including insights based on geographic location. We're a true partner who will help you scale. Ordering is quick and easy too, with our Mama Dough app available on iOS, Android, and the web. Our integrated global logistics network means we can deliver worldwide. Partner with us today.
Introducing the Salam Center, a pioneering project bringing communities together, a sanctuary for all, regardless of race, color, or creed, a place to worship, socialize, stay healthy, and learn. The time has now come for an iconic and self-sufficient addition to London's landscape. This dream is fast becoming a reality, and we are almost halfway there. Will you join this special journey and inspire generations to come? Donate today at www.thesalamcenter.com.
He whose name sleeps in my heart, and there it is, Etebāt, my eyes windows to the beauty of your name. 7 letters that I've loved formed to become my beloved. With my heartbeat, part of my blood you became. I searched for your beauty and found it within me. In me a tragedy, Hussein, with everything patient, with your love impatient. Daily I lament, daily I lament, Hussein. With or without intention, your love crowned my creation. In smiles and cries, it became my pride. If in sadness my tears pour, I sit weeping at your door until your hand comforts me. There I reside. My heart like an orphan's, at your touch it softens, and my love it becomes Hussein. With everything patient, with your love impatient. Daily I lament, daily I lament, Hussein. بأبي أنت وأمي يا ابن رسول الله. بأبي أنت وأمي يا أبا عبد الله. بأبي أنت وأمي يا أبا عبد الله. Daily I'd wake and recall how in the night you I'd call. With the sunrise and sunset your love I'd share. On one side a beloved, whilst I want to be loved. loved by one never unloved, Hussein. With everything patient, with your love impatient, daily you I lament, daily you I lament, Hussein. With everything patient, with your love impatient, daily you I lament, daily you I lament, Hussein.
مناجاة التائبين.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إلهي ألبستني الخطايا ثوب مذلتي، وجللني التباعد منك لباس مسكنتي، وأمات قلبي عظيم جنايتي، فأحيه بتوبة منك يا أملي وبغيتي، ويا سؤلي ومنيتي، فوعزتك ما أجد لذنوبي سواك غافرا، ولا أرى لكسري غيرك جابرا، وقد خضعت بالإنابة إليك، وعنوت بالاستكانة لديك، فإن طردتني من بابك فبمن ألوذ، وإن رددتني عن جنابك فبمن أعوذ، فوا أسفاه من خجلتي وافتضاحي، ووالهفاه من سوء عملي واجتراحي. أسألك يا غافر الذنب الكبير، ويا جابر العظم الكسير، أن تهب لي موبقات الجرائر
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على المبعوث رحمة للعالمين سيدنا ونبينا محمد وعلى آله الطيبين الطاهرين.
الليل المتعرض بالله شيئا ولا يسرقن ولا يضون وقصدك فيه القاصدون وأمل فضلك ومعروفك الطالبون ولك في هذا الليل نفحات وجوائز وعطايا ومواهب تمن بها على من تشاء من عبادك وتمنعها من لم تسبق له العناية منك. وها أنا ذا عبدك الفقير إليك المؤمل فضلك ومعروفك، فإن كنت يا مولاي تفضلت في هذه الليلة على أحد من خلقك وعدت عليه بعائدة من عطفك فصل على محمد وآله الطيبين الطاهرين الخيرين الفاضلين وجد علي بفضلك ومعروفك وكرمك يا رب العالمين. وصل على محمد وآل محمد الطيبين الطاهرين الخيرين الفاضلين الذين أذهب الله عنهم الرجس وطهرهم تطهيرا إنك حميد مجيد. اللهم إني أدعوك كما أمرتني فصل على محمد وآل محمد الطيبين الطاهرين واستجب لي كما وعدتني إنك لا تخلف الميعاد برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. وصل يا رب على محمد وآله الطاهرين.
بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. لله ما في السماوات وما في الأرض. وإن تبدوا ما في أنفسكم أو تخفوه يحاسبكم به فيغفر لمن يشاء ويعذب يشاء والله على كل شيء قدير. آمن الرسول بما أنزل إليه من ربه والمؤمنون كل آمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه ورسله بين أحد من رسله وقالوا سمعنا وأطعنا وقالوا سمعنا وأطعنا غفرانك ربنا غفرانك ربنا غفرانك ربنا وإليك المصير. لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها لها ما كسبت وعليها ما لن كسبت لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا ربنا ولا تحملنا ما به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا لا تنا وهب لنا من أنت الوهاب ربنا ليوم لا ريب فيه إن الله رب ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب. ربنا إنك جامع الناس إن الله لا يخلف الميعاد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. نصر الله أفواج ربك والسماء. صدق الله العظيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما. سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر ولله الحمد. الله أكبر الله أكبر. الله أكبر الله أكبر. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. ولي الله. أشهد أن عليا أمير المؤمنين وأبناء حجج الله صلوات الله عليهم أجمعين. حي على الصلاة. حي على الصلاة. على الفلاح حي على حي على العمل حي على العمل الله الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله اللهم اغفر للمؤمنين والمؤمنات والمسلمين والمسلمات الأحياء منهم والأموات برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. الفاتحة مع الصلوات. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله صلى الله عليه عليا حجة الله. حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على خير العمل حي على خير العمل. قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة. الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إنا أنزلناه في ليلة القدر وما أدراك ما ليلة القدر. ليلة القدر خير من 1000 شهر. تنزل الملائكة والروح فيها بإذن ربهم من كل أمر. سلام هي حتى مطلع الفجر. الله أكبر. سبحان الله سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد. الله أكبر. سبحان الله اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. الله سبحان الله سبحان ربي. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. الله أكبر. بحول الله وقوته أقوم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. الله أكبر. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. اللهم كن لوليك الحجة ابن الحسن صلواتك عتي وفي كل ساعة وليا وعينا حتى تسكنه أرضك طوعا وتمتعه فيها طويلا. وصل اللهم على محمد وآله الطاهرين. الله أكبر. سبحان الله سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم. الله أكبر. سبحان الله سبحان ربي الأعلى. محمد وآل محمد. الله الله. سبحان الله سبحان ربي الأعلى وحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. عافية وعترته الطاهرة. الله أكبر. الحمد لله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. السلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الله
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا من أرجوه لكل خير وآمن سخطه عند كل شر. يا من يعطي الكثير بالقليل. يا من يعطي من سأله. يا من يعطي من لم يسأل. ومن لم يعرفه تحننا منه ورحمة أعطني بمسألتي إياك جميع خير الدنيا وجميع خير الآخرة، واصرف عني بمسألتي إياك جميع شر الدنيا وشر الآخرة، فإنه غير منقوص ما أعطيت. وزدني من فضلك يا كريم يا ذا الجلال والإكرام يا ذا النعم. حرم شيبتي
صلاة وكان يأمر أهله بالصلاة والزكاة وكان عند ربه مرضيا.
روي عن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله أنه قال: الصلاة من شرائع الدين وفيها مرضاة الرب عز وجل وهي منهاج الأنبياء. روي عن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله أنه قال: ليكن أكثر همك الصلاة فإنها رأس الإسلام بعد الإقرار بالدين. روي عن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله أنه قال: لكل شيء وجه ووجه دينكم الصلاة. روي عن الإمام علي عليه السلام أنه قال: الصلاة حصن من سطوات الشيطان. روي عن الإمام الصادق عليه السلام أنه قال: أحب الأعمال إلى الله عز وجل الصلاة وهي آخر وصايا الأنبياء.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إلهي لولا الواجب من قبول أمرك لنزهتك عن ذكري إياك على أن ذكري لك بقدري لا بقدرك وما عسى أن يبلغ مقداري حتى أجعل محلا لتقديسك ومن أعظم النعم علينا جريان ذكرك على ألسنتنا وإذنك لنا بدعائك وتنزيهك وتسبيحك إلهي فألهمنا ذكرك في الخلاء والملاء والليل والنهار والإعلان والإسرار وفي السراء والضراء وآنسنا بالذكر الخفي واستعملنا بالعمل الزكي والسعي المرضي وجازنا بالميزان الوفي إلهي بك هامت القلوب الوالهة وعلى معرفتك جمعت العقول المتباينة فلا تطمئن القلوب إلا بذكراك ولا تسكن النفوس إلا عند رؤياك أنت المسبح في كل مكان والمعبود في كل زمان والموجود في كل أوان والمدعو بكل لسان والمعظم في كل جنان وأستغفرك من كل لذة بغير ذكرك ومن كل راحة بغير أنسك ومن كل سرور بغير قربك ومن كل شغل بغير طاعتك إلهي أنت قلت وقولك الحق يا أيها الذين آمنوا اذكروا الله ذكرا كثيرا وسبحوه بكرة وأصيلا وقلت وقولك الحق فاذكروني أذكركم فأمرتنا بذكرك ووعدتنا عليه أن تذكرنا تشريفا لنا وتفخيما وإعظاما وها نحن ذاكروك كما أمرتنا فأنجز لنا ما وعدتنا يا ذاكر الذاكرين ويا أرحم الراحمين.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. اللهم رب النور العظيم ورب الكرسي الرفيع ورب البحر المسجور ومنزل التوراة والإنجيل والزبور ورب الظل والحرور ومنزل القرآن العظيم ورب الملائكة المقربين والأنبياء والمرسلين. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك الكريم وبنور وجهك المنير وملكك القديم يا حي يا قيوم، أسألك باسمك الذي أشرقت به السماوات والأرضون، وباسمك الذي يصلح به الأولون والآخرون، يا حيان قبل كل حي، ويا حيان بعد كل حي، ويا حيان حين لا حي، يا محيي الموتى ومميت الأحياء، يا حي لا إله إلا أنت. اللهم بلغ مولانا الإمام الهادي المهدي القائم بأمرك صلوات الله عليه وعلى آبائه الطاهرين عن جميع المؤمنين والمؤمنات في مشارق الأرض ومغاربها، سهلها وجبلها وبرها وبحرها، وعني وعن والدي من الصلوات زنة عرش الله ومداد كلماته، وما أحصاه علمه وأحاط به كتابه. اللهم إني أجدد له في صبيحة يومي هذا وما عشت من أيامي عهدا وعقدا وبيعة له في عنقي لا أحول عنها ولا أزول أبدا. اللهم اجعلني من أنصاره وأعوانه والذابين عنه والمسارعين إليه في قضاء حوائجه والممتثلين لأوامره والمحامين عنه والسابقين إلى إرادته والمستشهدين بين يديه. اللهم إن حال بيني وبينه الموت الذي جعلته على عبادك حتما مقضيا فأخرجني من قبري مؤتزرا كفني شاهرا سيفي مجردا قناتي ملبيا دعوة الداعي في الحاضر والبادي. اللهم أرني الطلعة الرشيدة والغرة الحميدة، واكحل ناظري بنظرة مني إليه، وعجل فرجه وسهل مخرجه، وأوسع منهجه، واسلك بي محجته، وأنفذ أمره، واشدد أزره، واعمر اللهم به بلادك، وأحيي به عبادك، فإنك قلت وقولك الحق. ظهر الفساد في البر والبحر بما كسبت أيدي الناس، فأظهر اللهم لنا وليك وابن بنت نبيك المسمى باسم رسولك، حتى لا يظفر بشيء من الباطل إلا مزقاه، ويحق الحق ويحققه، واجعله اللهم مفزعا لمظلوم عبادك، وناصرا لمن لا يجد له ناصرا غيرك، ومجددا لما عطل من أحكام كتابك، ومشيدا لما ورد من أعلام دينك وسنن نبيك صلى الله عليه وآله، واجعله اللهم ممن حصنته من بأس المعتدين. اللهم وسر نبيك محمدا صلى الله عليه وآله برؤيته، ومن تبعه على دعوته، وارحم استكانتنا بعده. اللهم اكشف هذه الغمة عن هذه الأمة بحضوره، وعجل لنا ظهوره. إنهم يرونه بعيدا ونراه قريبا، برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين.
أنا أريد أقول الله يستر على هالبلد وعلى كل بلدان المسلمين. والله الأيام دا أقرأ كتب، أنا دا تصدر هنا أقرأ كتب وأسمع شرائط وأسمع حكي هم من البعض، يعني حكي كله من وراء لوس أنجلوس، من وراء رأسا تشعر أنه مشدود للنفط هذا مباشرة. يعني الله يستر على وحدة المسلمين لئلا يحولونه. وانا اقول لك اللي جاي يلعب بهاللعبة ترى يحترق بعدين، هو هم يحترق، حتى اذا اكو ايادي من وراءهم هي تحترق. ترى نبالي شوي زين، لانه الله لا يعرض المسلمين الى ان تنقسم وحدتهم. يعني اكو جاي اسمع موجودة عندي الكتب والشرائط موجودة عندي، يعني شرائط صريحة جت تصيح بالناس خلي يذبح بعضكم بعض. وما اعرف انا ليش غافلة عن هالدولة، ما ادري ليش غافلة، ما اعرف شنو، ما اعرف التعليل ما اعرفه. والكتب ايضا اللي جاي تصدر يعني اذا تقرأها يغلي دمك غليان غريب. يا ناس الله الله في وحدة المسلمين، ارجوكم ذولا هالناس البسطاء، هذا اللي فك عينه يا فلان فك عينه بالبيت وما يعرف ان شنو مذهبه. لما كبر شاف امه وابوه حنفية صار حنفي، شاف امه وابوه شوافع صار شافعي، شاف امه وابوه شيعة صار شيعي. هذول منهم إلى خلق راح استقرأ الأدلة وطلع الكتب وناقش النظريات وانتهى إلى رأي ناس مسلمين على الفطرة. الله في وحدتهم، الله لا يرحمكم برحمته. والله أنكم قتل ومجرمون، شهد الله وكفى. أن هذه الكتب من ورائها أيدي مجرمة، هذه مهمتها أن تمزق وحدة المسلمين. خلوا البلدان المسلمين خلوها هادئة، توجهوا كافحوا المخدرات، كافحوا الرذائل، كافحوا الانحلال، كافحوا الفجور، كافحوا التجسس، كافحوا العمالة للأجنبي، كافحوا الكفر والإلحاد. لا تكافحون إخوتكم أهل لا إله إلا الله. نعم، هاي لعبة خطرة، أنا أحذر، هاي لعبة خطرة، ونسأل الله أن يجنبنا وبال هذا العمل، وأن يحفظ وحدة المسلمين، وأن يخلينا تحت لواء لا إله إلا الله.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. السلام على الشجرة النبوية والدوحة الهاشمية المضيئة المثمرة بالنبوة المونقة بالإمامة، وعلى ضجيعيك آدم ونوح عليهما السلام. السلام عليك وعلى أهل بيتك الطيبين الطاهرين. السلام عليك وعلى الملائكة المحدقين بك والحافين بقدرك. يا مولاي يا أمير المؤمنين، هذا يوم الأحد وهو يومك وباسمك، وأنا ضيفك فيه وجارك، فأضفني يا مولاي وأجرني، فإنك كريم تحب الضيافة ومأمور بالإجارة، فافعل ما رغبت إليك فيه ورجوته منك بمنزلتك وآل بيتك عند الله ومنزلته عندكم، وبحق ابن عمك رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم وعليهم أجمعين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم صل على محمد وآله. السلام عليك يا ممتحنة امتحنك الذي خلقك قبل أن يخلقك، وكنت لما امتحنك به صابرة، ونحن لك أولياء مصدقون، ولكل ما أتى به أبوك صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم وأتى به وصيه عليه السلام مسلمون. ونحن نسألك اللهم إذ كنا مصدقين لهم أن تلحقنا بتصديقنا بالدرجة العالية، لنبشر أنفسنا بأننا قد طهرنا بولايتهم عليهم السلام، برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. وصل يا رب على محمد وآله الطاهرين.
سعت طوعا إليها قبل الخلق جبار السماء صلى عليها. أم المصطفى أم لها والوحي فيها بنت المرتضى بل زينب زين أبيها نور من نورين أخت للسبطين أم للكفين ترعى العباس ولها شاء الباري زوج من أطهاري شبل للطياري غوث للناس. زينب قاعدة زينب سيدة زينب قائدة زينب عابدة صارت قاعدة الحكم الخدر من الولادة سادت عن نسب بعد ماوم زين السيادة وتلوق لها مثل إخوة عن القيادة عبدة الله حد ما صارت عجوبة عبادة متميزة عيد ربها وتحبه ويحبها ويغضب عليه يغضبها مثل الزهراء والخالق علاها من يوم السماء لو شاءت شاء. زينب في العلا زينب للبلاء زينب للبلاء زينب كربلاء داما روجوا لي الأسر من قيل وقال تبقى هيبة الله بقول وفعال لم تمضي بسيف نحو أشباه الرجال حازت نصرها في الطف من دون قتال قادت ما قادوها حقا من يدنوها في الشام خافوها سيف لله مشكاة القدسية حوراء الإنسية عاشت زهرائية لجمت أفواه. زينب عالمة زينب فاهمة زينب فاطمة زينب دائمة وضمت زينب وهالخطبة خلدها دمرنا سادة يا يزيد احنا نظل حتى بأسرنا كدك علينا والله ما تمحي ذكرنا وسعى سعيك اليوم الحشر باقي أمرنا تعرفنا ما يهمنا لو ضحينا بدمنا احنا الزهراء أمنا يا ابن الطلقاء والموعد بالمحشر يا مجد ويا محيدر وعلينا ما سيونسى ساعة العمر الأخيرة زينبين نامت على رمل الظهيرة تذكر المطروح من دون عشيرة وتنادي ألف آه للطريح عمتي أبكيك صبحا وعشيا كيف قادوك إلى الشام سبيا كيف نادتك العدا يا خارجية ضاق بي في لوعتي كل فسيح هكذا يقول الإمام المهدي بندبة يخاطب بها عمته زينب. هنا زينب تجيب تقول ما كفاهم يا أبا الثارات جلتي في السبا شدوا بحبل الأسر زندي نهر دمعي لم يزال يحفر خدي وأنا أبكي على الرأس الذبيح ليتهم قرب كفيلي دفنوني. زينب تقول ليتهم قرب كفيلي دفنوني بعد عينيه فما نامت عيوني بعد عينيه فما نامت عيوني وين اللي يعتني القبور اللي حنان ينادي لمن يصل طف الأحزان أختكم زينب الليلة يا وليان ماتت يا غضيمة بعزة اخوان كانت أمنيتها الموت لو حان يصير حسين لو عباس دفان ما رادت ما رادت مبعد عني الأوطان بين أهل المحن رادت مكان يا زاير يا زاير يا زاير مرقد الكبرى بدمع مذروف سلم لي عليها وياك حين الطوف سلم لي على زينب سلم لي على زينب أمان عليك يا القاصد بنت الأطياب نياب أقرأ الزيارة وقبل على الأعتاب قبل الأعتاب صلي لي ركعتين بدمع ستشايب وقلها الشوفتك يبقى القلب ملهوف ملهوف جامر الشوق قلها يشب الدلال ولأجلي مصيبتك يبقى الدمع حمال جبايل شفت مصايب كربلة تهد جبايل حيرة وغرب روس مقطعة وجفوف شفت القمر عدنان حظم الله لك الأجر يا أبا الفضل العباس بوفاة العزيزة بفقد العزيزة بذكرى وفاة عزيزة قلبك زينب. اليوم كأن العباس من قلب كربلاء من قلبه العاشق للحسين والعاشق لزينب كأن يا زينب يا زينب يا زينب يا زينب. من ينظر إلى نعش زينب فليبكي أيها الموالون المعزون الباكون على زينب. اليوم شكو واحد يتذكر زينب يبكي على زينب ينعى لزينب يشاطر العباس عليه السلام بمصاب زينب يردد وياي يا زينب أهل مصابك يا زينب أخوتك عثرة وخدرك تسلى خدريك تسلب. ها هي أجواء كربلاء أعلنت الحداد على زينب الحسين على زينب العباس على زينب الزهراء على نائبة الزهراء على نائبة علي بن أبي طالب وعابدة آل علي زينب. اليوم بلسانك يا زينب الحوراء أرفع كفي بحضرة العباس أبو فاضل وشكو واحد عنده حاجة قدام العباس أبو فاضل خليها ويردد وياي يا كاشف الكربي عن وجه الحسين اكشف كربنا بحق الحسين يا أبا
بس ما شليت صبرك بوداعي العزيز وخصمك نظرك ودعنا ومشى جاني حليم خطوة كل خطوة بضيح يتكسر بصدرك قل له يا علي وداع الموت الموت وداع الموت أودعك والسيوف اشتاقت النحرك يا صورة محمد يا صورة محمد وآخر النظرات وروح حسين دمعة وظلت بظهرك أنا الأكبر صحت وحسين صاح وياك 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 يا سيف الزعل وحسينك شهرك
يا أكبر جبل بس ما شليت صبرك بوداعي العزيز خصمك نظرك ودعنا ومشى جاني حليم خطوة كل خطوة بضيح يتكسر بصدرك
شبه غيم الكتايب لو دفعها الريح تعلن بالظلام على صدرك حزن، على صدرك حزن قبلة ودمع عطشان عطشان يا الماء أجمل حلم يمشي على كف الموت الموت الموت. يا شجرة أمل يا شجرة أمل والحاقدين طبرك
يا أكبر جمال اسمع شديد صبرك وداعي العزيز خصمك نظرك ودعنا ومشى كان حلم خطوة كل خطوة برميح يتكسر بصدرك.
نمت فوق المهر نمت فوق المهر وصيت ارد الحسين من دم هالتك ينسد نظر مهري بعد تيه طريقه وصار بيك يدور بيك يدور بعد تيه طريقه وصار بيك يدور ورماح العدا وسيوفها توذريك وداعا يا أبا يا أبا يا أبا يا أبا وداعا يا أبا وصوتك وصل لحسين وانت بيا وضيع من يوصلي نظري.
يا أكبر جمال بس ما شديد صبر خصمك نظرك ودعنا ومشى كان حلم خطوة كل خطوة برميح يتكسر.
بحبيبة قلبك بعزيزة قلبك زينب عزيزة قلبك زينب سيدي. اللهم ارزقنا زيارة زينب وشفاعة زينب ورضا زينب. اللهم ارزقنا التوجع على مصاب زينب ولوعة زينب. يا أبو فاضل العباس اليوم ندق بابك نيابة عن السيدة زينب وعن زوار السيدة زينب وكل واحد يشوف قناة كربلاء المقدسة عاشق إلك يا سيدي والأفضالك والكرمك والجودك والعطائك وعاشق لمعجزاتك وكبريائك ووقفتك وإيثارك. إن شاء الله ربي يقضي له حاجته وحوائج من يشاهد قناة كربلاء المقدسة. سلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته يا خدام الحسين يا عشاق الحسين. عظم الله لكم الأجر بمصاب آل محمد بلوعة آل محمد ببكاء آل محمد بهذا الحداد الذي أعلن من قلب قائم آل محمد صلوات الله وسلامه عليه اليوم وهذه الأيام التي وأسر زينب وذكرى زينب سلام الله عليها ورباطة جأش زينب ووقفة زينب وخطبة زينب. نعم اليوم حري بنا نردد مع صاحب عصرنا وزماننا وزينب. سيدتي يا مولاتي يا من أسست مملكة الصبر كوني وجيهة لنا عند الله عز وجل ليشفع لنا ويغفر لنا ذنوبنا. يا وجيهة عند الله اشفعي لنا عند الله من كربلائكم من العتبة العباسية من قناتكم قناة كربلاء المقدسة المشرقة بنور أبي الفضل العباسي عليه السلام. اليوم يجمعنا الحزن على زينب سلام الله عليها. أنا وأنتو نردد يا كاشف الكرب عن وجه الحسين اكشف كربنا وكرب زينب يا أبا الفضل العباس. سيدي أي واحد يشوف هذا الاسم سيدي قلبه يميل لك يا أبو فاضل، تأخذ الغيرة وتأخذ الحمية وياخذ الحب والعطف والإحساس لما يشوف هذا الضريح الأقدس وهذه المنائر، هذه المنارة المباركة وهذه القبة السامقة والشامخة بنور وجهك يا أبا الفضل العباس. من قناتكم قناة كربلاء المقدسة، اليوم العزاء زينبي والبكاء لحضرة أبي الفضل العباس عليه السلام يكون الذي جمعنا بكم يا زوار العباس المبارك. جيب العزاء لقلب أبي الفضل العباس عليه السلام ببركة الصلاة على محمد وآل محمد. أحسنتم أخواني، جزاكم الله. كربلاء المقدسة يشوف هاي الصورة الجميلة المباركة العظيمة بمحتواها، حقيقة القلب يرتاح. شكرا لكم كادرنا، كادر برنامج يا أبا الفضل وكادر قناة كربلاء المقدسة. أتبي ضريح أبي الفضل العباس عليه السلام. يا أبا الفضل، أنا وأنتم نتشرف بنداء يا أبا الفضل. وطبعا أرقام هواتف قناتكم المباركة الآسية يكون للمغتربين، ورقم الأثير إن شاء الله يكون لإخواننا العراقيين. وإن شاء الله هنيئا لكم هذه الزيارة وهذه الليلة القدسية العباسية الزينبية التي أقيم عزاؤها بأرض الغاضرية وتقاسم حزنها مع صاحب العصر والزمان وسيد البرية محمد صلى الله عليه الله، والرضا بحق مولاي أبو الفضل العباس عليه السلام لك. إن شاء الله إذا عندنا متصل أنا إن شاء الله أكون بخدمته، إذا ما عندنا متصل حتى أكمل وأستمر بحديثي إن شاء الله، وأداء الحديث وواجب الكفاية لسيدتي ومولاتي زينب الحوراء سلام الله عليها. أنا وأنتم بهذه الرحمة وبهذه البركة وبهذا العشق الزينبي والعشق العباسي الذي جمعنا بكم على سفرة أم البنين سلام الله عليها، وعلى سفر الخلود الذي أسس من بركات أبي عبد الله الحسين عليه السلام والدم الذي أسيل بكربلاء. عندنا متصل، منو عندنا من بغداد؟ طالب من بغداد. نعم يا طالب، سلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
السلام عليكم، بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
اسم طالب يذكرنا.
اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آله.
العنوان الكبير، أين الطالب بدم المقتول بكربلاء؟ نعم يا طالب.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
تفضل لحضرة عم الطالب بدم المقتول بكربلاء أبي الفضل العباس، وردد معي يا أبا الفضل.
يا أبا الفضل العباس.
بل عملكم إن شاء الله يا زوار أبو فاضل العباس ويا زوار الحسين، وإن شاء الله تؤمرون برحمة الله الواسعة بهذه الليلة القدسية وهذه الليلة الزينبية المباركة التي كلها حزن لزينب وكلها بكاء لزينب. إذا طالب ما موجود إن شاء الله خلينا ناخذ متصل آخر.
ألو.
الله يحفظكم إن شاء الله أستاذنا الفاضل.
ألو.
نعم أخوتي، طيبة وهذه الليالي نعم بهذه الليالي الطيبة. نعم أم رقية من القطيف. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد الطيبين الطاهرين المعصومين الميامين. تفضل يا أم رقية لحضرة من غرته بهية، لحضرة قمر الغاضرية أبي أم رقية إذا موجودة ويانا رددي يا أبا الفضل العباس. يا الله، أنا أي زاير يتصل وما يصير له رب العالمين سهل للزوار يا ربي بجاه محمد وآل محمد، سهل للزوار. نعم يا أم رقية. نعم نعم يا أم رقية، تفضلي تفضلي.
ألو.
أتمنى التلفاز شوية تتركي جزاك الله خير الجزاء وتسمعين فقط من جهاز الموبايل.
ألو.
الله إن شاء الله يحفظك وزيارة مقبولة ببركة مولاي أبو الفضل العباس عليه السلام.
السلام عليك يا أبا الفضل العباس.
أستاذ محمد حبيب قلبي مخرجنا الطيب،
السلام على الحسين وعلى علي
تفضل.
بن
اللهم صل
الحسين
على
وعلى
محمد وآل محمد.
على أولاد الحسين وعلى أنصار الحسين.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل.
السلام عليك يا مولاتي يا زينب.
يا الله، تفضلي ام رقيه. هذا صحن العباس ابو فاضل. الله الله، هذا جود العباس ابو فاضل. يا رب ان شاء الله يرزقك ويرزق كل اخواننا واخواتنا بالاحساء والقطيف ان شاء الله المجيء وزياره كربلاء المقدسه والتشرف بهذا المكان.
لبيك يا ابا الفضل العباس، لبيك يا ابا الفضل العباس.
نعم تفضلي. يا الله يا الله. بارك بزوار الحسين، بارك بزوار العتبات المقدسة، اللهم بارك بهم بحق محمد وآل محمد. نعم يا أم رقية، هذا ضريح أبو فاضل العباس. نعم يا زوار العباس، هذا ضريح أبو فاضل. نعم مستمرين وياكم إن شاء الله. فاطمة من البصرة، يا عباس آل محمد تفضلي لحضرة أبي الفضل العباس عليه السلام وارفعي الكف ورددي معي يا أبا الفضل.
يا أبا الفضل.
نعم يا فاطمة. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
يا رب سهل أمر الزوار بجاه محمد وآل محمد. الزوار أصحاب حوائج.
السلام عليك يا ابن.
الله يقضيكم حوائجكم إن شاء الله بحرمة الفضل العباس. فاطمة إذا موجودة ويانا وتنظر إلى هذه الصورة المباركة.
نعم وياك.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. نعم تفضل يا فاطمة.
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله. تقبل الله عملك إن شاء الله بحرمة أبو الفضل العباس عليه السلام. يلا تفضل بزيارة أبو فاضل العباس وقدم التعزية القلب العباس أبو فاضل بوفاة زينب سلام الله عليها.
نعزي مولانا صاحب الزمان عجل الله تعالى فرجه الشريف ذكرى وشهادة السيدة زينب عليه السلام. السلام عليك يا أبا الفضل العباس. السلام عليك يا ابن أمير المؤمنين. السلام عليك يا ابن أم البنين. السلام عليك يا أخ الحسين. السلام عليك ورحمة الله.
أحسنتي بارك الله بك. إن شاء الله ببركة العباس أبو فاضل مقضية حاجتك وحوائج كل الزوار وكل خادمات الإمام الحسين عليه السلام وكل عاشقات السيدة زينب وكل المتأثرات بشخصية زينب سلام الله عليها. إذن كربلاءكم كربلاء الحسين، قناة كربلاء المقدسة مستمرة وياكم بأداء واجب الخدمة وواجب الزيارة وإيصال هذه الصورة المباركة من العتبة العباسية. نعم إذن زينب تستمر معنا إن شاء الله بعد أن ودعتنا فاطمة من لبنان. تفضلي يا زينب وسلام الله على زينب الحوراء. وادعي لنا يم السيدة خولة أرجوك لا تنسينا من دعواتك. رددي يا أبا الفضل العباس وتفضلي وتوكلي على الله عز وجل.
السلام عليكم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
عليكم السلام.
يا أبا فضل العباس. السلام عليك يا أبا الفضل العباس. السلام عليك يا كاشف القرب. عن أخيه
أتمنى من عندك تسمعين إن شاء الله. يعني
السلام على السيدة زينب بن عزيز صاحب العصر والزمان عليه السلام، بالسيدة زينب عليها السلام.
نعم.
أسألكم الدعاء.
نسأل الله القبول والرضا بحق أبي الفضل العباس عليه السلام.
نسألكم الدعاء والزيارة
إن شاء الله
نيابة عني وعن جميع المؤمنين والمؤمنات. السلام على أبا
ببركة زينب. وأنت كذلك لا تنسينا من دعواتك عند السيدة خولة سلام الله عليها. جزاك الله خير الجزاء. شكرا لك ولكل المتصلين الذين هم غير منفصلين عن حب آل محمد عليهم السلام. جزاك الله خير الجزاء وكل خدمة الحسين وعشاق الحسين وأحباب الحسين ومن يشاهد إلى هذا أو العباس عليه السلام. يا رب يتمنى لكم التوفيق أتمنى لكم الرحمة، أتمنى لكم دائما المواصلة بمنهج زينب سلام الله عليها، وحبي أبي الفضل العباس، وحبي أخيه الحسين عليه السلام. من عندنا أستاذ محمد؟ إذن أنا وأنتم ما زلنا بحب زينب، وما زلنا بعشق زينب سلام الله عليها، ما زلنا نتنقل بين أروقة الحب والعطاء الزينبي، ما زلنا نردد يا زينب، وما زال القلب يعيش بهذه الترانيم الزينبية. نحن وإياكم مع زينب، نحن وإياكم نذوب بحب زينب، نحن وإياكم نذكر زينب. ألا بذكر زينب تنكسر القلوب، ألا بذكر زينب تنكسر القلوب، ألا بذكر زينب تنكسر القلوب. كل ما حزن زينب يمر موضوعا، جفن المحب من كيفه تجري دموعه، مفجوعة عاشت وامتنت مفجوعة، وشافت أخوها الخيل فوق ضلوعه، ومن لظى أساها مهجتها تذوب. ألا بذكر زينب تنكسر القلوب.
تنشد من الناس جنهم البنين، هذا الطعن جار قلوا لي من وين، نازل ملاب يعرف هذا الطعن ما بيعرف، قلوا لي من وين، قلوا لي من وين. تركض الوادم والفزاع بين الدرى والمادرة، من بين سواد الضعن كل الرسوم مغيرة، شو هالضعن كل ما قراب ما اشوف راية من الشرى، نسوان شاوين يزليل طول الضعن شم قصرة، من حقها يا ناس ما تقبل العين، ذاك الضعن وين، هذا الضعن وين، زينب ضعنها يختلف، هذا ضعن ما بيعرف، قلوا لي من وين، قلوا لي من وين. زينب ضعنها من طلع نور براياتها الهم قبعيه، ومبنى ما تستهم بالناقعه باسي حدي مثل الحلم بس مو حلم، بالرايه والروح ما شافت الناس، و18 كوكب يحف، هذا ضعن ما بيعرف، قلوا لي من وين، اللي يلقى يطبع الشرف، والكربلاء زتها الوطن، والنوب كل هودج خدور، وبإيد كافلها الرسن، عباس وين أكبر عليه بكتارها يا وشبلي الحسن طلعت من البيض
الله يا زينب، الله يا زينب، الله يا زينب، الله يا أم البنين، الله يا أبا الفضل العباس، الله يا حسين، الله على هذا العطاء، الله على هذه الدماء، الله على هذه التضحية، الله على القلوب العاشقة المحبة الوالهة المتأثرة بكم يا سادتي. لا حرمني الله منكم ولا خدمة الحسين يحرمون منكم ولا من عطائكم ولا من فضلكم يا سادتي. الله يديم عليكم بركة الحسين إن شاء الله يا خدام الحسين. إذن عندنا متصل آخر. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. إذن زهراء من واسط. سلام عليكم يا زهراء، تفضلي لحضرة بطل كربلاء أبي الفضل العباس عليه السلام ورددي معي: يا كاشف الكرب عن وجه الحسين اكشف كربنا بحق الحسين يا أبا الفضل. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد. أنا سجلت اسم زهراء، إذا أكو بعد أسماء أنا بخدمتكم إن شاء الله. أستاذ محمد إن شاء الله احنا بخدمة الزوار، وأي زاير يردد يا أبا الفضل احنا بخدمته زوار.
السيدة زينب عليه السلام، وندعي من الله لكم الصحة والعافية ولجميع المؤمنين والمؤمنات.
جزاك الله خير. نعم تفضلي.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. السلام عليك يا أبا عبد الله، السلام عليك وعلى الأرواح التي حلت ثناءك، عليك مني جميعا سلام الله أبدا ما بقيت بقى الليل والنهار، ولا جعلها الله آخر العهد مني لزيارتكم. السلام على الحسين وعلى علي بن الحسين وعلى أولاد الحسين وعلى أصحاب الحسين. السلام على سيدتي ومولاتي زينب. السلام على سيدتي وولاتي أم البنين، وأهدي هذا البيت لكم لقضاء حوائجكم لأم البنين.
يا الله.
أقولها لا دكتور مثل الصار، لا دكتور مثل الصار، لا طب مثل طبك، جربناك بالكلفات واللي ما جرب يجربك. انت اللي على الخلق علات، انت اللي على الخلق علات،
يا الله،
وانت اللي فضلت ربك.
نعم. أحسنتي أحسنتي، جزاك الله خير الجزاء. شكرا لك زينب، سلام الله عليها. شكرا لك، شكرا لك إن شاء الله. نعم مشاهدي قناة كربلاء المقدسة، الزيارة بالإنابة عنكم إن شاء الله من قناتكم قناة كربلاء المقدسة، ومن العتبة العباسية المتشرفة بأبي الفضل العباس وخدامها الذين هم مخلصون لأبي الفضل العباس ومخلصون لزوار أبي الفضل العباس. وياكم إن شاء الله ونردد يا أبا الفضل العباس. أم علي من محافظة البصرة، سلام عليكم يا أم علي.
وعليكم السلام. السلام على أبو الفضل العباس.
أبو فاضل العباس ويوم زينب، شلون تصير الدمعة وشلون يصير التفاعل؟ صيحي يا زينب من قلبك. يا زينب،
يا زينب،
يا
زينب العباس، وشد مشتاقتنا، وشد مشتاقة ورناك يا حبيبي يا أبو فاضل. يا سعدتني وليدي في مرض خبيث يا أبو فاضل، صرت أقولين، صرت أحكي ما أقدر والله العظيم يا أبو فاضل. بدوى روح لك والكرامتك ولأمك الزهراء مثل ما أنا خيتك يا أبو فاضل. يا أبو فاضل شافيت وليدي من مرض الخبيث علاوي حبيبي عيوني. السلام عليك يا أبو الفضل العباس. السلام على قمر بني هاشم يا أبو فاضل، مثل ما ودتني أمك فاطمة صدق جابرتني وليدي. السلام عليكم يا أبو الفضل العباس. يا جابرتني وليدي علاوي، والله جابرتني لي من القبيل. الدكتورة قالت لي ايش سويتي لي؟ قلت لها والله العظيم ما سويت شيء، بس قلت لها يا فاطمة ابني مريض علاوي. قال لها لا تجيني يمكن ابن العباس، والله العباس طيب إلي. فدوى روحكم سلموني على ابو الفضل العباس، ومشتاقة زورا من كل قلبي. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نعم يا إبراهيم برسول الله محمد صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم، حياك.
السلام على الإمام الحسين، السلام على سيدتنا زينب.
الله صوت التلفزيون. جزاك الله خير، الله يوفقك ان شاء الله. كل الزوار اتمنى من عندكم اي والله على مود تاخذون راحتكم يا زوار العباس، جزاكم الله خير الجزاء. عندنا ايضا متصل اخر. نعم يا استاذ محمد نوري، وفقك الله واخوتي ان شاء الله، اذل بيكم تجاهدون في سبيل ان يوصل صوت المتصل لحضرة أبي الفضل العباس، وهذا ينحسب لكم لأن أنتم معروفين بإخلاصكم للحسين عليه السلام، جزاكم الله خير. ووفقني الله إن شاء الله لأداء واجب خدمة أبي الفضل العباس معكم. نعم يا غدير من محافظة بغداد، تفضلي لحضرة أبي الفضل العباس عليه السلام. أنا وأنت نتشرف بحضرة العباس عليه السلام ونرفع الكفوف يا كاشف الكرب عن وجه الحسين، يكشف كربنا بحق الحسين. يا أبا الفضل
السلام، عظم الله أجرنا وأجركم باستشفاء سيدتنا وبناتنا سيدة زينب عقيلة
المخدرات وعقيلة
الطالبين. يا أبا الفضل،
نعم.
يا قمر بن هاشم، السلام عليك يا أبو عبد الله وعلى الروح التي حل سيفك، عليك مني السلام. أبدا ما وقت وبقى الليل والنهار ولا جعل الله آخر عهد مني رجعتك. السلام على الحسين وعلى علي بن الحسين وعلى أصحابه
وعلى أولاد الحسين.
الناس عند الله
اشفع لنا عنا. تفضلي
عمو.
اي تفضلي.
اسمي سامي وعليكم
خدمتك ان شاء الله، الله يتقبل عملك ان شاء الله بحرمة مولاي ابو الفضل العباس عليه السلام، وان شاء الله لا تنقطعون عن زيارة ابي الفضل، جزاك الله خير الجزاء. نعم يا مريم من ميسان، تفضل يا مريم.
السلام عليك يا ابا الفضل العباس.
يا ابو فاضل العباس.
السلام عليك يا سيدي يا مولاي.
حل في ابداع الزينب، ابداع الزينب الحرة.
اهلتك واختك السيدة زينب
قاضية الحوائج.
يا كاشف الكرب عن وجه اخيك الحسين، اكشف كربنا بحق الحسين. يا كاشف الكرب عن وجه اخيك الحسين، اكشف كربنا بحق الحسين. اخي كرارة حلفك بأبي الفضل العباس، تسجل اسمائنا مالك وماجد وعزيز ورياض ومحسن، تقضي حاجتنا بحق محمد وآل محمد. احنا بأمس الدعاء، حلفك بأبي الفضل العباس
على راسي سجلت هاي الاسماء وان شاء الله مأجور. انت بعد يم بن حلال المشاكل ابو فاضل العباس، قول لي الابداع الزينب
والنعم يا سيدي يا مولاي. حلفك باختك ام الوفاء السيده زينب،
بدمعتك باحساسك بمشاعرك، صيحي يا ابا الفضل
يا ابا الفضل العباس يا ابا الفضل.
اذا صارت النية تتوالد ويا الدمعة، الله 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 على قبول الدعاء. الحمد لله على هاي النعمة المباركة. أحد قلدني الدعاء والزيارة، أتمنى له التوفيق وقضاء الحاجة ببركة مولاي أبو فاضل العباس عليه السلام، وإن شاء الله يعني هي أمانة يم العباس أبو فاضل سلام الله عليه، من عندهم خدام الحسين، من عندهم ناس مرضى، من عندهم ناس وافاهم الأجل في هذا الأسبوع الذي مضى. هواية عشاق العباس، يعني كان واحد مصاب بمرض الجلطة وما يقدر يحكي، الأسبوع اللي مضى كان يقدر يحكي، بعدها لا توفى وفاه الأجل، بس لما كان يتصل بيه ما يقدر بس يصيح يا أبا الفضل ويبكي. هم ادعوا له بالترحم أرجوكم، جزاكم الله خير. آمال سلمان والأخ محمد علي أتمنى له قضاء الحاجة، والسيد قاسم أيضا قضاء الحاجة ببركة مولاي أبي الفضل، وزينب وريحان أيضا قضاء الحاجة، ونرجس محمد الشفاء، ونرجس عفوا ومحمد داود الشفاء ببركة مولاي أبي الفضل العباس عليه السلام. المرحوم الأخ كاظم أبو أحمد إن شاء الله يحشر مع محمد وآل محمد الذي وفاه الأجل بالأسبوع المضى، وكذلك الصبر لذويه، وكذلك علاء كامل ورضا صالح والحاج أبو أمير أيضا قضاء الحاجة، والحاج جعفر حميد هو وأولاده محمد وحسين وبناته وزوجته، الحفظ والسلام ببركة مولاي بالفضل العباس عليه السلام. كذلك رانيا بنت أسماء قضاء الحاجة إن شاء الله، والأخت فضة الشفاء لها بحق مولاتي فضة خادمة الزهراء سلام الله عليها. الأخ مصطفى نتمنى له الذرية الصالحة ببركة مولاي أبي الفضل العباس، والعلوية رباب هاشم الشفاء لها، وإحسان العتابي أتمنى له الذرية الصالحة ببركة مولاي أبي الفضل العباس، وأحمد أبو علي أتمنى له ولزوجته الحفظ والسلامة. ثامر ساهي وأم صادق وأم شهيد، أم شهيد أيضا قضاء الحاجة. الحاج علي فضيلة الشمري قضاء الحاجة إلى وزوجته أم حسين إن شاء الله من أهالي الكوت، ولكل أهالي الكوت ولكل عراقنا الحبيب ولكل من يرى ضريح أبي الفضل العباس عليه السلام. الدكتور مازن الحسيني أو الحسني أتمنى له قضاء الحاجة إن شاء الله، ووردة بتغنية وعصام المجيد وتبارك علي زهراء، تبارك وعلي زهراء وعلي وحجية سعدية ترحم على روحها، وسيد رزاق الميالي الشفاء له، وحسين صفاء وحسن الكاظمي أبو زينب مع عمه السيد هاشم أتمنى له الشفاء إن شاء الله، وكل خدمة الحسين الذين قلدوني الدعاء والزيارة. الحفظ والسلامة لكم جميعا. تفضلوا وياي بزيارة العباس أبو فاضل، الله يقضيكم حوائجكم إن شاء الله جميعا بحرمة المولى أبي الفضل العباس. وإن شاء الله هاي الزيارة تكون نيابة عن روح السيدة زينب سلام الله عليها. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سلام الله وسلام ملائكته المقربين وأنبيائه المرسلين وعباده الصالحين وجميع الشهداء والصديقين والزاكيات الطيبات فيما تغتدي وتروح عليك يا ابن أمير المؤمنين. أشهد لك بالتسليم والتصديق والوفاء والنصيحة لخلف النبي صلى الله عليه وآله المرسل والسبط المنتجب والدليل العالم والوصي المبلغ والمظلوم المهتضم. فجزاك الله عن رسوله وعن أمير المؤمنين وعن فاطمة وعن الحسن والحسين صلوات الله عليهم أفضل الجزاء، ولعن الله من جهل حقك واستخف بحرمتك، ولعن الله من حال بينك وبين ماء الفرات. أشهد أنك قتلت مظلوما وأن الله منجز لكم ما وعدكم، ورحمة الله وبركاته. يا كاشف الكرب عن وجه الحسين اكشف كربنا وكرب الزوار بحق الحسين يا أبا الفضل.
حنيني بهدوة الليل، خلينا شمت ريحة ضلوعه، باكر تدوسي بصدرك الخير، الملقى يمكن ما بعد ملقى قسمتنا اخويا.
يا قمرة سماي هواي فنجمع شملنا لمي يمك والبنات أهنا سولف واذكر الأيام كانت زين، على صوتك نريد ننام معي المسيح، ليلة العلا وسط خيام بيه، نام على ايدك قيلت حبها، بالك تخل جفوفك تدوب، 5 أصابع بيدك احسبه باكر الخمس يبقى مبتور فوق التراي خنصورك يبقى
قسمتنا خويا كربلاء الفارقة
سمعني صوتك صحوة طيف ودعنا على كيف من عينك نزيف دمعتك هضمنا اقعد يا العبيد قدامي اريد اقبلك بالوريد هاي وصيتنا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. في جامعة الزهراء نتعلم كل شيء، نتعلم منها العبادة والزهد والتقوى والإيثار والتضحية بالغالي والنفيس من أجل الدين والعقيدة. وكذلك نتعلم من الزهراء درسا يخص الحياة الزوجية. ففي رواية عن مولانا أمير المؤمنين عليه السلام في حق الزهراء: فوالله ما أغضبتها ولا أكرهتها على أمر حتى قبضها الله عز وجل، ولا أغضبتني ولا عصت لي أمرا، ولقد كنت أنظر إليها فتنكشف عني الهموم والأحزان. وجاء في تفسير العياشي بسنده عن الإمام الباقر عليه السلام قال: إن فاطمة ضمنت لعلي عليه السلام عمل البيت والعجين والخبز وقم البيت أي كنسه، وضمن لها علي عليه السلام ما كان خلف الباب أي نقل الحطب وأن يجيء بالطعام. وقال عليه السلام لها يوما: يا فاطمة هل عندك شيء؟ فقالت عليها السلام: والذي عظم حقك ما كان عندنا منذ 3 أيام شيئا لنقريك به أو نقريك به. فقال عليه السلام: أفلا أخبرتيني؟ فقالت: كان رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله نهاني أن أسألك شيئا. فقال: لا تسألي ابن عمك شيئا إن جاءك بشيء، وإلا فلا تسأليه. وفي رواية أخرى قالت عليه السلام: يا أبا الحسن إني لأستحي من إلهي أن أكلف نفسك ما لا تقدر عليه.
روي عن الإمام جعفر الصادق عليه السلام: كان رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله في كل يوم يأتي الحسين عليه السلام فيضع لسانه في فمه فيمصه حتى يروى، فأنبت الله عز وجل لحمه من لحم رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله، ولم يرضع من فاطمة عليه السلام ولا من غيرها لبنا قط.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. السلام عليك يا أمين الله في أرضه وحجته على عباده. السلام عليك يا أمير المؤمنين. أشهد أنك جاهدت في الله حق جهاده وعملت بكتابه واتبعت سنن نبيه صلى الله عليه وآله حتى دعاك الله إلى جواره فقبضك إليه باختياره وألزم أعداءك الحجة مع ما لك من الحجج البالغة على جميع خلقه. اللهم فاجعل نفسي مطمئنة بقدرك راضية بقضائك مولعة بذكرك ودعائك محبة لصفوة أوليائك محبوبة في أرضك وسمائك صابرة على نزول بلائك شاكرة لفواضل نعمائك ذاكرة لسوابغ آلائك مشتاقة إلى فرحة لقائك متزودة التقوى ليوم جزائك مستنة بسنن أوليائك مفارقة لأخلاق أعدائك مشغولة عن الدنيا بحمدك وثنائك. اللهم إن قلوب المخبتين إليك والها وسبل الراغبين إليك شارعا وأعلام القاصدين إليك واضحا وأفئدة العارفين منك فازعا وأصوات الداعين إليك صاعدا وأبواب الإجابة لهم مفتحا ودعوة من ناجاك مستجابة وتوبة من أناب إليك مقبولا وعبرة من بكى من خوفك مرحوما والإغاثة لمن استغاث بك موجودا والإعانة لمن استعان بك مبذولا
وعداتك لعبادك منجزة، وزلل من استقالك مقالا، وأعمال العاملين لديك محفوظة، وأرزاقك إلى الخلائق من لدنك نازلة، وعوائد المزيد إليهم واصلة، وذنوب المستغفرين مغفورة، وحوائج خلقك عندك مقضية، وجوائز السائلين عندك موفرة، وعوائد المزيد متواترة، وموائد المستطعمين معدة، ومناهل الظماء مترعة. اللهم فاستجب دعائي واقبل ثنائي، واجمع بيني وبين أوليائي بحق محمد وعلي وفاطمة والحسن والحسين، إنك ولي نعمائي ومنتهى مناي وغاية رجائي في منقلبي ومثواي. وصل يا رب على محمد وآله الطيبين الطاهرين.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. السلام عليك يا وارث آدم صفوة الله. السلام عليك يا وارث نوح نبي الله. السلام عليك يا وارث إبراهيم خليل الله. السلام عليك يا وارث موسى كليم الله. السلام عليك يا وارث عيسى روح الله. السلام عليك يا وارث محمد حبيب الله. السلام عليك يا وارث أمير المؤمنين عليه السلام. السلام عليك يا ابن محمد المصطفى. السلام عليك يا ابن السلام عليك يا ابن فاطمة الزهراء. السلام عليك يا ابن خديجة الكبرى. السلام عليك يا ثار الله وابن ثاره والوتر الموتور. أشهد أنك قد أقمت الصلاة وآتيت في ونهيت عن المنكر، وآك اليقين. فلعن الله أمة قتلتك، ولعن الله أمة ظلمتك، ولعن الله أمة سمعت بذلك فرضيت به. يا أبا عبد الله أشهد أنك كنت نورا في الأصلاب الشهرة، لم تنجسك الجاهلية بأنجاسها، ولم تلبسك من مدلهمات ثيابها، وأشهد أنك من دعائم وأركان المؤمنين، وأشهد أنك الإمام البر التقي الرضي الزكي الهادي، كلمة التقوى وأعلام الهدى أهل الدنيا وملائكته وأنبياءه ورسله، أني بكم مؤمن آتي عملي وقلبي لقلبكم سلم، وأمن الله عليكم وعلى أرواحكم وعلى أجسادكم وعلى شاهدكم ظاهركم وعلى باطنكم. بأبي أنت وأمي يا ابن رسول الله، بأبي أنت وأمي يا أبا عبد الله، لقد عظمت الرزية وجلت المصيبة بك علينا وعلى جميع أهل السماوات والأرض، ألجمت وتهيأت لقتالك يا مولاي أبا عبد الله. قصدت حرمك وأتيت إلى مشهدك، أسأل الله بالشأن الذي لك عنده وبالمحل الذي لك لديه أن يصلي على محمد وآل محمد، وأن يجعلني معكم في الدنيا والآخرة.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل. سلام الله وسلام ملائكته المقربين وأنبيائه المرسلين وعباده الصالحين وجميع الشهداء والزاكيات الطيبات فيما تغتدي وتروح عليك يا ابن أمير المؤمنين. التسليم والتصديق والوفاء والنصيحة لخلف النبي صلى الله عليه وآله، والدليل العالم والوصي المبلغ والمظلوم المهتضم. فجزاك الله عن رسوله وعن أمير المؤمنين وعن الحسن والحسين هم أفضل الجزاء من قتلك، ولعن الله من جهل حقك واستغى ماء الفرات. أشهد أنك قتلت مظلوما وأن الله منجز لكم ما وعدكم. جئتك يا ابن أمير المؤمنين وافدا إليكم وقلبي مسلم لكم وتابع، وأنا لكم تابع ونصرتي لكم معدة. فمعكم لا مع عدوكم. إني بكم ولكم وقتلكم من الكافرين. قتل الله أمة قتلتكم بالأيدي والألسن. السلام عليك أيها العبد الصالح المطيع لله المؤمنين والحسن والحسين صلى الله عليهم وسلم. السلام عليك ورحمة الله ورضوانه وعلى روحك وبدنك. أشهد وأشهد الله أنك مضيت على ما مضى به البدريون والمجاهدون في سبيل الله المناصحون له في جهاد أعدائه المبالغون في نصرة أوليائه الذابون عن أحبائه. فجزاك الله أفضل الجزاء وأكثر الجزاء وأوفر الجزاء وأوفى جزاء أحد ممن وفى ببيعته واستجاب له دعوته وأطاع ولاة أمره. أشهد أنك قد بالغت في النصيحة وأعطيت غاية المجهود، فبعثك الله في الشهداء وجعل روحك مع أرواح السعداء وأعطاك من جنانه أفسحها منزلا وأفضلها غرفا، ورفع ذكرك في عليين وحشرك مع النبيين والصديقين والشهداء والصالحين وحسن أولئك رفيقا. بصيرة من أمرك مقتديا بالصالحين ومتبعا للنبيين، فجمع الله بيننا وبينك وبين رسوله وأوليائه في أرحم الراحمين. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد والمشهد المعظم ذنبا إلا فرجته ولا مرضا إلا شفيته ولا عيبا إلا سترته إلا بسطت منت ولا شملا إلا جمعت ولا غائبا إلا حفظته وأدنيته ولا حاجة من حوائج الدنيا والآخرة لك فيها رضا ولي فيها صلاح إلا قضيتها يا أرحم الراحمين. السلام عليك يا أبا الفضل العباس ابن أمير المؤمنين. السلام عليك يا ابن سيد الوصيين. السلام عليك يا ابن أول القوم إسلاما وأقدمهم إيمانا وأقومهم بدين الله وأحوطهم على الإسلام. أشهد لقد نصحت لله ولرسوله أن ظلمتك، ولعن الله من أخيه المجيب إلى طاعة ربه الراغب فيه، وألحقك الله بدرجة آبائك في جناتك رغبة في ثوابك ورجاء لمغفرتك لإحسانك. فأسألك أن تصلي على محمد وآله بهم دارا وعيشي بهم قارا وزيارتي بهم مقبولة وحياتي بهم طيبة، وأدرجني إدراج المكرمين، واجعلني ممن ينقلب من زيارة مشاهد أحبائك مفلحا غفران الذنوب وستر العيوب وكشف الكروب، إنك أهل التقوى وأهل المغفرة.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. اللهم رب النور العظيم ورب الكرسي الرفيع ورب البحر المسجور ومنزل التوراة والإنجيل والزبور ورب الظل والحرور ومنزل القرآن العظيم ورب الملائكة المقربين والأنبياء والمرسلين. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك الكريم وبنور وجهك المنير وملكك القديم يا حي يا قيوم، أسألك باسمك الذي أشرقت به السماوات والأرضون، وباسمك الذي يصلح به الأولون والآخرون يا حيان قبل كل حي ويا حيان بعد كل حي ويا حيا حين لا حي، يا محيي الموتى ومميت الأحياء، يا حي لا إله إلا أنت. اللهم بلغ مولانا الإمام الهادي المهدي القائم بأمرك صلوات الله عليه وعلى آبائه الطاهرين عن جميع المؤمنين والمؤمنات في مشارق الأرض ومغاربها، سهلها وجبلها وبرها وبحرها، وعني وعن والدي من الصلوات زنة عرش الله ومداد كلماته، وما أحصاه علمه وأحاط به كتابه. اللهم إني أجدد له في صبيحة يومي هذا وما عشت من أيامي عهدا وعقدا وبيعة له في عنقي، لا أحول عنها ولا أزول أبدا. اللهم اجعلني من أنصاره وأعوانه والذابين عنه والمسارعين إليه في قضاء حوائجه والممتثلين لأوامره والمحامين عنه والسابقين إلى إرادته والمستشهدين بين يديه. اللهم إن حال بيني وبينه الموت الذي جعلته على عبادك حتما مقضيا، فأخرجني من قبري مؤتزرا كفني، شاهرا سيفي مجردا قناتي، ملبيا دعوة الداعي في الحاضر والبادي. اللهم أرني الطلعة الرشيدة والغرة الحميدة، واكحل ناظري بنظرة مني إليه، وعجل فرجه وسهل مخرجه وأوسع منهجه واسلك بي محجته وأنفذ أمره واشدد أزره، واعمر اللهم به بلادك وأحيي به عبادك، فإنك قلت وقولك الحق. ظهر الفساد في البر والبحر بما كسبت أيدي الناس، فأظهر اللهم لنا ولله مزقاه، ويحق الحق ويحققه، واجعله اللهم مفزعا لمظلوم عبادك، وناصرا لمن لا يجد له ناصرا غيرك، ومجددا لما عطل من أحكام كتابك، ومشيدا لما ورد من أعلام دينك وسنن نبيك صلى الله عليه وآله، واجعله اللهم ممن حصنته من بأس المعتدين. اللهم وسر نبيك محمدا صلى الله عليه وآله برؤيته، ومن تبعه على دعوته، وارحم استكانتنا بعده. اللهم اكشف هذه الغمة عن هذه الأمة بحضوره، وعجل لنا ظهوره. إنهم يرونه بعيدا ونراه قريبا، برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين.
اللهم يا من دلع لسان الصباح بنطق تبلجه، وسرح قطع الليل المظلم بغياهب تلجلجه، وأتقن صنع الفلك الدوار في مقادير تبرجه، وشعشع ضياء الشمس بنور تأججه. يا من دل على ذاته بذاته، وتنزه عن مجانسة مخلوقاته، وجل عن ملاءمة كيفياته. يا من قرب من خطراته الظنون، وبعد عن لحظات العيون، وعلم بما كان قبل أن يكون. يا من أرقدني في مهاد أمنه وأمانه، وأيقظني إلى ما منحني به من مننه وإحسانه، وكف السوء عني بيده وسلطانه. صل اللهم على الدليل إليك في الليل الأليال، والماسك من أسبابك بحبل الشرف الأطوال، والناصع الحسب في ذروة الكاهل الأعمال، والثابت القدم على زحالفها في الزمن الأول، وعلى آله الأخيار المصطفين الأبرار. وافتح اللهم لنا مصاريع الصباح بمفاتيح الرحمة والفلاح، والبسني اللهم من أفضل خلاع الهداية والصلاح، واغرس اللهم بعظمتك في شرب جناني ينابيع الخشوع، وأجر اللهم لهيبتك من أعماقي زفرات الدموع، وأدب اللهم نزق الخرق مني بأزمة القنوع. إلهي إن لم تبتدئني الرحمة منك بحسن التوفيق، فمن السالك بي إليك في واضح الطريق، وإن أسلمتني أناتك لقائد الأمل والمنى، فمن المقيل عثراتي من كبوات الهوى، وإن خذلني نصرك عند محاربة النفس والشيطان، فقد وكلني خذلانك إلى حيث النصب والحرمان. إلهي أن تراني ما أتيتك إلا من حيث الآمال، أم علقت بأطراف حبالك إلا حين باعدتني ذنوبي عن دار الوصال. فبئس المطية التي امتطت نفسي من هواها، فواها لها لما سولت لها ظنونها ومناها، وتبا لها لجرأتها على سيدها ومولاها. إلهي قرعت باب رحمتك بيد رجائي، وهربت إليك لاجئا من فرط أهوائي، وعلقت بأطراف حبالك أنامل ولائي. فاصفح اللهم عما كنت أجرمته من زللي وخطائي، وأقلني من صرعة ردائي، فإنك سيدي ومولاي ومعتمدي ورجائي، وأنت غاية مطلوبي ومناي في منقلبي ومثواي. إلهي كيف تطرد مسكينا التجا إليك من الذنوب هاربا، أم كيف تخيب مسترشدا قصد إلى جنابك ساعيا، أم كيف ترد ظمآنا ورد إلى حياضك شاربا. كلا وحياضك مترعة في ضنك المحول، وبابك مفتوح للطلب والوغول، وأنت غاية المسؤول ونهاية المأمول. إلهي هذه أزمة نفسي عقلتها بعقال مشيتك، وهذه آباء ذنوبي درتها بعفوك ورحمتك، وهذه أهوائي المضلة وكلتها إلى جناب لطفك ورأفتك، فاجعل اللهم صباحي هذا نازلا علي بضياء الهدى وبالسلامة في الدين والدنيا، ومسائي جنة من كيد العدا، ووقاية من مرديات الهوى، إنك قادر على ما تشاء، تؤتي الملك من تشاء وتنزع الملك ممن تشاء، وتعز من تشاء وتذل من تشاء، بيدك الخير إنك على كل شيء قدير. تولج الليل في النهار وتولج النهار في الليل، وتخرج الحي من الميت وتخرج الميت من الحي، وترزق من تشاء بغير حساب. لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك. من ذا يعرف قدرك فلا يخافك، ومن ذا يعلم ما أنت فلا يهابك. ألفت بقدرتك الفراق وفلقت بلطفك الفلاق، وأنرت بكرمك دياجي الغساق، وأنهرت المياه من الصم الصياخيد عذبا وأجاجا، وأنزلت من المعصرات ماء ثجاجا، وجعلت الشمس والقمر للبرية سراجا وهاجا، من غير أن تمارس فيما ابتدأت به لغوبا ولا علاجا. فيا من توحد بالعز والبقاء وقهر عباده بالموت والفناء، صل على محمد وآله الأتقياء، واسمع ندائي واستجب دعائي، وحقق بفضلك أملي ورجائي. يا خير من دعي لكشف الضر، والمأمول لكل عسر ويسر، بك أنزلت حاجتي فلا تردني من سني مواهبك خائبا. يا كريم يا كريم يا كريم، برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. وصلى الله على خير خلقه محمد وآله أجمعين.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله الذي لا أرجو إلا فضلا ولا أعتمد إلا قولا ولا الظلم والعدوان تري الأحزان وطوى التأهب والعدة إياك فيما يقترن به النجاح والإنجاح وإياك أرغب في لباس العمول السلامة ودوائي وأحترز بسلطان من صلاتي وصومي الغدني في عشيرتي وقومي واحفظني فأنت الله خير حافظا وأنت أرحم الراحمين اللهم إني أبرأ إليك في يومي هذا وما بعده من الآحاد من الشرك والإلحاد وأقيم على طاعتك رجاء لي إلى حقك وأعزني التي لا تنام واختم إنك أنت الغفور الرحيم
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد السلام على الشجرة النبوية والدوحة الهاشمية المضيئة المثمرة بالنبوة المونقة بالإمامة وعلى ضجيعيك آدم ونوح عليهما السلام السلام عليك وعلى أهل بيتك الطيبين الطاهرين السلام عليك وعلى الملائكة المحدقين بك والحافين بقبرك يا مولاي يا أمير المؤمنين هذا يوم الأحد وهو يومك وباسمك وأنا ضيفك فيه وجارك فأضفني يا مولاي وأجرني فإنك كريم تحب الضيافة ومأمور بالإجارة فافعل ما رغبت إليك فيه ورجوته منك بمنزلتك وآل بيتك عند الله ومنزلته عندكم وبحق ابن عمك رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم وعليهم أجمعين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم صل على محمد وآله السلام عليك يا ممتحنة امتحنك الذي خلقك قبل أن يخلقك، وكنت لما امتحنك به صابرة، ونحن لك أولياء مصدقون، ولكل ما أتى به أبوك صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم وأتى به وصيه عليه السلام مسلمون. ونحن نسألك اللهم إذ كنا مصدقين لهم أن تلحقنا بتصديقنا بالدرجة العالية، لنبشر أنفسنا بأننا قد طهرنا بولايتهم عليهم السلام، برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. وصل يا رب على محمد وآله الطاهرين.
بسم الله وبحق الوحي ومن أوحى، وبحق النبي ومن نباه، وبحق البيت ومن بنى. يا سامع يا بارئ النفوس بعد الموت، صل على محمد وأهل بيته وآتات في مشارق الأرض ومغاربها، فرجا من عندك عاجلا بشهادة أن لا إله إلا الله وأن محمدًا عبدك ورسولك، صلى الله عليه وآله وعلى ذريته الطاهرين.
اللهم صل على محمد وآله وبلغ بإيماني إلى أحسن النيات وبعملي إلى أحسن الأعمال. اللهم قدرتك استفرغ أيامي فيما خلقتني له، وأغنني وأعزني ولا تبتليني بالكبر، وعبدني لك ولا تفسد عبادتي بالعجب للناس على صمني من الفخر. اللهم صل على محمد وآله ولا ترفعني في الناس درجة إلا حطتني عند نفسي مثلها، ولا تحدث لي عزا ظاهرا إلا أحدث، ومتعني بهدى صالح لا أستبدل به، وطريقة حتم في طاعتك. فإذا كان عمري مقتك إلي أو يستحكم غضبك علي، اللهم لا تدع خيرا أؤنب بها إلا حسنتها على محمد وآل محمد، وأبدلني من بغضة أهلي ومن عداوة الأدنين الولاية ومن عقوق ذوي الأرحام المبرة ومن خذلان الأقربين النصرة ومن حب المدارين تصحيح المقى ومن رد خوف الظالمين حلاوة الأمنة. اللهم صل على محمد وآله، واجعل لي يدا على من ظلمني، ولسانا على من خان من كايدني، وقدرة على من الظلمني، ومتابعة من أرشدني. اللهم صل على محمد وآله، وأثيب من حرمني بالبذل، وأكافي من قط. اللهم صل على محمد وآله، وحزينة المتقين في ذات البين، وإفشاء العارفة عريك تعير، والإفضال على غير من قولي وفعلي، واستكثار الشر وإن قل من قولي وفعلي، وأكمل ذلك لي بدوام الطاعة. صل على محمد وآله، واجعل أوسع رزقك الكسل عن عبادتك، ولا العمى عن سبيلك، ولا بالتعرض عنك، ولا مفارقة من اجتمع إليك. اللهم اجعلني أصول بك عند الضرورة، وأسألك عند قارت، ولا بالتضرع إلى من دون راحمين. اللهم اجعل ما يلقي الشيطان في وتدبيرا على عدوك، وأجرى عليك، وإغراقا في الثناء عليك. شكرا لنعمتك على محمد وآله، ولا أظلمن وأنت مطيق للدفع عني، ولا أظلمن وأنت القادر على القبض مني، ولا أضلن وقد أمكنتك هدايتي، ولا أفتقرن ومن عندك وسعي، ولا أطغين ومن عندك وجدي.
وأنزلت من المعصرات ماء ثجاجا، وجعلت الشمس والقمر للبرية سراجا وهاجا، من غير أن تمارس فيما ابتدأت به لغوبا ولا علاجا. وحد بالعز والبقاء وقهر عباده بالموت والفناء. صل على محمد وآله الأتقياء واسمع ندائي واستجب دعائي وحقق بفضلك أملي ورجائي يا خير من دعي لكشف الضر والمأمول لكل عسر ويسر. يا كريم يا كريم يا كريم برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين وآله أجمعين. إلهي قلبي محجوب قليل ومعصيتي كثير العيوب ويا علام الغيوب ويا كاشف الكروب لمحمد يا غفار يا غفار يا غفار برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سلام الله وسلام ملائكته المقربين الشهداء والصديقين والزاكيات الطيبات فيما تغتدي وتروح عليك يا ابن أمير التصديق والوفاء والنصيحة لخلف النوم المهتضام. فجزاك الله عن رسوله وعن أمير المؤمنين وعن الحسن والحسين صلوات. ولعن الله من جهل حقك واستخف، وأن الله منجز لكم ما وعدكم. جئتك يا ابن أمير المؤمنين وافدا إليك مسلم لكم وتابع، وأنا لكم تابع، ونصرتي لكم معدة حتى يحكم الله وهو خير الحاكمين من المؤمنين وبمن خالفكم وقتلكم من الكافرين. قتل الله أمة قتلتكم بالأيدي والألسن. السلام عليك أيها العبد الصالح ولأمير المؤمنين والحسن والحسين صلى الله عليهم وسلم. السلام عليك ورحمة الله وبركاته ومغفرته ورضوانه وعلى روحك وبدنك. أشهد وأشهد أعدائه المبالغون في نصرة أوليائه الذابون عن أحبائه، فجزاك الله أفضل الجزاء وأكثر الجزاء وأوفر الجزاء وأوفى جزاء أحد ممن وفى ببيعته واستجاب له دعوته وأطاع ولاة أمره. أشهد أنك قد بالغت في النصيحة وأعطيت غاية المجهود، فبعثك الله في الشهداء وجعل روحك مع أرواح السعداء، وأعطاك من جنانه أهلين، وحشرك مع النبيين والصديقين والشهداء والصالحين، وحسن أولئك رفيقا. أشهد أنك لم تهن ولم تنكل، وأنك مضيت على بصيرة من أمرك، مقتديا بالصالحين ومتبعا للنبيين، فجمع الله بيننا وبينك وبين رسوله وأوليائه في منازل المخبتين، فإنه أرحم الراحمين. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد، ولا تدعني في هذا المكان المكرم والمشهد المعظم ذنبا إلا غفرته، ولا هما إلا فرجته، ولا مرضا إلا شفيته، ولا عيبا إلا سترته، ولا رزقا إلا بسطته، ولا خوفا إلا آمنته، ولا شملا إلا جمعته، ولا غائبا إلا حفظته وأدنيته، ولا حاجة من حوائج الدنيا والآخرة لك فيها رضا ولي فيها صلاح إلا قضيتها يا أرحم الراحمين. السلام عليك يا أبا الفضل العباس، السلام عليك يا ابن زهم إيمانه، وأقومهم بدين الله، وأحوطهم على الإسلام. أشأن قتلتك، ولعن الله أمة ظلمتك، ولعن الله أمة استحلت المحامي الناصر والأخ الدافع عن أخيه، المجيب إلى طاعة ربه، الراغب فيما زهد. فقك الله بدرجة آبائك في دار جنات النعيم. اللهم إني تعرضت لزيارة أوليائك رغبة في ثواب لمغفرة محمد وآله الطاهرين، وأن تجعل رزقي بهم دارا، وعيشي بهم قارا، وزيارتي بهم مقبولة، وحياتي بهم طيبة، وأدرجني إدراج المكرمين، واجعلني ممن ينقلب من زيارة مشاهد أحبائك مفلحا منجحا، قد استوجب غفران الذنوب وستر العيوب وكشف وأقرأ عليك السلام آمنا بالله وبرسوله وبكتابه وبما جاء به من عند الله. اللهم فاكتبنا مع الشاهدين. اللهم لا تجعله آخر العهد من زيارتي قبر ابن أخي رسولك، واحشرني معه ومع آبائه في الجنان، وعرف بيني وبينه وبين رسولك وأوليائك. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد، وتوفني على الإيمان بك والتصديق برسولك والولاية لعلي بن أبي طالب والأئمة من ولده عليهم السلام، والبراءة من عدوهم، فإني قد رضيت يا ربي بذلك. وصلى الله على محمد وآل محمد برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين الرحيم. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. إلهي عظم البلاء وبرح الخفاء وانكشف الغطاء وانقطع الرجاء وضاقت الأرض ومنعت السماء وأنت المستعان وإليك المشتكى وعليك المعول في الشدة والرخاء. اللهم صل على محرفتنا بذلك منزلتهم، ففرج عنا بحقهم فرجا عاجلا قريبا كلمح البصر أو هو أقرب عافيا، وانصراني فإنكما ناصران يا مولانا يا صاحب الزمان. أدركني 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 العجل العجل يا أرحم الراحمين، بحق محمد وآله الطيبين الطاهرين.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ألف لام آيات الكتاب وقرآن مبين هم يأكلوا ويتمسلكه في قلوب المجرمين لا يؤمنون به وقد خلت سنة الأولين ولو فتحنا عليهم بابا من السماء سكرت أبصارنا بل نحن قوم منكرها من كل شيطان رجيم إلا من استر والأرض مددناها وألقينا فيها رواسي وأنبت لستم له برازقين وإن من وأرسلنا الرياح لواقح فأنجدين قال يا إبليس ما لك فإنك رجيم وإن عليك اللعنة إلى يوم الدين قال رب فأنظرني من المنظرين رب بما أغويتني لأزينن لهم في الأرض سلطان إلا من اتبعك من الغاوين وإن منهم جزء مقسوم ونزعنا ما في صدورهم من غل على أني أنا الغفور الرحيم إبراهيم إذ دخلوا عليه فقالك بما كانوا فيه يمترون وأتيناك بالحق واتبع أدبارهم ولا يلتفت منكم أحد وامضوا مصبحين وجاء أهل خلقنا السماوات والأرض وما بينهما إلا بالحق وإن الساعة لآتية فاصفح الصفح الجميل إن ربك هو الخلاق العليم ولقد آتيناك 7 من المثاني والقرآن العظيم لا تمدن عينيك إلى ما متعنا به أزواجا منهم ولا تحزن عليهم واخفض جناحك للمؤمنين وقل إني أنا النذير المبين كما أنزلنا على المقتسمين الذين جعلوا القرآن عظيم عما كانوا يعملون فاصدع يجعلون مع الله إلها آخر فسوف يعلمون واعبد ربك حتى يأتيك اليقين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أتى أمر الله فلا تستعجلوه سبحانه وتعالى عما يشركون ينزل الملائكة بالروح من أمره على من ينذروا أن أنذروا أنه لا أنا فاتقون خلق السماوات وخلق الإنسان من نطفة فإذا هو خصيم مبين والأنعام خلقها لكم فيها دفء ومنافع ومنها تأكلون ولكم فيها جمال حين تريحون وحين تسرحون وتحمل أثقالكم إلى بلد لم تكونوا بالغيه إلا الأنفس إن ربكم لرؤوف يخلق ما لا تعلمون وعلى الله قصد السبيل من السماء ماء لكم والزيتون والنخيل والأعناب ومن كل مسخرات بأمره إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يعقلون وما ذرأ لكم وأن لهم النار وأنهم مفرطون تالله لقد أرسلنا إلى من قبلك فزين لهم الشيطان أعمالهم فهو وليهم اليوم ولهم عذاب أليم وما ورحمة لقوم موتها إن في ذلك لآية لقوم يسمعون ومن ثمرات النخيل والأعناب تتخذون منه سكرا ورزقا حسنا إن في ذلك لآية لقوم يعقلون وأوحى ربك إلى النحل يخرج من بطونها للناس إن في ذلك لآية لقوم يتفكرون والله خلقكم ثم يتوفاكم ومنكم من يرد إلى أرذل العمر لكي لا يعلم بعد علم شيئا إن الله عليم قدير والله فضل بعضكم على بعض في الرزق
ينثر الضوء قناديل الرجاء فترى الورد يحيي بانحناء فوق أغصان السلام يسجد الحب فوق أغصان السلام صباح منير لرب فوق خدود السماء صباح لرب عظيم لرب عظيم الله 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 صل وسلم وزد وبارك على نبينا محمد 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 الله 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 النحل علي وعلى أمير النحل علي وعلى أمير النحل علي وعلى أمير النحل علي بأسمائك الحسنى أروح خاطري إذا هب من قدس الجلال لئن سقمت لئن سقمت نفسي فأنت طبيبها. صلى الإله صلى الإله على النبي مسلما صلوا عليه متمتمين بأعلى الأصوات وسلموا.
النفس تبكي فيها ترك ما فيها لا دار للمرء بعد كان قبل الموت بانيها فإن بناها بخير طاب مسكنها وإن بناها بشر خاب بانيها فإن بناها بخير طاب مسكنها وإن بناها بشر خاب بانيها. أين الملوك التي كانت مسلطنة حتى سقاها بكأس الموت ساقيها. أموالنا لذوي الميراث نجمعها ودورنا لخراب أمست خرابا وجل من المنية آمال إن كانت على وجل والدهر يقبضها نفس تنشرها والموت يطويها المكارم والعقل ثانيها والفضل ساديها والشكر تاسعها واللين باقيها والبر سابعها والصبر ثامنها والشكر تاسعها واللين أني لا أصادقها
الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله. قل يا أهل الكتاب لم تكفرون بآيات الله والله شهيد على ما تعملون. عن سبيل الله من آمن تبغونها عوجا وأنتم شهداء وما الله بغافل عما تعملون. يا أيها الذين آمنوا إن تطيعوا فريقا من الذين أوتوا الكتاب يردوكم بعد إيمانكم كافرين. وكيف فتكفرون وأنتم تتلى عليكم آيات الله وفيكم رسوله ومن يعتصم مستقيم تموتن إلا وأنتم مسلمون. لله جميعا ولا تفرقوا واذكروا نعمة الله عليكم إذ كنتم أعداء فألف بين قلوبكم فأصبحتم بنعمته إخوانا وكنتم على شفا حفرة من النار فأنقذكم منها كذلك يبين الله لكم آياته لعلكم تهتدون. ولتكن يدعون إلى الخير ويأمرون بالمعروف وينهون عن المنكر وأولئك هم المفلحون. ولا تكونوا كالذين بعد ما جاءهم البينات وأولئك أولئك لهم عذاب عظيم يوم تبيض وجوه وتسود وجوه فأما الذين ما كنتم تكفرون هم ففي رحمة الله هم فيها خالدون ما عليك بالحق الله يريد ظلما للعالمين ولله ما في الأرض وإلى الله ترجع الأمور الناس تأمرون بالمعروف ولو آمن أهل الكتاب لكان خيرا لهم لكم الأدبار ثم ظلة أينما ثقف إلا بحبل من الله وحبل من الله وضربت عليهم المسكنة دون الأنبياء يعتدون سواء قادون يؤمنون بالله واليوم الآخر ويأمرون بالمعروف وينهون عن المنكر ويسارعون في الخيرات وأولئك من الصالحين وما يفعلوا من خير فلن يكفروه والمتقين عنهم أموالهم ولا أولادهم أب النار هم فيها خالدون فيها صر أصابهم أنفسهم يظلمون يا لو ودوا ما عنتم قد بدت البغضاء من أفواههم وما تخفي صدورهم أكبر قد بينا لكم الآيات إن كنتم تعقلون أولئك تحبونهم ولا يحبونكم وتؤمنوكم قالوا آمنا وإذا موتوا بغيظكم إن الله عليم بذات الصدور تمسسكم حسنة تسؤهم يفرحوا بها وإن تصبروا وتتقوا لا يضركم كيدهم شيئا إن الله بما يعملون محيط وإذ غدوت من أهلك تبوئ المؤمنين مقاعد للقتال والله سميع عليم إذ هم العاملين قد خلت من قبلكم سنن فسيروا في الأرض فانظروا كيف كان عاقبة المكذبين هذا بيان للناس وهدى وموعظة للمتقين ولا تهنوا ولا تحزنوا وأنتم الأعلون إن كنتم مؤمنين إن يمسسكم قرح فقد مس القوم قرح مثله وتلك الأيام نداولها بين الناس وليعلم الله الذين آمنوا ويتخذ منكم شهداء والله لا يحب الظالمين وليمحص الله الذين آمنوا ويمحق الكافرين أم حسبتم أن تدخلوا الجنة ولما تلقوه فقد رأيتموه وأن محمد إلا رسول قد خلت من قبله الرسل أفإن ماتم ومن ينقلب على عقبيه فلا وسيجزي الله الشاكرين وما كان لنفس أن تموت إلا بإذن الله كتابا مؤجلا وابد الشاكرين وكأي من كثير فما وهنوا لما صابرين اغفر لنا ذنوبنا وإسرافنا فآتاهم الله إن تطيعوا الذين كفروا ينقلبوا خاسرين سنلقي في قلوب النار وبئس مثوى الظالمين إذ تحسونهم بإذنه حتى إذا فشلتم من بعد ما أراكم ما تحبون منكم من يرى ثم صرفكم عنهم ليبتليكم ولقد عفا عنكم والله ذو فضل الله عليم بذات الصدور إن الذين تولوا منكم يوم التقى الجمعان إنما استزلهم الشيطان ببعض ما كسبوا ولغفور حليم يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تكونوا كالذين لو كانوا عندنا ما ماتوا وما قتلوا وقالوا لإخوانهم إذا ضربوا في الأرض أو كانوا غزا لو كانوا عندنا ما ماتوا وما قتلوا ليجعل الله ذلك حسرة في قلوبهم ولئن قتلتم في سبيل الله أو متم لمغفرة من الله ورحمة خير مما يجمعون ولئن متم أو قتلتم لإلى الله تحشرون فبما رحمة من الله لنت لهم ولو كنت فظا غليظ القلب لانفضوا من حولك فاعف عنهم واستغفر لهم وشاورهم في الأمر فإذا عزمت فتوكل على الله إن الله فلا غالب لكم وإن يخذلكم فمن ذا الذي ينصركم من بعده وعلى الله فليتوكل المؤمنون يغل ومن يغلل يأتي بما كسبت وهم لا يظلمون أفمن اتبع رضوان الله كمن جهنم وبئس المصير قل هو من عند أنفسكم فآمنوا بالله ورسله وإن تؤمنوا وتتقوا فلكم أجر عظيم ولا يحسبن الذين يبخلون بما آتاهم الله لهم بل هو شر لهم سيطوقون ما بخلوا به يوم القيامة والأرض إن الله فقير ونحن أغنياء سنكتب ما قالوا وقتلهم الأنبياء بغير حق ونقول ذوقوا عذاب الحريق ذلك بما قدمت أيديكم وأن الله ليس بظلام للعبيد الذين قالوا إن الله قربان تأكله النار قل قد جاءكم رسل من قبلي قتلتموهم إن كنتم صادقين رسل من قبلك جاءوا بالبينات والزبر والكتاب المنير كل نفس ذائقة الموت وإنما توفون أجوركم يوم القيامة فمن زحزح عن النار وما الحياة الدنيا إلا متاع الغرور الذين أوتوا الكتاب من قبلكم
فيها تفاصيل كثيرة، لكن سبحان الله أكلة الكنافة أكلة شعبية يعني متعارف عليها في كل الناس، يعني في أي بلد تسمع كنافة، لكن سبحان الله لما بنيجي بنعمل الكنافة الفلسطينية الناس بيشعروا تلقائي إنه هذه مختلفة عن اللي كانوا يشوفوها أصلا.
إذن تتميز الحلويات هنا بمذاقها الطيب وطعمها الشهي، ويتوافد الكثير من الناس هنا من جنسيات مختلفة لتناول هذه الحلويات. سامح المدهون
الإمام جعفر بن محمد الصادق عليهما السلام: قد يخرج العبد من الإيمان ب5 جهات من الفعل كلها متشابهات معروفات: الكفر والشرك والضلال والفسق وركوب الكبائر.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها الناس، قد جاءكم برهان من ربكم، آيات الذكر الحكيم المنزلة، آيات تبيان للناس أجمعين، تحتاج إلى وقفات وتمعن وتفسير، وحتى نكون على بصيرة لما نسمع ونقرأ منها، ونفهم ما تحمل من معنى وأدلة وبرهان، مع برنامج آية وبرهان يأتيكم قريبا على شاشة قناة كربلاء الفضائية، فتابعونا.
من الكاظمية المقدسة نحلق معكم بمواضيع مهمة،
نطرح مواضيع ونناقش آراءكم،
نسأل أسئلة ويجيب عنها مختص،
مشاهد تمثيلية.
جيراننا قبل فترة جاب زوجته موبايل جديد، وهي جتني: يابا أريد موبايل جديد.
لا أقول لك تورطنا، لا باع بوجي ولا تباع بوجي.
خلفه وقع من السكلة. لا إله إلا الله. عمي ارتاحين.
لتكونوا معنا عبر منصة الفيسبوك،
لأنكم جزء من الحل، والفصل في خير الكلام.
فكانت علاقتهم بعوائلهم وبأسرهم بأولادهم بزوجاتهم تراث بإمكاننا أن نقتدي به ونحتدي به. وبالأساس كانت التربية الإسلامية الصحيحة، التربية الخلقية، فنرى أخلاق أهل البيت عليهم السلام كانت دائما في المقدمة، وكان دائما مثلا يحتذى به، فكانت أخلاقهم الكريمة، هم صغار وهم شباب وهم على مستوى القيادة أخلاق عالية جدا ترتبت وتكونت من خلال التربية الحقيقية في داخل أسرة اللي هي العائلة، أسرة الأئمة عليهم السلام.
نظم جمعية كشافة الكفيل التابعة لقسم الإعلام في العتبة العباسية المقدسة مهرجانها السنوي السادس لفئة الأشبال الكشافة، حرصا منها على تعريف الفتيان بأهم المبادئ
all these words.
लफत फता शाह जुल्फिकार अली मेरा मुर्शिद मेरा सरदार अली लफता शाह जुल्फिकार अली मेरा मुर्शिद मेरा सरदार अली या अली मेरा मुर्शिद मेरा सरदार अली अली के नाम सितारों ने रोशनी पाई अली जो आए तो दुनिया में जिंदगी आई अली के दम से ही सारा निजाम चलता है वही तो है जो ये सब इंतजाम करता है हवा को देता है रफ्तार अली मेरा मुर्शिद मेरा सरदार अली या अली मेरा मुर्शिद मेरा सरदार अली लफता शाह जुल्फिकार अली मेरा मुर्शिद मेरा सरदार अली या अली मेरा मुर्शिद मेरा सरदार अली हमारी माँ ने हमको यही सिखाया है मिला के दूध में ना दे अली पिलाया है ज़माना लाख मुखालिफों हम नहीं डरते ये हमने देख लिया है अली अली करके मदद को आता है हर बार अली मेरा मुर्शिद मेरा सरदार अली या अली मेरा मुर्शिद मेरा सरदार अली लफता शाह जुल्फिकार अली मेरा मुर्शिद मेरा सरदार अली या अली मेरा मुर्शिद मेरा सरदार अली अली इमाम है सारा जहां गुलाम अली हमारी जान
अली का फरमान है कि जिसका कोई दुश्मन नहीं है उससे बड़ा मुनाफिक कोई नहीं
सबका दोस्त किसी का दोस्त नहीं
बड़ी गहरी बात है लेकिन ये कि है
वाकई फिलॉसफी है ये लाइफ की
कैसे हो सकता है कि आप सभी आपको पसंद करें और कैसे हो सकता है कि आप सबको पसंद करें
नहीं हो सकता
मौला अली का फरमान है कि जिसका कोई दुश्मन नहीं है उससे बड़ा मुनाफिक कोई नहीं
يعني احنا بمحافظة بابل بناحية الشوملي وبالديوانية وبالكوت جاي يتعنون سماحة الشيخ مهدي الكربلاء جاي يدزلنا وفد
اللهم يا
وفد حاج أحمد
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم
يا
ये जो वीडियो में आपको
जी
حرفایی که خطاب و نسبت به حضرت زهرا
الأبدال
खुदा का हुक्म था पालान का वो मिंबर था, हसीन कितना वो मैदान खुम का मंजर था। अली का हाथ उठा कर ये कह रहे थे नबी, अना मुहिब्बे अली, अना मुहिब्बे अली, अना मुहिब्बे अली, अना मुहिब्बे अली। अली 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 मौला, अली 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 मौला।
सुलेमान
في رحاب الكفيل نجد راعي الأيتام العباس بن علي عليهما السلام، تكفلت الأمانة العامة للعتبة
So that was politics and policy. الحمد لله رب العالمين.
الدنيا
كل نفس ذائقة.
هذا ابو فاضل قدامك ضايق.
أكثر الألقاب يرغب
من
حي على الصلاة.
عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
بنت أسد خدني
प्रिंस करीम आगा खान
वालों ने सजाया फता शाह जुल्फिकार अली मेरा मुर्शिद मेरा
وبصوت مدجج لا صوت
هرچی کار بازی دیدید فراموش
जब सताता है कोई तुम याद आते हो बहुत, जब रुलाता है कोई तुम याद आते हो बहुत। कोई नहीं
सबसे ज्यादा इफ़त उमर सेनेटर।
आप लोगों ने ये टावर जिंदगी में बहुत बार देखा होगा, वीडियोस, तस्वीर में। और
इराक का बादशाह मलक
أخوها بالمدينة ما يرتوي بالحب.
पीपल्स पार्टी दौर के वजीर खजाना अब्दुल हफीज शेख अब आ गए हैं नैब के रडार पर। नैब एग्जीक्यूटिव बोर्ड ने एफबीआर में ऑटोमेशन सिस्टम की इंस्टॉलेशन के लिए $11 मिलियन के गैर कानूनी ठेके के रेफरेंस में मुल्जिम नामजद किया है।
And if I measure the voltage at the output,
अस्सलामु अलैकुम
आयतुल्लाह तेरे जा
You make a mistake, you pay the price.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मैं हूँ ज़रीन उमर।
अल्लाह को छेड़े
Want to break this conversation?
أربعة شهيد. الحمد لله والشكر. 14 شهيد. الحمد لله والشكر. نستحمد الله والشكر على كل حال.
الحاجة أم أحمد.
कुफ बयाली ही जल्द उन्हें कुफ वो अता कर अरसे से है बैठी हुई कुछ।
अस्सलामुअलैकुम।
আমরা আজকে নিয়ে এলাম সৌদি কিং ফাহাদের যে কোরআন শরীফটি।
Dozens of
Welcome.
ما هو الدين؟
हेलो अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
सूरह
इमाम अल-मुत्तक़ी
وروح لي
जवानी तुम्हारी
कुछ बेटियां घर पर
امرأة عراقية استطاعت بقلب
सामने ऐसी बातें नहीं
हर नामे अली अली से
आजकल कोरोना का बड़ा मसला है। हसास टॉपिक है, मैं इस पे बिल्कुल बात भी नहीं करता, लेकिन चंद मासूमीन के कलाम लेकिन दुनिया में
आपके
फैसल अव्वल गहरी नींद में था। उसने ख्वाब में देखा कि कोई उसे कह रहा था कि हम रसूलुल्लाह सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम। बादशाह बहुत
सरदार
आजादा
बिस्मिल्लाहिर
سيدة زينب قامت
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته مشاهدينا مشاهدي قناة كربلاء الفضائية، أهلا وسهلا بكم في رحاب حلقة جديدة من برنامج عائلتي الصالحة. اليوم سنتحدث عن من ذكروا في محكم كتاب الله في آية التطهير. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم: قل لا أسألكم عليه أجرا إلا المودة في القربى. صدق الله العلي العظيم. آل بيت النبوة عليهم السلام. والبداية من استطلاع أجريناه على شرائح مختلفة من الأفراد.
أو لكل عائلة تريد أن يكون طريقها صحيحا عليها الارتباط بجهة معينة، ونحن كمسلمين يجب علينا الارتباط بمحمد وآله الطيبين الطاهرين، لأنهم هم النهج الصحيح. ونحن كساكني مدينة مقدسة النجف الأشرف نرتبط بأهل البيت ارتباطا وثيقا وبعدة اتجاهات، أهمها الارتباط العاطفي. فما جرى على أهل البيت يجعلنا أن نسير على نهجهم بكل النواحي.
في الحقيقة الأساس الذي يجب أن يستند عليه كل إنسان وخصوصا المسلم والموالي لأهل البيت والمتمسك بهم وبنهجهم، يجب أن يجعل له خريطة ولاء يستطيع من خلاله أن يكون علاقة متينة رصينة قوية تستمر معه إلى نهاية الحياة، وتكون له أو لها هذه العلاقة أثر على شخصية الإنسان أو الفرد، وكذلك على المحيط الذي يعيش فيه. كما قال النبي الأكرم صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم: مثل أهل بيتي كمثل سفينة نوح، من تمسك بها أو من ركبها نجا ومن تخلف عنها هلك.
والطريق الذي أراده الله سبحانه وتعالى هو طريق أهل البيت من أبوابها، حيث قال الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم: أنا مدينة العلم وعلي بابها. فلا يمكن الدخول إلى الرسول محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم إلا من طريق علي بن أبي طالب عليه أفضل الصلاة والسلام وأهل البيت عليهم السلام. فعلى الإنسان أن يدرك ما حقيقة أهل البيت. بصراحة أن الإنسان شبه العدم أو قد يكون معدوم إذا لم يكن متصل بأهل البيت عليهم السلام.
يجب أن تكون علاقتنا بأهل البيت عليهم السلام علاقة روحية وعلاقة دينية قوية، والتمسك بتعاليم أهل البيت والسير على نهجهم واتباع أهل البيت واتباع قول المعصوم، وذلك لأنه هذه العلاقة توصلك إلى العلاقة مع الله سبحانه وتعالى.
حب آل البيت عليهم السلام والالتزام بنهجهم هو من دلالات محبة الإنسان لله تبارك وتعالى، فهم الوسيلة إلى الله، وهو من دلالات بناء العائلة الصالحة. أحبتي الكرام، لنتعرف عن وجهة نظر الأب في البيت حول علاقته بآل البيت عليهم السلام وانعكاسها على العائلة الصالحة من خلال هذا الحديث.
آل البيت الكرام عليهم السلام كانوا مدرسة حقيقية، مدرسة حقيقية في تنشئة أجيال وتنشئة العائلة وتنشئة مجتمع سليم. فإذا ما أردنا حقيقة أن نحصن أنفسنا وكذلك أن نساهم في تنشئة عائلة وأسرة متماسكة تكون صالحة في بناء مجتمع قوي، علينا أن نراجع هذا التراث الرائع من تراث آل البيت في كيفية التربية وفي كيفية تنشئة العائلة والأسرة، وكذلك في كيفية تنشئة المعاملة السليمة من خلال هذه السيرة الرائعة العطرة في سيرة آل البيت عليهم السلام. فابتداء من إمامنا علي بن أبي طالب، الإمام إمام البلاغة والعلم والأدب، إمام التقوى والصلاح، فنرى كيف كان يعامل أسرته وكيف كان يحنو، والذي طبعا تعلمه الإمام علي بن أبي طالب عليه السلام كسنة من الرسول عليه أفضل الصلاة والتسليم. فلقد تربى في حضن النبوة وتعلم من هذه الروضة المحمدية. فلذلك كان سلوك علي بن أبي طالب سلوكا فريدا في نشأة العائلة. كانوا يعامل فاطمة الزهراء عليه السلام المعاملة الحسنة، المعاملة الرائعة، معاملة الوفاء والإخلاص، لكي تكون عائلة بمستوى عائلة النبوة. فكان علي خير زوج لخير زوجة، وكان علي خير أب لخير أبناء. فكيف كان يعامل الحسين عليه السلام والحسن عليه السلام، وكذلك زينب عليه السلام، وكيف كان يعامل بقية إخوتهم. فنرى تشكيل العائلة عند آل البيت تشكيلا تربويا كانت فيه دروس وعبرة. علينا أن نبحث في هذا التراث وفي هذه السيرة العطرة لنرى هذه المصادق وهذه المفاهيم التي بالتأكيد سوف تساهم في بناء علاقة قوية متينة لتكوين الأسرة النواة الأولى في المجتمع. ما وصلنا من آل البيت وصلنا إرث عظيم في هذه العلاقة الطيبة. فكانت علاقتهم بعوائلهم وبأسرهم بأولادهم بزوجاتهم تراث بإمكاننا أن نقتدي به ونحتدي به. وبالأساس كانت التربية الإسلامية الصحيحة، التربية الخلقية. فنرى أخلاق آل البيت عليهم السلام كانت دائما في المقدمة، وكان دائما مثلا يحتذى به. فكانت أخلاقهم الكريمة، هم صغار وهم شباب وهم على مستوى القيادة أخلاق عالية جدا ترتبت وتكونت من خلال التربية الحقيقية في داخل أسرة اللي هي العائلة، أسرة الأئمة عليهم السلام. ولذلك كانوا مثل يحتذى به في المجتمع، في السير في الطرقات، في التعامل مع الناس، في التربية، في حسن الخلق، في الإيثار، في الكرم، في المعاملة، وكذلك في الوفاء. فآل البيت عليهم السلام كانوا المثل الأعلى الذي من المفترض أن نقتدي به ونحتذي به. كيف كانوا يتعاملون في ظروف الشدة، وكذلك كيف كانوا يتعاملون في ظروف الرخاء. فكيف كانت معاملتهم داخل عوائلهم وأسرهم، وكيف كان ما يخرج عنهم إلى المجتمع من خلال هذه التربية الفريدة، واللي التربية التي اعتمدت بأساسها على التربية الدينية وكذلك التربية الخلقية التي استهلوها وشربوا من مشاربها الرئيسية، من مشارب النبوة. لذلك هم كانوا سيرة حسنة عطرة بإمكاننا أن نقتدي بهذه المعاملة الطيبة، وأن نقرأ في تراثهم، وأن نقرأ في سيرتهم، وكيف كانت تسير أمورهم مع عوائلهم، وكذلك كيف كانوا حقيقة نواة حقيقية لبناء مجتمع وأسرة متماسكة ساهمت أن يصل هذا الإرث الكبير أن يصل إلينا جميعا، والذي نفتخر به جميعا. فعلى العوائل أن تقرأ أيضا في هذه المعاملة الطيبة والمعاملة الحسنة، كيف كانوا يتعاملون آل البيت مع أسرهم، كيف كانت الأخوة فيما بينهم. ولدينا مثل ربما نستطيع أن نستدل به، كيف كانت أخوة الحسين عليه السلام بأخوته، كيف كانت أخوة العباس بالحسين عليه السلام، كيف كانت زينب وأخوتها مع أخوتها في أيام المصائب وأيام الرخاء. فلنستمد في بناء أسرنا وعوائلنا من سيرة آل البيت العطرة.
آل البيت عليهم السلام برجالتهم ونسائهم تركوا لنا إرثا عظيما في الأخلاق والتربية، وبما ينعكس على بناء أسرة صالحة. فالزهراء عليها السلام قدوة النساء. دعونا الآن نتعرف عن رؤية الأم أو المرأة داخل العائلة في علاقتها مع آل البيت عليهم السلام.
العائلة وأهل البيت سلام الله عليهم. ما علاقة العائلة؟ وعندما نقول العائلة وعلاقتها بأهل البيت سلام الله عليهم، ما الذي يترتب على ذلك؟ كلنا اليوم وكل المجتمع العراقي خاصة والإسلامي عامة، لا بل والعالم، شاهد العلاقة التواصلية بين الزوار والحسين سلام الله عليه في زيارته الأربعينية. هذا التواشج الموجود بين أسر كاملة هي تنذر نفسها لخدمة الزوار ما يقارب 20 يوم ابتداء من أول يوم في صفر، وتهيئ كل حياتها لأن تكون ماذا وبيتها وساعات ليلها متصلة بنهارها لخدمة الزوار. هذا أولا. وغير ذلك هم الزوار أنفسهم عندما يسيرون أميال كبيرة لمجرد أن يصلوا إلى الحسين سلام الله عليه، أو العلاقة الأخرى مع أمتنا سلام الله عليهم جميعا. هذه العلاقة بالتأكيد سوف تجعل الأطفال، باعتبار أن العائلة مكونة من ركنين أساسيين هم الأب والأم وأطفالهم، الأطفال عندما يشاهدون هذا الترابط بين الأب والأم وبين الحسين سلام الله عليه سوف يسألون: من هو الحسين سلام الله عليه؟ لماذا نزور الإمام الحسين سلام الله عليه؟ القضية الأساسية التي أدعو لها، والتي حقيقة هذا أعتقد أن أهل البيت أرادونا أن نتعلم من زيارتنا لهم ومن علاقتنا بهم، أن نتعلم منهم، لا فقط مجرد الحب ومجرد الزيارة ومجرد التواصل، هو أمر جيد وممتاز ويجذب الإنسان بعد ذلك، لكن علينا أن نجعلهم قدوة. ماذا يقول الإمام سلام الله عليه؟ يقول: حذو النعل بالنعل. هذا هو ماذا الشيعي، أن يشايعني ويتابعني حذو النعل بالنعل. لذلك في يوم من الأيام كان أمير المؤمنين سلام الله عليه في المسجد يأتي لصلاة الفجر. عندما كان يأتي أصحاب أمير المؤمنين بعد ذلك يجدون أن عمار بن ياسر يقف إلى يعني مباشرة بعد أمير المؤمنين سلام الله عليه، كلما يريدون أن يقفوا في مكانه لا يستطيعون، حتى قرروا أن ماذا؟ أن يجلسوا ويأتوا منذ الصباح قبل وصول أمير المؤمنين، علهم يسبقوا عمار بن ياسر في الوصول. وإذا بهم خرجوا صباحا وجدوا أن أمير المؤمنين وصل وقد وصل معه عمار، فتعجبوا، قالوا: نحن جئنا خلفك، أو جاءوا ماذا؟ خلف أمير المؤمنين يتابعون مكان نعله، أثر النعل، فلم يجدوا سوى أمير المؤمنين، ففرحوا، قالوا أن عمار لم يصل. عندما وصلوا إلى المسجد وجدوا أن عمار قد وصل، فتعجبوا، قالوا: هل كنت بائت في المسجد؟ قال: لا والله، ولكني كنت أضع نعلي حيث يضعها أمير المؤمنين سلام الله عليه. ماذا نستفيد من هذه الرواية؟ نستفيد أن عمار بن ياسر أراد أن يعلم الأصحاب أنه يتابع أمير المؤمنين في كل تفاصيل تصرفاته، بحيث حتى مشيته لا يخالفها يمينا أو يسارا. العائلة إذا علمت أبنائها الاقتداء بأهل البيت سلام الله عليهم فعلا قبل أن يكون الاقتداء قولا، سوف تكون الأسرة أسرة صالحة. لماذا؟ لأن أهل البيت سلام الله عليهم وأمتنا سلام الله عليهم تصرفاتهم أولا فيما بينهم مع أعدائهم، كل تعاملاتهم هي تعاملات سلوكية أرادونا أن نتعلمها وأن نرثها منهم. كونوا لنا زينا ولا تكونوا لنا شينا. كيف نكون زينا لهم؟ باتباع أفعالهم وباتباع أقوالهم التي علمونا. هذا الترابط بين العائلة والاقتداء بسيرة أهل البيت سلام الله عليهم وتعليم الأبناء لهم سوف يقي الأبناء أولا ويقي العائلة ثانيا من الوقوع في كثير من المشكلات وفي كثير من المصائب، لأن الابن والابنة سوف يكونون متقين واضعين في أعينهم أن هناك قدوة، أن هنالك إمام حجة عجل الله تعالى فرجه ينظر إلى أفعالهم وينظر إلى أقوالهم، وتكون هنالك ماذا؟ علاقة تواصلية بينهم. كل إنسان يحتاج إلى قدوة، وقدوتنا خير البرية وخير الخليقة، فعلينا أن نتأسى بهم سلوكا وفعلا وقولا قبل أن يكون حبا خاليا دون سلوك.
في كتاب الله العزيز فيما نقل إلينا من أحاديث الرسول الأعظم صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم وما نقل إلينا من أحاديث العترة النبوية الطاهرة تأكيد كبير على أهمية محبة آل البيت عليهم السلام والالتزام بنهجهم القويم، ومنها هذا الحديث.
روي عن الرسول صلى الله عليه وآله أما والله لا يحب أهل بيت عبد إلا أعطاه الله عز وجل نورا حتى يرد علي الحوض، ولا يبغض أهل بيت عبد إلا احتجب الله عنه يوم القيامة.
حين تريد أن تكون إنسانا متدينا ملتزما فعليك بمحبة آل البيت عليهم السلام، فهم الطريق إلى الله سبحانه وتعالى. أحبتي الكرام، دعونا الآن نتعرف عن رؤية الدين والشرع في الالتزام بأخلاق ومبادئ آل البيت عليهم السلام.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحديث عن علاقة العائلة بأهل البيت عليهم السلام. تحدثنا في حلقة سابقة عن علاقة العائلة بالقرآن الكريم. علاقة العائلة بالقرآن الكريم هي علاقة العائلة بالمبدأ. الحديث الآن عن علاقة العائلة بالقدوة. اقتضت حكمة الباري إن الإنسان يحتاج إلى قانون ويحتاج إلى قدوة يجسد ذلك القانون، وهذه من الضرورات. لذا نجد الحديث المشهور عن النبي: إني تارك فيكم الثقلين. كتاب الله هو المبدأ، هو القانون الذي يجب أن يرتبط به الإنسان وترتبط به العائلة، وأيضا كتاب الله هو عترتي أهل بيتي. أهل البيت هم القيادة الذين يقومون بتجسيد القانون الإلهي. فعلاقة العائلة بأهل البيت لابد أن تكون على هذا الأساس. حاجة الإنسان وحاجة العائلة إلى القدوة أن تكون على هذا الأساس، أن ترتبط العائلة بأهل البيت ارتباط الإنسان بقدوته في جميع التفاصيل، في جميع حركات العائلة حقيقة، ابتداء من وضع القانون في العائلة في البيت والسير عليه. لابد أن يرتبط، أن يأخذ بنظر الاعتبار حقيقة رب الأسرة، أن يأخذ بنظر الاعتبار القدوة أهل البيت في وضع القانون. عندما يريد أن يمثل أو يضع قانونا لأسرته رب الأسرة لابد أن يلتفت إلى المبدأ، إلى القانون، إلى القرآن، ويلتفت إلى أهل البيت. أن تكون هنالك شيء من العلاقة. طبعا العلاقة هذه علاقة أهل البيت حقيقة، الأثر لأهل البيت عليهم السلام في كل تفاصيل الحياة. لعله هنالك حجب عن بعض العلاقات أو بعض الأدوار، ولا يعني الناس دور أهل البيت حقيقة في الكون، ولكن أن لا نتغافل عن دور القدوة، عن دور الأسوة. فعلى العائلة، على رب الأسرة، على الزوج، على الزوجة، على الأب، على الأم، أن يرجعوا في كل صغيرة وكبيرة حقيقة إلى النبي وإلى أهل البيت. يلاحظون ما الذي عندما نلاحظ حياة النبي صلى الله عليه وآله وحياة أهل البيت، هنالك تفاصيل دقيقة في كل صغيرة وكبيرة في شؤون الحياة، في جميع مرافق الحياة. فعندما يريد أن يتكامل الإنسان أو تتكامل هذه العائلة لابد أن يلتفتوا إلى الجانب العقلي، كيف كان يفكر أهل البيت عليهم السلام، وكيف يصل بهذا العقل بهذا الفكر إلى التكامل. ما هو الأساس في صياغة هذه الشخصية؟ الالتفات إلى البعد، إلى المنظومة العقائدية عند أهل البيت، الالتفات إلى المنظومة الأحكام الشرعية عند أهل البيت، الالتفات إلى منظومة الأخلاق والآداب عند أهل البيت. هذه المنظومات الثلاثة هي التي تصيغ شخصية العائلة، هي التي تصيغ شخصية الفرد. فإذا من العلاقات المهمة لبناء العائلة ولبناء الأسرة المتكاملة الصالحة هي اتخاذ القدوة، ولا بد أن تكون القدوة هم محمد وآل محمد.
في الختام نقول: يا آل بيت رسول الله حبكم فرض من الله في القرآن أنزله، كفاكم من عظيم القدر أنكم من لم يصلي عليكم لا صلاة له. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. في أمان الله.
مسجد جمكران جنة ترنو بالدعاء والتسبيح، تزهو بنفحات العطر الروحانية، وتتغنى بنور حجة الله على أرضه، مهدي آل محمد الحجة المنتظر عجل الله تعالى فرجه. إنها جنة جمكران، ذلك المسجد الذي يقع في عش آل محمد قم المقدسة، والذي أسس بأمر من خليفة الله على أرضه المهدي المنتظر عجل الله تعالى فرجه. وذلك كما ورد في الحكاية الثامنة في تاريخ قم المقدسة لمؤلفه الشيخ الفاضل الحسن بن محمد بن الحسن القمي من كتاب مؤنس الحزين في معرفة الحق واليقين، من مصنفات أبي جعفر محمد بن بابويه القمي، حيث ذكر أن سبب بناء المسجد في قصة طويلة تدور حول لقاء الشيخ العفيف الصالح حسن بن مثلة الجمكراني راجع للإمام المهدي عجل الله تعالى فرجه، ووصية الإمام المنتظر عجل الله تعالى فرجه له بالتبليغ في بناء المسجد. ويعد هذا المسجد من الأماكن العظيمة والمهمة التي يؤمها شيعة آل البيت عليهم السلام من مختلف بقاع العالم لأداء الزيارة وأداء الصلاة وذكر الدعوات. وتتجلى أهمية هذا المسجد بفيض الكرامات التي تحدث فيه، ولكونه بني بأمر المنتظر عجل الله تعالى فرجه، فقد اختار له سلام الله عليه من أفضل الأماكن قداسة، وهذا ما يساعد على إضفاء نوع من الجو الروحاني لهذه البقعة المقدسة التي تشع بنور الإمام المنتظر عجل الله تعالى فرجه.
عشر للهجرة كانت وفاة إبراهيم ابن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله، وقيل إنه عليه السلام توفي في 10 من ربيع الأول من سنة 10 للهجرة، وجزم به الواقدي. أمه مارية القبطية، وكانت سن إبراهيم يوم التوفي 10 أشهر و8 أيام، وقيل 18 شهرا، وقبره بالبقيع. لما توفي إبراهيم ابن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله بكى رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله، فقال له بعض من عزاه: أنت أحق من عظم الله حقه. فقال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله: تدمع العين ويحزن القلب، ولا نقول ما يسخط الرب، ولولا أنه وعد حق وموعود جامع، وأن الآخر للأول تابع، لوجدنا عليك يا إبراهيم أفضل مما وجدناه، وإنا بك لمحزونون.
عن النبي صلى الله عليه وآله: من صلى في ليلة من ليالي رجب 10 ركعات يقرأ في كل ركعة فاتحة الكتاب وقل يا أيها الكافرون مرة، وقل هو الله أحد 3 مرات، غفر الله تبارك وتعالى له كل ذنب عمل وسلف له من ذنوبه.
السلام الغفار القهار الوهاب الرزاق المذل السميع البصير حكم مقيت الحسيب الجليل الكريم الباعث الشقيق الحق الوكيل القوي المحيي المميت الحي القيوم الواجد الماجد الواحد الآخر الظاهر الباطن مالك الملك ذو الجلال والباقي الوارث الرشيد الصبور الذي ليس كمثله صلي أفضل صلاة على أسعد مخلوقاتك سيدنا آله وسلم عدد معلوماتك كلما ذكرك ذاك
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، وصلى الله على محمد وآله الطيبين الطاهرين. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. طيب الوقت نتمناه لكم أحبتي مشاهدي قناة كربلاء الفضائية، ونحن نصحبكم في جولة جديدة ومحطات معرفية جديدة في حلقتنا لهذا اليوم. اسمحوا لي في البداية أن أرحب بضيف البرنامج الدائم سماحة السيد طلال الحكيم. أهلا وسهلا بكم سماحة السيد.
حياكم الله. أهلا وسهلا بكم وبالسادة المشاهدين الكرام. أهلا أستاذ أحمد، الله يحفظكم.
محطتنا الأولى كما هي العادة المحطة القرآنية. نعم. قال تعالى في سورة لقمان:
كلام يقع في كتاب إحياء الموات، ويليه كتاب المشتركات، وهما كتابان مرتبطان ببعض، ولذلك كثير من الفقهاء لم يجعلوهما كتابين مستقلين، وإنما بحثوهما في كتاب واحد أسموه بكتاب. هناك موضوعان مختلفان بينهما ارتباط كما قلنا. الأول هو إحياء الموات، والثاني هو المشتركات. المراد بالأول إحياء الموات هو إحياء الأرض الميتة، إعمار الأرض بعد أن هي تكون شنو؟ خراب. أعمار الأرض الميتة، الخراب، إحيائها وإعمارها، هذا هو المقصود بإحياء الموات. جعل الأرض عامرة بعد أن كانت ماذا؟ بعد أن كانت خرابا، بعد أن كانت غير عامرة. جعلها عامرة هو إحياء له، إحياء لهذه الأرض. كلام يقع كما سيأتي، هذا فهرست إجمالي. كلام يقع في موضوع هذا اللي هو الموات، والمراد بالموات بناء على الفصل بين كتاب إحياء الموات وبين المشتركات. المراد بالموات هو الأرض الميتة، الكلام في إحياء الأرض الميتة. كلام يقع في الموضوع في أنه هل يختص بالأرض أو يشمل غيرها. كلام سيدي أو نشير إليه الآن. هل يختص بالأرض أو لا يشمل غير الأرض؟ ليش؟ لأن غير الأرض أيضا يمكن فيه تصور الإحياء، والمعادن كما سيأتي يمكن تصور الإحياء فيها. الأنهار، المياه، الآبار يمكن تصور الإحياء فيها. يعني البئر لا يستفاد منها، لا ينتفع منها، فهي خراب، فهي غير عامرة، يأتي هذا ويحييها. معدن غير مستخرج لا ينتفع به، يأتي شخص ويحييه. يمكن تصور الإحياء في غير الأرض. فهل إحياء الموات يشمل غير الأرض مما يمكن إحياءه أو لا؟ ثم هل يشمل جميع أقسام الأرض؟ يعني الأرض تقسم أقسام كما سيأتي: عامرة، موات بالأصل، موات بالعارض، أراضي موقوفة، أراضي غير موقوفة، أقسام كثيرة للأرض. هل يشمل جميع هذه الأقسام عندما تكون خراب ويحييها ماذا؟ ويحييها الشخص، أو لا تختص ببعض هذه الأقسام؟ الأراضي الموقوفة أيضا يمكن أن يجري فيها الكلام. إذا طرأ عليها الموت والخراب، أراضي موقوفة هي فعلا ميتة، فالكلام في أن إحياءها هل يترتب عليه الآثار التي تترتب على إحياء الأرض الأخرى الميتة، وهي أنه إذا أحياها تكون له كما سيأتي، أو لا تترتب ذلك. بعبارة أخرى أن الحكم الثابت للإحياء هل يشمل حتى الأرض الموقوفة التي خربت بعد أن كانت موقوفة أو لا؟ هذا ما يرتبط بالموضوع، الكلام سيأتي فيه، فقط تلخيص. ثم بعد ذلك يقع الكلام في المحمول: إحياء الموات. الإحياء، ما معنى الإحياء؟ ما هو المراد بالإحياء؟ كيف يتحقق الإحياء؟ بما يتحقق الإحياء؟ لأن هذا السؤال يطرح، لأن الإحياء هل يختلف باختلاف ما يقصده المحيي للأرض؟ فقد يتحقق الإحياء عندما يكون مقصود المحيي للأرض هو السكنى، يتحقق الإحياء بشيء غير ما يتحقق به الإحياء فيما لو كان القصد هو مثلا اتخاذها للزراعة. يحيي الأرض للزراعة، يحيي الأرض لاتخاذها حظيرة. قد يقال بأن ما يتحقق به الإحياء هنا غير ما يتحقق به الإحياء هناك. فإذا مصاديق الإحياء وما يتحقق به الإحياء سيأتي أنه قد يختلف باختلاف ماذا يقصد هذا المحيي من إحياء هذه الأرض. هل يقصد أن يسكن فيها فإحياؤها يتحقق بشيء معين، أما أن إذا كان يقصد زراعتها والاستفادة من ماذا؟ من ما تنتجه هذه الأرض من الزراعة، حينئذ يكون إحياؤها يتحقق بشيء آخر كما سيأتي الكلام فيه.
فأكون من المحسنين. فيرد عليه الجليل جل جلاله: بلى قد جاءتك آياتي فكذبت بها واستكبرت وكنت من الكافرين. فوالله ما يسأل الرجوع إلا ليعمل صالحا ولا يشرك بعبادة ربه أحدا. فأخذ امرؤ من نفسه لنفسه وأخذ من حي لميت ومن فان لباق ومن ذاهب لدائم امرؤ خاف الله وهو معمر إلى أجله ومنظور إلى عمله. امرؤ ألجم نفسه بلجامها وزمها بزمامها فأمسكها بلجامها عن معاصي الله وقادها بزمامها إلى طاعة الله. يا أولي الأبصار والأسماع والعافية والمتاع، هل من مناص أو خلاص أو معاذ أو ملاذ أو فرار أو محار أم لا؟ فأنى تؤفكون؟ أم أين تصرفون؟ أم بماذا تغترون؟ وإنما حظ أحدكم من الأرض ذات الطول والعرض قيد قده متعفرا على خده، وقد أودر في محلة الأموات رهينا، وفي ضيق المضجع وحيدا. قد هتكت الهوام جلدته وأبلت النواهك جدته، وعفت العواصف آثاره، ومحى الحدثان معالمه، وصارت الأجساد شحبة بعد بضتها، والعظام نخرة بعد قوتها، والأرواح مرتهنة بثقل أعبائها، موقنة بغيب أنبائها، لا تستزاد من صالح عملها، ولا تستعتب من سيء زللها. أولستم أبناء القوم والآباء وإخوانهم والأقرباء، تحتذون أمثلتهم وتركبون قدتهم وتطؤون جادتهم، فالقلوب قاسية عن حظها، لاهية عن رشدها، سالكة في غير مضمارها، كأن المعني سواها، وكأن الرشد في إحراز دنياها. فعلام عباد الله التعرج والدلج؟ وإلى أين المفر والمهرب؟ وهذا الموت في الطلب يخترم الأول فالأول لا يتحنن على ضعيف ولا يعرج على شريف، والجديدان يحثان الأجل تحثيثا ويسوقانه سوقا حثيثا، وكل ما هو آت فقريب، ومن وراء ذلك العجب العجيب. فأعدوا الجواب ليوم الحساب، وأكثروا الزاد ليوم المعاد. عباد الله، إن من أحب عباد الله سبحانه إليه عبدا أعانه الله على نفسه فاستشعر الحزن وتجلبب الخوف وأضمر اليقين وعريا من الشك في توهم الزوال فهو منه على وبال فزهر مصباح الهدى في قلبه وأعد القرى ليومه النازل به فقرب على نفسه البعيد وهون الشديد نظر فأبصر وذكر فاستكثر وارتوى من عذب فرات سهلت له موارد فشرب نهلا وسلك سبيلا جددا قد خلع سرابيل الشهوات وتخلى من الهموم إلا هما واحدا انفرد به فخرج من صفة العمى ومشاركة أهل الهوى وصار من مفاتيح أبواب الهدى ومغاليق أبواب الردى قد أبصر طريقه وسلك سبيله وعرف مناره واستفتح بما فتح العالم به أبوابه وخاض بحاره وقطع عماره واستمسك من العرى بأوثاقها ومن الحبال بأمتنها فهو من اليقين على مثل ضوء الشمس قد نصب نفسه لله سبحانه وتعالى
ثواب الله خير لمن آمن وعمل صالحا
आपके नाम के सिक्के का इमाम ज़ामिन मेरे बाजू पे बंधा रहता है जो रात और दिन, इसकी बरकत से हुए काम है।
في أرفع
وإن لكم في الأنعام لعبرة نسقيكم مما في بطونه من بين فرث ودم لبنا خالصا سائغا للشاربين ومن ثمرات النخيل والأعناب تتخذون منه سكرا ورزقا حسنا إن في ذلك لآية لقوم يعقلون وأوحى ربك إلى النحل أن اتخذي من الجبال بيوتا ومن الشجر ومما يعرشون ثم كلي من كل الثمرات فاسلكي سبل ربك ذللا يخرج من بطونها شراب مختلف ألوانه شراب مختلف ألوانه فيه شفاء للناس إن في ذلك لآية لقوم يتفكرون والله خلقكم ثم يتوفاكم ومنكم من يرد إلى أرذل العمر لكي لا يعلم بعد علم شيئا إن الله عليم قدير والله فضل بعضكم على بعض في الرزق فما الذين فضلوا براد رزقهم على ما ملكت أيمانهم فهم فيه سواء أفبنعمة الله يجحدون الله جعل لكم من أزواجكم بنين وحفدة وجعل لكم من أزواجكم بنين وحفدة ورزقكم من الطيبات أفبالباطل يؤمنون وبنعمة الله هم يكفرون ويعبدون من دون الله ما لا يملك لهم رزقا من السماوات والأرض شيئا ولا يستطيعون فلا تضربوا نوازل البلاء وملمات الضراء وكشف نوائب اللأواء وتوالي سوغ النعماء ولك الحمد على هنيء عطائك ومحمود بلائك وجليل آلائك ولك الحمد على إحسانك الكثير وخيرك الغزير وتكليفك اليسير ودفع العسير ولك الحمد يا رب. الحمد يا رب على تثميرك الأجر وحطك ثقل الوزر وقبولك ضيق العذر ووضعك باهظ الإصر وتسهيلك موضع الوعر ومنعك مفضع الأمر. لك الحمد على البلاء المصروف ووافر المعروف ودفع المخوف وكثرة التخفيف وتقوية الضعيف وإغاثة اللهيف. ولك الحالك وحميد أفعالك وتوالي نوالك، ولك الحمد على تأخير معاجلة العقاب وترك مغافصة العذاب وتسهيل طلبي رحيم النبي. يا أيها الذين عليه وسلموا اللهم صل على محمد وإلا الله والله أكبر ولله الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم. أشهد أن محمدًا صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم. أشهد أن علي الله سلامه. أشهد أن مولانا علي معصومين حجج الله. حي على الصلاة. حي على الفلاح. حي على الفلاح. خير العمل خير العمل الله لا إلا الله. الحجة ابن الحسن صلواتك لساعة وليا تسكنه أرضك طوعا وتمتعه في من على علمائنا الأعلام السعداء رحم الله من يقرأ سورة الفاتحة وآل محمد.
ورحمة الله وبركاته. تقام صلاة الجماعة بإمام سماحة الشيخ عبد الكريم.
الله أكبر. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأن محمدا رسول الله.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
الفلاح، حي على الفلاح، حي على خير العمل، حي على
الصلاة قد قام. رحمكم الله.
الله أكبر.
الله
ربي العظيم وبحمده. اللهم صل على سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. ربي واتوب إليه. الله أكبر.
الله.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
محمد وآل محمد.
اللهم كن وليك الحجة ابن الحسن صلواتك عليه وعلى آبائه في هذه الساعة وفي كل ساعة وليا وحافظا وعينا حتى تسكنه أرضك طوعا وتمتع فيها طويلا وهب لنا رأفته ورحمته ودعاءه وخيره برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. أكبر.
الله أكبر. سبحان الله.
سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل ربي الأعلى وبحمده. الله أكبر.
الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده.
الحمد لله.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له عبده ورسوله. اللهم صل على محمد الله أكبر.
الله أكبر. سبحان الله.
العظيم محمد وآل محمد. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
الله.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى حمده.
الله أكبر.
ربي واتوب إليه. الله أكبر.
الله.
سبحان الدنيا والآخرة. يا لطيف ارحم عبدك الضعيف. يا مقلب القلوب ثبت قلبي على دينك. اللهم صل على محمد وآل
الله أكبر.
محمد وآل محمد. السلام عليك أيها النبي رحمة الله ورحمة الله وبركاته.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا على محبة محمد وآل محمد بأعلى أصواتكم. تسبيح السيدة الطاهرة فاطمة الزهراء صلوات الله وسلامه عليه. بسم الله الرحمن يا من أرجوه لكل خير يا من يعطي من يعرف تحننا منه ورحمة جميع خير الدنيا وجميع خير الآخرة إياك جميع شر الدنيا وشر الآخرة فإنه غير منقوص ما أعطيت وزدني من فضلك يا كريم يا ذا الجلال والإكرام يا ذا النعماء والجود يا ذا المن والطول حرم شيبتي على النار بحق محمد وآله الأطهار وصل اللهم على محمد وآل محمد. كريم الخاقان.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. أمير المؤمنين.
حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح حي على إقامة الصلاة.
قد قامت الصلاة وأكبر تكبيرة الإحرام.
بسم الله الرحمن الله أكبر
الله أكبر سبحان الله سمع الله.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
الله
وآل محمد.
الله أكبر
بحول الله
بحول
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار واحشرني وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. محمد وآل محمد.
الله أكبر
ربي وأتوب إليه.
الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
الله أكبر.
الحمد
لله.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. وتقبل شفاعته وارفع درجته
بحول الله وقوته.
الله أكبر.
الله أكبر. سبحان الله
وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
الله أكبر.
الله ربي واتوب إليه.
الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
الله أكبر. بحول الله وقوته.
الله أكبر.
الله أكبر. سبحان الله
وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
الله أكبر.
الله ربي واتوب إليه.
الله أكبر. يا ولي العافية.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. اللهم ارزقنا خير الدنيا وخير الآخرة، وادفع عنا شر الدنيا وشر الآخرة برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. وصل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم.
الله أكبر. بسم الله وبالله.
الحمد لله وخير الأسماء لله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له، وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. السلام عليك أيها النبي رحمة الله وبركاته. السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما. ثانيا غفر الله لكم. على محبة أمير المؤمنين بأعلى أصواتكم. تسبيح السيدة الطاهرة فاطمة الزهراء صلوات الله وسلامه عليها.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. أستغفر الله الذي لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم الرحمن الرحيم ذو الجلال والإكرام، وأسأله أن يتوب علي توبة عبد ذليل خاضع فقير بائس مسكين مستكين مستجيب لا يملك لنفسه نفعا ولا ضرا ولا موتا ولا حياة ولا نشورا. اللهم إني أعوذ بك من نفس لا تشبع ومن قلب لا يخشى.
السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
طبعا راح تغطي الضريح.
بعدين تغطيه كلهم. حازم
كمل التليفون الفيديو حتى يبقى من هذا بس دوس بلاي. هذه العجة منها هذه بس طبعا راح تغطي الضريح.
عادي تغطيهم كلهم ذني. حازم
كمل التليفون الفيديو حتى يبقى من هذا بس دوس بلاي. هذه العجة قلنا هذه بس.
خير أيام الفتى يوم النفع واصطناع الخير أبقى ما صنع ما ينال الخير بالشر ولا يحصد الزارع إلا الخير أبقى ما صنع ما ينال الخير بالشر ولا يحصد الزارع إلا ما زرع. خير أيام الفتى يوم النفع واصطناع الخير أبقى ما صنع ما ينال الخير بالشر ولا يحصد الزارع إلا ما. خير أيام الفتى يوم النفع واصطناع الخير أبقى ما صنع ما ينال الخير بالشر ولا يحصد الزارع إلا ما. خير أيام الفتى الفتى يوم النفاع، واصطناع الخير أبقى